Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now, we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism.
Tourism is vital for the well-being of County Clare. If tourism is thriving, every town, every village, every community will reap the rewards and feel the benefits. Prior to the global pandemic, over 6,600 people here in County Clare worked within the tourism industry. So it's essential that we do everything possible to ensure the recovery of that sector. The County Clare Tourism Strategy 2030 is our blueprint.
It's about developing what we have, getting the people back again to visit in large numbers, but it has to be more than that. It's about sustainable tourism. It's about being sensitive to the environment.
A future for tourism that allows us to maintain our distinctive identity while protecting our heritage and our environment.
But of course we cannot forget that the COVID-19 pandemic has been devastating to the tourism sector in County Clare. And so this plan will seek to engage with all the stakeholders, but in a way that's different. Tourism in the future in Clare will have to be somewhat different.
As we navigate this crisis, having a dynamic strategic plan will be critical for the recovery of tourism in County Clare, and it will enable stakeholders to further develop and enhance the tourism experiences in the county.
The Clare Tourism Strategy will increase the length of stay, visitor numbers as well as the dispersal of benefits across the communities of County Clare. It was prepared in 2019, it was delivered in 2020, during which time the world plunged into crisis and the tourism ecosystem as we know it changed in an unprecedented manner.
The onset of the pandemic accentuated the importance of getting the direction right. The strategy was already at draft stage by last March, and the review process that followed seemed to move into high gear.
It's no secret that I personally have a particular grow for Clare. It was one of the very first places that I visited after being appointed CEO of Fáilte Ireland, where I got to enjoy Michael Vaughan's wonderful hospitality.
County Clare is right smack in the middle of the Wild Atlantic Way, and it has advantage over many other counties in terms of the natural beauty, the amenities, the opportunities that the international visitor has.
Went to the Shannon Airport. The Banner County is known all over Ireland. It's now beginning to know all over the world, and that's our part of our remit, to make it more known through the world. We are the headquarters of Christian music in Ireland, and now that's word, the good word is spreading, hopefully throughout the world.
And Clare was one of my first ports of calls after visiting the Mammy in Wexford, of course. But when things reopened last year, when I enjoyed a wonderful stay in Spanish Point with John Burke in the Armada.
The beaches of County Clare have been a huge driving force for the social and economic development of so much of coastal Clare. Today we can be very proud to have a blue flag flying over the beach in Spanish Point, as too can 8 other beaches in County Clare. And I think it will ensure the continued benefit of our beaches and how they can support our communities and give us something to be incredibly proud of within the county.
But most of all, it's about tourism that protects the interests of our local communities and our local farming sector and our local business sector.
The unique and spectacular landscape of Clare is only matched by the quality and warmth of the welcome of the people of Clare. From Loophead to Killaloo, from Shannon to Ballyvaughan, Clare is so beautiful, so fascinating, and has so much to offer. Fáilte Ireland is committed to the sustainable development of tourism in Clare.
There is a very strong team involved in the Clare Tourism Advisory Forum, and we will act as advisors to Clare County Council and a voice for all things tourism in the county. Here we are in Ennis, the heart of County Clare. Every one of the 120,000 residents in Clare is involved in tourism in some shape or form. When you look what we've on offer here in the town, or in the east of the county with the hidden heartlands, or the west in the Wild Atlantic Way, not to mention the north or south of the county.
Greetings from Bunratty. I am pleased to be part of the Clare Tourism Forum group. The new forum will have further reach, and it's going to support every part of the county. We need to be at our best because the market is going to be very competitive, but we need to show ourselves as being a safe and healthy destination, and this group will not be found wanting when it comes to lobbying, support and ideas.
Pursuing adventure and family fun is one of the pillars of the Clare tourism strategy, and what better place to be than here on the quayside in Clarecastle, which is home to our annual regatta, which attracts visitors in their droves for curragh racing and family-friendly activities. Throughout the year, communities across the county organise events which bring families together to enjoy shared passions. Our beautiful blue flag beaches are the perfect backdrop for those great family days out where all can make memories which will last a lifetime. The differing landscapes are the perfect backdrop for adventure. Tracks, trails and golf courses, the soaring cliffs and the mighty seas, the towering hills and the karst terrain, the tranquil lakes and the rambling rivers. Whether you are a novice or an enthusiast, you can come and experience any one of surfing, kayaking, trail walking, hill climbing, cycling, caving, golfing or fishing. County Clare offers a paradise for adventure, adrenaline and family fun.
Welcome here to wonderful Mount Shannon on the shores of Lough Derg in East Clare. Clare has it all, from Loophead to Killaloo, from Holy Island to Scattery Island, from the Burn to Bunratty. Clare is dotted with round towers and ancient castles, prehistoric sites, ancient dolmens. This is the landscape where Brian Boru ruled from his high seat in Killaloo. This is the county that has it all.
One of the main goals of the Clare tourism strategy is to spread the benefits of tourism right across the county, across all seasons, while maintaining the integrity of the landscape. Sometimes when you live in an area you don't appreciate all that it has to offer. Looking behind us here, the beauty, the serenity, everything, you know, it's so important to see the Shannon develop itself as a tourist destination. And one of the main aims of the Shannon Tourism Master Plan is to have a more coordinated approach to tourism along the whole Shannon. The launch of the strategy is coming in at a good time with the launch as well of the Shannon Tourism Master Plan.
Recognising all that connectivity and bringing it together to recognise the benefits and promote our county for wellness across all its forms and embedded into the strategy is something to be applauded. That wonderful connectivity with people and place, that's recognised in the designation, international designation of the Burn and Cliffs of Moher UNESCO Global Geopark, and the diversity is recognised internationally. Visitors can experience the rich landscape that we have.
Of the Burn, one of Oliver Cromwell's army officers once said, "There is not enough water to drown a man, not enough trees to hang a man, and not enough earth to bury a man." While his future was not in developing a tourism strategy, the second half of his observation is much more positive. And yet their cattle are very fat, for the grass growing in the turfs of earth that lie in the rocks, which are of limestone, is very sweet and nourishing. Centuries later, our Clare tourism strategy presents a fresh perspective, a multiplicity of identities, diversity of landscape and a depth of history, and an independence of spirit. Our sustainable goals are to work collaboratively as the gateway to the West, deliver compelling quality visitor experiences. Our signature landscapes, such as the Cliffs of Moher, will develop to spread the benefits of tourism. Clare offers the opportunity to feel vibrant in a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones.
The new tourism department structure of Clare County Council as well as the state agencies such as Fáilte Ireland, as well as the Tourism Advisory Forum, will play a leadership role during these challenging times. The action plan that is within the Clare Tourism Strategy will guide immediate priorities. It'll also focus on responding to opportunities and challenges while always keeping the fundamentals of success at its core.
And it's that kind of experience that sets us apart. And it's something that Clare uniquely has to offer in terms of the natural beauty, the amenities, the opportunities that the international visitor has. A lot of them are outdoor, and that's something that is unique. 2 internationally renowned links golf courses, and as many, again, in parkland courses that are up with the best across the world. And of course, for the last 30 years, surfing has been a pastime that has been very much enjoyed by young and old visiting the county of Clare.
Islewick Haven Birds of Prey Centre has 45 years of experience in welcoming people year-round to our attraction here in the heart of the Burn. Together with a variety of tourism stakeholders and as a proud member of the Lonely Planet award-winning Burn Ecotourism Network, we happily play our part in caring for, educating and entertaining our visitors. When the time is right, we are prepared and ready to showcase our under and overground marvels here at Islewick and throughout the Burn and Cliffs of Moher UNESCO Global Geopark. We cannot wait to welcome.
Clare is synonymous with welcoming visitors and tourists to our breathtaking landscape, our amazing coastline, our culture, our tradition, our music and so much more. And so our tourism strategy for County Clare seeks to develop and grow that product for the years ahead and indeed add new product to our tourism portfolio as we go forward.
In recognition of the need for enhanced tourism products, we are working on the renovations of Loophead Lighthouse, Vandeleur Wall Gardens, Holy Island in Caltra. In addition to that, we're working with Fáilte Ireland on 3 visitor experience destination plans across the county. To implement the strategy, we will ensure a unified approach to sustainable tourism development across the county, as well as working with communities to ensure communities benefit.
Working together will enable the future development of the destination, increasing visitor numbers, dwell time and visitor spend, and ensuring that Clare is well established on the bucket list of Irish destinations with a sustainable model that benefits all.
So important to see all these areas and all these organisations working together with the main goal of promoting tourism.
We can be really proud and confident of promoting County Clare to the widest possible international visitor gallery.
I'm very confident in relation to the team in Clare County Council.
For us, the key message we heard across the county was that tourism had to be about communities and their well-being. It had to be about sustainability in the truest meaning of the word. We believe that this strategy sets the stage for Clare to be at the forefront of sustainability and innovation in rural tourism within Ireland and indeed beyond.
I'm delighted to officially launch the Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a vibrant new future in tourism. Cogordagus agus Gorb Mahagiv.
A wonderful county to visit, a great place to be. Come and visit with the people of Clare.
I must acknowledge the partnership we have had with Fáilte Ireland, particularly their Chief Executive Paul Kelly, and to thank Fáilte Ireland as well as all the other agencies who have partnered with us in developing this very important roadmap for the future. The completion of Clare's tourism strategy would not have been possible without the help of a range of stakeholders. In particular, I'd like to thank the elected members of Clare County Council for their vision and foresight and the support they showed throughout the plan. Secondly, I'd like to thank my colleagues in Clare County Council, particularly my head of tourism, Deirdre O'Shea, and her team, who showed tremendous commitment and dedication throughout. As we come to the end of this video production, and in order to celebrate a bright and exciting future for tourism in County Clare, let's finish on a high with the strains of Clare, My Heart, My Home by our world-renowned Kilfin O'Reilly Band.
To a place that means the world to me, on the wild Atlantic way, a land where blessed feet once tread, where kings and princes roamed, a place of beauty and renown. Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. Liscannor Bay and Maher's cliffs, great white Atlantic foam, and Burren's beauty uncompared, majestic land of stone. The rolling hills of Tulla, Inchikrone and Cragganore, all jewels in the crown that is Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. Across these lands are ancient ruins, once built by holy hands. From Scattery to Kirkhamroe, from Killaloo to Quinn, Kilfenora of the Crosses, 7 carved from Barrenstone, stand tall as sentinels of faith, in Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. And now it's time to bid farewell. This night must come to end, but I wish you peace and God's blessings until we meet again. If ever you return again, of this you can be sure, you'll be welcome here with open arms, in Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home.
Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now, we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism.
When you feel like laying low and the mountain seems no closer than before, and you wonder why, you know in your mind it does no good to hide, and the only way is living to survive. Makes you feel alive. See all the doors swing open, your life's unfolding before your very eyes. Such a strange affair. Walking around, come into the sound, forget you're down, feel the air. Beautiful affair.
A time when you look around, you see the ocean rise before your eyes, showing no surprise. You make your way down to that shore, you climb aboard, you give yourself a smile, it makes you feel alive. See all the doors swing open, your life's unfolding before your very eyes.
such a strange affair. Walking around, coming to the sound, forget you down, feel the air, beautiful affair. See all the doors swing open, your lives unfold before your very eyes. Such a strange affair. Walking around, coming to the sound, forget you down, feel the air, beautiful affair. La 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 la.
Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now, we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism. Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism.
Through howling winds and raging seas, the lighthouse stood there, guiding me. While some ships foundered in the shoals, and there did die so many souls. The light did lead me through the night and kept me back from others' plight. Sometimes I saw no danger there, but still its light cried out, "Beware." Yet now at last, the morn is here. And now the storm clouds finally clear, while I sail through waters blue. I see the rocks I passed on through. The way through peril was so small, but yet I made it through the squall. The lighthouse showed to me the way, that I could face the light of day. For while my dangers are not o'er, until I finally reach the shore, now on through perils I may steer, because the lighthouse brought me here. All through the night, in raging seas, my father stood there, guiding me.
And a very good morning to you. You are welcome back to Tracy's West County Hotel here in Ennis, where all this weekend, with thanks to Clare County Council, we are bringing you this live feed of all the election counts here in the Clare Local Authority elections. So it's day 2. We had quite a late night last night. Thank you so much if you were with us throughout the day yesterday. Over 10,000 of you across the county and beyond decided to choose to follow our election coverage. So we're absolutely thrilled with that. Thank you so much. Once again, we will be here with you all throughout the day today to keep you up to date with all the latest counts, where the remaining 2 local electoral areas, the counts are underway here. Firstly, with my colleague Peter O'Connor, we're going to bring you up to date with all the thrills and spills from last night. So it was a 2 o'clock finish, I think it was, Peter, wasn't it really?
Yeah, it was around 2 o'clock, Sally, and it was, I have to say, a fairly long day, but I suppose these days bring a lot of adrenaline. You kind of eventually forget about the clock.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've had 16 county councillors elected out of 28. So my maths were never brilliant, now I have to admit, but I think that means there's 12 left to elect.
Yeah. 28 seats overall across 5 local electoral areas. So, as we said, 3 of the counts got wrapped up last night because the returning officer, who's also CEO of Clare County Council, Pat Dowling, really is putting a push on to get this count done here so that people will be able to enjoy the Munster Hurling final later today. So let's have a quick look. Peter, firstly, Killaloo there, we had 5 elected last night. They were in the following order: Joe Cooney for Fine Gael, Pat Hayes of Fianna Fáil, Alan O'Callaghan, Fianna Fáil, Pat Burke was returned for Fine Gael, and Tony O'Brien of Fianna Fáil. So pretty much as predicted.
Yeah, and I suppose what's most interesting about that is that the same 5 councillors will now have served between 2014 and 2029 without any change.
So 3 elections in a row, 15 years in total with the same councillors in place, which they actually said was a testament to the work that they're doing and the way they're working together.
Well, yeah, that's what it is. Of course, they would say that.
Absolutely.
But in fairness, you know, their record suggests that is the case because they keep getting returned. 1 or 2 of the councillors made a very good point. I think it was Pat Hayes last night. He said, we do get on very well, but he did point to the geographical nature of where they're all located. And he said that helps. Like he was saying, well, if there was another somebody else taking votes from him out of Fecal, for example, maybe they mightn't get on quite as well as they do, but they're well spread out. And yeah, so the 5 of them are back. Joe Cooney topping the poll again. A couple of very emotional interviews I thought last night. Carried here, Pat Hayes, I thought was, you know, went deep in what he had to say, and Tony O'Brien as well. He was paying tribute to a late colleague of his, well known around Kilrush as the Goose, who unfortunately passed away aged 35. So that was quite emotional. And I suppose that's something Sally, that we forget, that most councillors are human, aren't they?
Yeah, they're people at the end of the day. And I mean, we'll move from an area where there was no change in the lineup to one where there was a very significant change. Ennis-Diamond, we saw the election of Bill Slattery, Fine Gael, coming in there to top the poll this year, followed by Joe Garrahy of Fine Gael, Shane Talty of Fianna Fáil, and Joe Killeen of Fianna Fáil. And I suppose a real pendulum swing there, Peter, in terms of Ennis-Diamond. Bill Slattery lost his seat very emotionally, very distraught about it 5 years ago here in 2019. Anybody who was in the count centre will tell you it was very emotionally charged. To see him coming from losing his seat to topping the poll in Ennis-Diamond, he was absolutely over the moon.
He was, and yeah, it's an incredible contrast between 5 years ago and last night. And look, it takes, we've said it a good few times over the course of the weekend, it takes a lot of bottle to put your name out there. And you know, most of the focus at elections is on winners, isn't it? I mean, that's just the natural way of things. But look, there are people who narrowly lose out as well. Bill Slattery narrowly lost out the last time. You know, it definitely had a fairly profound impact on him. He's come back. He's back in. You know, he said last night, you know, he's prepared to give it five good years. And yeah, I suppose from a media point of view, it's an interesting story, isn't it?
Yeah, and if you can at all, I'd encourage you to look back at that interview from yesterday, because it was very funny. He coined a phrase, the TikTok councillor. He's not a TikTok councillor by far.
Definitely not. Definitely
Okay,
not.
finally, we also had 7 seats that were elected last night in the Ennis local electoral area, and they were as follows. Pat Daly of Fine Gael topped the poll there, followed by Mary Howard and then Paul Murphy. Then we had a first-time candidate coming into the fold there for Fianna Fáil, Antoinette Baker-Bashwa. She took a seat, and she was followed by, let me see, Tommy Guilfoyle from Sinn Féin, and then Clare Colleran Malloy of Fianna Fáil returned. And we had Tom O'Callaghan of Fianna Fáil returned, and he's actually just joining us now. Well, that was great timing on your part once again, Councillor O'Callaghan. A very good morning to you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I suppose, how are we feeling? We've had a good night's sleep now after all the trepidation of yesterday.
Well, I suppose really, as people know, I got co-opted onto the seat of Mark Nestor, and for me at that time it was great to get the support, and I got a great vote. But then, like everything else, you have to get your feet on the ground, and that was my concern, because 2 years is not a long time. So you have to try and sell to the people that you really are there to do a job. And, you know, that's really what I got yesterday. When I saw over 1,000 first preference votes, I really was overwhelmed. And I knew then at that stage I was in a very good position to take a seat. And that's really what it's all about.
Absolutely. And we saw across the board yesterday, even going on tallies on the local electoral areas that we'll be counting today. I mean, Fianna Fáil got their calculations right across the county.
Yeah, there was a good call made, and especially in the Ennis area when they decided to run 4 candidates. And I think
Were you worried about that, Tom?
No, I can honestly say that. And Anthony is a wonderful person, very much part of the community. And I actually felt that there was potential to gain seats, or to gain number of votes, I suppose, really. But I think what the message came across, and we've seen even within the Ennis in the last number of months, that there has been a lot of debates on different issues, different topics. And I think they saw the belly and the fire of each of the councillors. And just because we have a difference of opinion, that doesn't say that we're right or wrong. What it's saying is that we're willing to challenge. And that's what people want. They want leadership.
And you've certainly had, I suppose, quite a debate on Ennis 2040, Tom. So, like, is that going to settle down at this stage?
Well, what it has done is it has brought the discussion to the public attention, and I think that was the number one priority. And then what we're saying is, and all of us are, we want development, no question on that. But how do we make it work going forward? And I think that's really the point we're making. And it's like everything, once you have an agreement, and I think we can achieve that now, we have now 5 years. Look, politics is a tough business. And I recall when I decided to put my name forward, and it was actually one of the papers had my name mentioned, and I came home that night and said, oh, I'm too busy for that. And the following morning, typical, you wake up and say, right, let's do it. But I think when you have your parents, which is my mum and dad, who I'm very proud of, and they were the first protocol, and I said, ma'am, would you give me a vote? I said to my dad, and that's not a word of a lie. Because really, at the end of it all, you're putting your name out there, and you're saying, are you popular? Do people believe in you? And, you know, people come up to me and said, God, I don't know how you all do it. But really, at the end of it all, even in the Ennis municipal, if we look at the overall votes, there was very little between all the candidates. So that tells us now there's a mandate there to work together, and that's what I'd love to see happen going forward.
The 2 years in which you were co-opted, Tom, what did you learn about the role? What did you think about, what did you envisage prior to that, and what was the reality?
I would have, people that would know me is that I would embrace any role, and I give it 100%. To be elected, and I really mean this, you know, there's a lot of work out there to get those first preference votes, and you only get those votes if people believe in you. And we all know that when you go to a ballot box, that's when you really put your mindset, do I really believe in the person I'm giving that number one? And truthfully, when I went in first myself, and it is a frightening experience when you actually look at your own name on a ballot for the first time, and then I noticed mine was the very bottom because Tom O'Callaghan, and the first thing comes into your mind, said, oh my God, they really have to go looking for you. So over 1,000 people looked for me, and I will never forget that. And I believe that it's going to be a thrilling experience for what I hope I can bring now to the chamber. And we've now 5 years to do that.
And just finally and briefly, Tom, if you don't mind, 2 electoral areas now being counted today. Kilrush, which has been described as a bloodbath in some media circles, and Shannon, we're expecting to see some major changes as well. What's the word in the Fianna Fáil camp this morning?
Well, there's apprehension, and yes, we're always worried about our own candidates at all times, you know. It looks like we're gaining inside in Shannon, which is a great achievement. I just think that really it's just getting to the level where it's not an expected anymore. You have to really work at this. The whole system within the electioneering has changed significantly. The old days just knocking on the doors is now relevant, but you also have to have very much a social media presence, and also then getting the voice out there and that message. And that's the hardest part about this, because you have to remember each candidate puts a name forward, they're very articulate, they have good points to make, but how do you get that extra push? And that's really what it's about. But no, look, so far it's looking like potentially Fianna Fáil getting 15 seats in the county. That's a massive achievement. There is a bit of worry there for a couple of candidates at the moment. I think one actually particularly independent, Michael Begley, it's a tough time for him as well. Like, these people give everything, and that's one thing I have noticed in the time in the council chamber. You know, you walk in that door, you put your hand in that door, you really are there for the people, and I've watched and I've witnessed that. So it's a tough time to watch now. Certain people are bothered, you know.
All right, co-opted to the council 2 years ago, for Mark Nestor and now elected in his own right, Councillor Tom O'Callaghan and Fianna Fáil. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast this morning. We are, of course, here with thanks to Clare County Council and here until the last vote is counted and the last councillor elected. Let's cross over now to our colleague Clare Gallagher. Clare, who are you speaking to this morning?
Hello, thank you, Sally Ann. And I am joined back in Studio 2 again with Dan Danaher of the Clare Champion and Pádraig McMahon of the Clare Echo, where we will take a quick look back on the tallies from yesterday for the Shannon and Kilrush electoral area. Before we go any further, I am reminded by my colleagues here at the desk that I need to apologise for my attire today. The green suit was all that was available, but we will find a scarf with the banner colours on it before the day is over, and hopefully that's the colour we'll be wearing for the rest of the day.
This might help.
Oh, Pádraig, you see? First of all, he brings me a coffee. Now he's brought me the colours of the day. I have been saved. Thank you. Thank you, Pádraig. Somebody was planning ahead. So I think we've that out of the way now. Am I forgiven, gentlemen? Actually, Pádraig, you know, it's one thing to be on the suit, but the man beside you is actually a Limerick man.
True.
So,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm not making any apology for the colours today. I did hand the bunting to you, but I'd say it could be an elbow one towards Dan.
Enough. We can spread it around. Well, whatever about winning on the hurling pitch later on, we first have to look at what the potential wins here today. And Shannon, listen to Tom O'Callaghan there earlier, Fianna Fáil councillor who was just elected last night to the Ennis electoral area. He was talking about the success of Fianna Fáil in this election. They're potentially looking at 15 seats. Nowhere is that more so evident than in the Shannon electoral area, Pádraig.
Yeah, and that's, you know, I wasn't overly surprised that even though most people were, that Fianna Fáil elected 4 in Ennis. But I am surprised that they're going to return 3 in the Shannon Municipal District. 2 of that first-time candidates, David Griffin and Rachel Hartigan, and Councillor Pat O'Gorman, who had lost his seat, was co-opted in 2020 following Cathal Crow's election. So it was maybe not a steady ticket, you could say, in Shannon Municipal District, but they've polled fantastically well. I think, as we mentioned, Mark Dunfergus came out in 4th for David Griffin, and I think a lot of it to maybe gauged initially is the public and the electorate have saw fresh blood in Rachel Hartigan and in David Griffin, and they really endorsed it, which is positive, because we often speak at elections and trying to encourage young people into politics, and they've come out very well here. Pat O'Gorman, it's maybe a bit of a surprise as well that he's polled higher than Councillor PJ Ryan. So, but a really, really positive result for Fianna Fáil in the Shannon Municipal District.
And probably we should say at this stage, the tally we have coming from Shannon is we believe is accurate, with one government health warning. We're missing now. Sorry, I have to be careful here. We're not missing one box, but one box is missing from the tally. So that's the one St. Tullus in Shannon, just one of those boxes. But we're thereabouts. Dan, we always knew there was going to be change in the Shannon electoral area with the retirement of Pat McMahon and Jerry Flynn. And of course, there's a change from the last time with 2 seconded onto this particular area. But looking at that, there's going to be a lot more change than we expected.
Yeah, that's fair to say. To be fair, I suppose Fianna Fáil had their candidates well positioned, like they had Rachel Hartigan down in South East Clare. Now, to be fair to her, she's in a very competitive area, because you have Ballyganal and also Michael Begley. So as a first-time candidate to get the votes she got, she certainly was helped by Cathal Crow. I understand that she does some work in his constituency office, and he also came out publicly and endorsed him, or endorsed her. So that obviously was a big benefit to her. Pat O'Gorman, as Pádraig said, lost out previously. My understanding is he put in a very big campaign, and also focused a lot of his campaigning and work on the council down in the Westbury Partine area, so that he wanted to kind of spread his vote, because obviously you have to get votes in. You have obviously your own area is your bailiwick, but you have to get votes outside that. And again, he's very conscious of the fact that he has John Crow, and he also has PJ Ryan very, very close to him. So it certainly is impressive from his perspective to get the vote that he seems to have got there from the tallies. So yeah, Fianna Fáil, in fairness, have performed very well. Nobody predicted, that I am aware of, that the four in Ennis. Tony Killeen said last week if they got 3, that would be a very good day. I think they were lucky in that a lot of their candidates came in very close to each other.
Yes.
And we have to say that the other, what we'll call the non-Fine Gael, I suppose they were greatly helped by the fact that Fine Gael didn't run a candidate in Ennis. That obviously was a big factor. And the other candidates didn't maybe poll as well as we expected. and that's
There
no.
was a strong first preference there, because without that you're gone early doors, and so as well as, especially when you have that many from the same party within a constituency, they have to poll strong to stay in the race, otherwise
They do, but they do have to
sometimes
poll close to each other, because there isn't much more benefit of someone getting 400, because it doesn't always transfer back. So the key thing is to stay ahead of your opponents. And I suppose from Bridget Guinea's point of view, and also from Hilary Tong, the gap was too big for them.
yeah, it was a mountain that was just that little bit too
It
much
was.
to climb.
It was too big.
Early enough in
It was
the
too
day,
big,
we could
and
see that.
as well, they weren't getting huge transfers even from the candidates that were being eliminated below them. So you're struggling then.
Porg, just to return to Shannon for a moment, because we'll be waiting on that first count in the next while. The independents, Jerry Flynn retired, so and Shannon would always have been quite strong on the independents area. Michael Begley, PJ Ryan, the incumbents are going to have a battle royal on their hands, and the newcomers aren't really making a shake for it.
Yeah, just on one of the things Dan said, if he asked Pat Green and Jerry Reedy, they'll verify I did say 4 would get in for Fianna Fáil, and then it's just to fact check on that one. But
I think before we leave here this evening, we have to go back and get all of your predictions and hold you accountable.
Fair enough.
But
What
on,
is it?
on the question, Keith McNamara, 514, not bad for a young
First time, yeah.
37-year-old independent candidate. I think Jerry Flynn's vote as well. Jerry always did reasonably okay in Newmarket, picked up votes, but David Griffin hoovered them as well, by the looks of it. But I agree 100%, like independents had been polling very well, and it is replicated in West Clare, but not in Shannon Municipal District, that independents are going to maybe increase a seat. But we're also, if I'm to make a bold prediction, early,
for it.
we have a power sharing agreement in Clare County Council. I think a Fianna Fáil majority is likely to come back, and that power sharing agreement could be ripped up to shreds.
Oh, we've heard it here first, Dan.
Yeah,
Is your colleague being a
that's-
little bit controversial?
No, he's not. I think he's just calling it as it is.
Yeah.
There were, you could say, decades when Fianna Fáil had it their own way.
When we arrived here first.
Yeah, absolutely. And that did certainly wasn't good for democracy, and it's not good for any party to be in a majority. There's a tendency just to retreat and go back to old ways and just do what they want to do, and that's not always in the best interest of the county, and that's whether it's Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael. But certainly if they get that kind of figure, there is a big danger, and we have seen with the power sharing that it has given the opportunity to Fine Gael and non-party members to be the first citizen of the county, and I think that has been to the benefit of the county. I don't think it should be to preserve of any one particular political party. Having said that, we have to respect democracy, and there's 28 councillors there. If they get 15,
it's a strong majority at
But I
that.
wonder Claire does it, and even Dan, my answer does it. It was just a conversation having with other people. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael appear to have done well. Pat Breen said earlier this morning that he thinks they've performed well at the expense of Sinn Féin nationally. Is it going to embolden the TikTok Taoiseach Simon Harris to have an earlier general election than the autumn, October? We are going to probably have it in autumn, but will they, based on this result, go a bit earlier than expected?
Are we back with Dan, maybe with the old adage that the local election rarely reflects national politics?
Well, they're going to be influenced by it. There's no question about that. But you certainly can't extrapolate. You can't make too many conclusions, jump to too many conclusions from a local election. But they certainly they have seen nationally that Sinn Féin are on the slide. It's a major worry for them. They didn't perform well in a few electoral areas here. We'll say in the last general election they were accused of running too many candidates. Now I suppose they faced the different accusation did they run too many. So yeah, look.
But we say that, Dan, but for the first time they returned last night. One of the last two through the mark was Tommy Guilfoyle for Ennis, the Ennis local electoral area. Tommy secured a seat here. How's Donna looking in Shannon?
Well, the polls, I think she's 1,029, so I would say she's in 5th position. at the minute. I think we touched on this
Yeah, yesterday
or
that it was
7
it'll be
weeks ago.
transfer.
It
Yeah,
feels so long ago at this stage.
transfers.
But she didn't poll as well as she needed to for a general election. And if we are, I know we're kind of gone on a bit of tangent, but like the performance of David Griffin and Rachel Hartigan, given their age profile, you may say future general election candidates like Shane Talty 2019 got
Bit close to
1,900, but I don't think Shane had.
FTD.
Potentially, but Shane Talty, I don't think wanted to go for Dáil Éireann, given he had such a good run, whereas Mark Nestor obviously went down a different path. But it's just obviously you're right on geography. But David Griffin is someone potentially that we might see go into the Dáil. Rachel is very close to Cahill.
Is Donna, I would say, looking at Donna's vote there, it's fifth at the moment. She's going to need transfers, but seeing that you're in the prediction of calling things today, Park, I'm really going to put you on the spot. Will there be a second Sinn Féin seat in Clare County?
I think Donna will definitely
Definitely
be
will.
like we've James Ryan's.
That's doubling the seats.
James Ryan's
Well,
transfer
we're
too.
just going to transfer for one moment to Pat Dowling, the returning officer.
Rule on the doubtful papers for the Kilrush local electoral area. So can I invite the candidates or their agents to come forward to this corner of the count centre, and we will process those doubtful papers. Thank you very much.
And you just heard there Pat Dowling, the returning officer for and CE of Clare County Council. We're at the stage here now where they're just looking at what they call the disputed votes.
Need to be followed.
And we're back to Pat.
Consideration of the doubtful papers for the Shannon Municipal District.
And as you heard there, so they'll be looking at the doubtful votes for the Kilrush and for the Shannon electoral area, and then after that we expect to be heading into the first count in the Shannon Kilrush electoral area. I'll come back to my colleagues in a little while to discuss the tally for that Kilrush electoral area. But first of all, they had predictions of an overall majority for Fianna Fáil in this and a change to government. What are your panellists saying there, Peter?
Thanks very much indeed, Claire, and I'm joined by two outgoing councillors who are fighting to retain their seats in the Shannon electoral area. Michael Begley, independent councillor. Michael, what's your take at this stage?
Well, I suppose for starters, the tally hasn't been quite as good as we would have maybe been used to over the last number of years. So to get a real clear picture, we need to see the first actual count. Having said that, the tally does throw up a sort of order that doesn't include me in the first seven, I think. Okay, we'll be there in the Shemazel for the last seat, but it's not looking good, let's say, from my own personal point of view. Having said that, it looks like gains for Fianna Fáil. They went out with 2 seats. It looks like there's 3 seats there for them. Fine Gael would appear to be getting 2 seats from 1. And Sinn Féin, I would imagine that Donna will retain her seat. Probably didn't poll as well as people might have thought, but I think she's okay. And there'll be the one independent there, and that looks like it would be Peter Ryan.
How are you feeling at the moment, Michael? I mean, it's I've said it to one or two other candidates as well. It's a very public place to be, and to be concerned, I suppose.
It is, but I suppose we're around long enough to show that, or to say that, you know, the world doesn't turn upside down between the tally and the main counts. Like the tallies, and as I said already, it's poorer than we would have expected, but at the same time, from our own calculations of the bits that are missing out of it, we think that it doesn't change the positions. I'd be probably in 8th position, and there'll be 8th and 9th between Val Galan and myself, and the two of them will eventually end up coming together. Whether the combination would be good enough to get that 7th seat, or whether both of us will go out at the end of the day and there'll be no seat in our area. So that's the way I see it.
John Crowe, things looking a bit more solid for yourself.
They are indeed. I'm very, very pleased with my first preference vote, as the tallies are saying it at the moment. So, very, very pleased.
What do you attribute that to, John?
Well, I suppose I'm around a long, long time, and I have worked very, very hard for the people in our area. And I suppose since I finished up in the business, I have given it an awful lot more time because I'm full time at it now. I'm a full time counsellor, and I'm working with communities and people in general. And I'd say that has really helped me.
Things are looking good for yourself. For Fine Gael, more generally around the county, there are pockets of the county where things didn't go well.
They didn't, but we've a bit to go yet. We'll definitely have 8 seats, and hopefully we'll have 9. I suppose it isn't too bad, really.
We've been looking at different electoral areas, the likes of Kilrush, for example, and particular patches of the county where that just don't have a Fine Gael candidate, and I suppose Ennis as well, with Johnny Flynn stepping out, that caused an issue probably as well.
It was misfortunate that Johnny decided to stand down. He was an outstanding councillor. He was always a great party man as well. So it was a big shock for the party, and Johnny is going to be very, very big last tennis and the party as well. So I was very sorry to hear that Johnny was standing down.
Michael, sitting here kind of uncertain as to what's going to happen, what does it feel like? Do you kind of, when a councillor is in trouble, do they kind of reflect on why they're in trouble? Is there anything different that you could have done?
I think it's probably a bit early days now to go into to that sort of detail. We might have it in our mind, but I don't think I'd throw it out this day. But I'd like to congratulate John, first of all, for his performance, for himself. And I think the other thing that is clearly shown up is that all these opinion polls nationwide saying that the independent thing is there. The independent thing is less there than it has been even for the past 5 years.
And why is that like?
Well, you see, I think maybe it's to do with the traditional makeup of politics in this country, the party system. Whether we like one party or another, or indeed a combination of parties, whether we like it or not, they have been the bedrock of the state. They formed the state and they've ran the state. And while nothing is ever right for somebody and nothing will ever be 100%, at the same time, there's general stability there when you have that. And I think that people are beginning to see that maybe that they need to get back to that system in order to avoid these fringe elements that would at least give the impression through the media and otherwise that the party system and the governing system that we're used to is broken. I don't think it is.
On a totally different note, I can't let the two of you go without a word on later on today. I mean, it's been a big weekend for you, but what do you think is going to happen?
Well, it's a huge weekend, obviously, for the players, and a third time it would be tough to lose it a third time. You would imagine that Limerick's luck, if it is luck, but they are a great team, has to run out at some stage. While I wouldn't like to say that this would be a deciding factor in it, but I think Limerick doesn't need to win this Munster final and still win the All-Ireland. So whether that will have any sort of background or something in the back of the minds of the Limerick players, I don't know.
That's exactly it, John, that even though Limerick are going for 6 in a row, there's more pressure on Clare. To an extent.
There is one sense, but I think that there's fire in this Clare team. There's no doubt about it. I know in the last 10 minutes in a lot of the games that we kind of eased up a bit, but there's some bit of fire. I've seen it a long, long time until lately that I've seen it. I think this Clare team, we'll see a lot of them. They're outstanding.
They reflect their manager, don't they? They reflect their manager. They reflect Brian Lohan.
The fire is there.
And just very finally, Any chance you're going to be able to go, or I suppose, obviously
None.
None.
So you're definitely not going.
John might
Crowe
be
might
able
be. Okay.
We'll be there in spirit.
Yeah, we all will. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right.
Les, thanks very much indeed. Thanks
Thank you.
indeed to Michael Begley and John Crowe, both outgoing councillors. Very interesting from them. So we're going to go now for a break, and we'll be back very soon with plenty more from Tracy's West County Hotel here in Ennis.
you're very welcome back to Election Live in association with Clare County Council here in Tracy's West County Hotel. The count for the Kilrush and Shannon electoral area is underway. And joining me now to have a look at the Kilrush tally from yesterday, which is giving us a quick overview on how things are going there, are once again Dan Danaher and from the Clare Champion and Porrick McMahon from the Clare Echo. Now, Kilrush, gentlemen, was an area where we have 5 seats going a begging. 13 candidates. It's going to be a bit of a count here today. And of that, we've had the retiree. Oh, we're going to go to Pat Dowling once again.
Representatives or candidates for the Shannon Municipal District, as we are about to rule on the doubtful paper. So if you can make your way to the far corner of the count centre, please, as quickly as possible.
As you heard there, that was Pat Towling, the returning officer, just calling the candidates from the Shannon local electoral area as they decide now on what they call the disputed votes. To you and I, the spoilt votes, and then counting proper will get underway there in the Shannon electoral area. Alongside that, of course, this morning is the Kilrush electoral area, and we're just going back to that there where 5 councillors need to be elected. PJ Kelly, Fianna Fáil, of course, was the big news coming up to that election when he, after 50 years in the council, retired. Bill Chambers also stepped down recently and was where Rita McNally was seconded. There's always a doubt what would happen Fianna Fáil in this. Warwick, what are the tallies telling us?
Well, just that you mentioned PJ, I think we will miss the master of the soundbite. So there is big shoes to fill. I think Bill Slattery and No Filter could maybe help things for the next council. But Fianna Fáil is conceivable that they could elect 3 at the minute. Rita McInerney is heading it as per the tally. Now, we do give, according to some of our seasoned campaigners, they feel that this tally may be slightly out of kilter. So that comes with a warning. Rita is in a strong position. It is expected that Michael Shannon is going to transfer very well and is going to be in strong contention for a seat. So Fianna Fáil, I would say it is possibly safe to say they will elect 2 in the Kilrush local electoral area, and it may be a surprise if they get a third one in, but it is an area, they had 3 outgoing. It is probably an area where they may lose a seat.
We spoke earlier, Dan, about how the independents were faring or not in this local electoral area, or in County Council in general, and particularly in the Shannon area. West Clare could turn that on its head a little bit. The Kilrush. Dinny Gold is polling well.
Yeah, at the minute, according to the tally, he's on 1,200. You also have Ian Lynch there on 1,191. Certainly, Deanie Gould, would seem to be in contention for a seat, and I would suspect he probably will transfer well in that he is, very well known in West Clare. He's a new face. Of course, he has, we call it Fine Gael DNA. Was a member of Fine Gael.
In fact, both of those independents you're speaking of have Fine Gael,
absolutely,
as you said, DNA or bloodline in them.
Absolutely. So that is an advantage in my view when it comes to transfers. Transfers are going to be absolutely key in this area. There's no question about it. I suppose one of the key areas there is, well, there's a number of key areas, but I suppose first of all, if you kind of break it down to 3, like you have we call it Lissy Casey, Ballier, and then there's actually a whole stretch there, like Kildysert, Labashida, which did elect a councillor before, Oliver Gary. Obviously, there's nobody from that area, but you would suspect that Alan Troy would, that he would be fancied to kind of do well there. You have John Hill on 278. And you would expect if geography plays a factor that he will get the lion's share of that, but isn't home and hosed by any means yet. Then if you go to kind of the Mulla Quilty area, you have Teresa Doohan on 774, Michael Shannon on 1027, and Joe Wolfe on 479. It looks at this stage is Joe, who came close last time, is not in contention based on these figures. So the big question is where Joe Wolfe's transfers will go. Who's going to benefit from those? Obviously, Michael is a bit ahead, and that's where you want to be when it comes to something like this. Then if we call it the peninsula, Rita is holding on top and has a considerable advantage. Or Killeen is on 987. And I suppose one of the questions coming into this, even though they were the two outgoing councillors, would Kilkee, Loophead Peninsula elect two councillors that are kind of so close to each other? So that's still a question there. Rita, as I said, at this point in time, certainly seems to be in pole position. But again, Kevin Hassett there is also in Kilkee. It looks that he's not going to survive.
Yeah.
So I suppose whether Killeen or Rita will
Those
benefit more from there. Again, there are more questions, but I suppose going back to the independent, it would seem at this stage that Dinny Gould would be in strong contention for a seat.
Porrick, Dan mentioned there about the Fine Gael pedigree within the two independents that are polling well. Could that be at the cost of the sitting Fine Gael seat of Gabriel Keating?
It's going to be very tight for Gabriel Keating. He's going to be in the race for the fifth seat, and obviously Alan Fry is living in Lissycasey. He's from Carrigaholt. He's taken a nice chunk off Gabriel's first preference vote, and if Alan stays ahead, Gabriel could help to get Alan back in the mix as well, depending on who's eliminated. Another factor that to form into that equation is Dinny Gould's transfers. Dinny is also, as we know, a bookie, so he's heavily well known in the greyhound community, which Alan Try is also heavily well known in. So there's going to be a greyhound transfer as well that you'll see in this Kilrush local.
I've heard of a lot of transfers in the 20-something years I have been doing elections, but a greyhound transfer, Porrick, you've brought us a first.
Yeah, happy to do so. First out of the traps. So, but the geography of it is interesting as well, as Dan has gone through. Loophead Peninsula kind of squashed. Like Rita, we have said the tallies are slightly out of kilter. She is ahead on the quota. She could get in. She'll transfer well to Killeen as well. So it is transfers, and I would, for everyone listening and watching, I don't think this count will be done. They'll take a break for the hurling, but I think we'll be going for a while into the evening.
None of us want to hear that, Porrick. None of us want to hear that. We've got, we're thinking out, job done. But this is a game certainly of two halves. Rita McInerney's vote, because she was seconded onto the council, it's always a nerve-wracking position to be in because you haven't been tested. That has been probably a good testimony to what she has achieved so far in that little bit of time. Or
well, you have to remember as well that Rita was previously a Fianna Fáil general election candidate.
General election. But the poll wasn't as successful there, probably, as that would give you the confidence.
No, it wasn't. But it puts you like she's not new. If you want,
no,
if
exactly.
you want to put it that way.
It was do or die for Rita's political career.
Yeah, and you did say that because if you just had to.
From what I'm hearing since yesterday, she's done an incredible canvas. And Doonbeg is a very funny area, in that people would say it's quite divided. But Doonbeg came out. It's divided in a lot of senses, but in terms of politics, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, it came out really strong for Rita, and she's got a remarkable vote.
And it probably had, because you're looking, and again, you've been talking geography most of the day with us, but Dinny Gould is over the road in Clare and Cray, and then you're trying to pull out of Kilrush, where you have Ian Lynch and you have other strong candidates, and then you're battling. It's a battle royal.
And just on votes as well, we are saying the tallies are slightly wrong. So Ian Lynch in 2019 polled 1,026 votes, and then if we're to look at as per the tally, his vote is up over 100. He's on 1,191, whereas on the flip side, Cillian Murphy polled 1,010 in 2019. As per the tally, he's down to 987. Now there is, as we've seen before, Paul Bugler in analysis with the Clare Echo on our podcast a couple of weeks ago said the second election is the trickiest election. And that's maybe what we're seeing with Cillian Murphy, whereas Rita has been there before she ran in Ennis, has a strong profile. Like, she's, anytime something's happening in Doonbeg with Donald Trump, she's on with Brendan O'Connor, and has a strong media profile as well. She's been on the Regional Health Forum for the last 6 months. She's really, had one of the best attendances at meetings, whether it's an SPC or JPC. She's really grabbed the mantle in the last 6 months and has canvassed very, very hard, and it's the proof is in the pudding.
And just to clarify, in case anyone's just joined it, we're not saying Rita just started working in the last 6 months. That's when she was co-opted onto the council for Bill Bill Chambers. Talk to me then a little bit about, we'll say, the other Fine Gael candidate, Trace Doohan Dan. Gabriel and Trace, 7 and 8, kind of currently. Now, I know there's a government health warning a little bit on this tally, but, is there still hope for Trace there? And will
There
it be
is.
at the cost of her party colleague?
She is, I understand, has been involved in a number of community organisations there in her area. She is unfortunate, was the best way to put it. Like, she's up against a very strong candidate in Michael Shannon and Joe Wolf. The two of them are in her own area. I certainly wouldn't. I don't think you can write off anybody here. It's just
It's an open race.
It is.
Even Ginny wouldn't be taking bets from us at the moment, I think, on this.
Possibly not. But look, he does seem to be in a strong position, and I suppose it is all about, again, repeating, it's all about staying ahead of certain people in your area and getting their transfers. Can you bring over the line? As I said already, it'll be interesting to see from her area, will that elect a councillor? I know that Christy Curtin and Tony Glean were talking about it, and the consensus they had, even if someone comes out and top on that, there's no guarantee that they will. Okay, they would be in a strong position, but there's no guarantee that they will win a seat because of the dynamics in other areas. And they did also say that whoever comes out in there, they have to get votes in other areas. They just can't depend on that.
And I think they will. Like, Michael Shannon is around Connolly, that area. He has put a strong emphasis on, and Therese Doohan in Milltown Malbay, like, she used to run on Skillon, a business in Milltown Malbay. She's done huge amount even in different groups, so that's going to be very interesting to watch. And just a quick point before we go, 20 years ago, 2004 election, Killian Murphy finished bottom of the poll. He ran for the Green Party, but that was the last election Michael Shannon ran. He ran for Fianna Fáil, so he's been waiting 20 years to come back into politics.
And he's polling pretty well at the moment. We didn't get a chance to touch on the Green Party, but we just see that Susan Griffin, they're really down 12, 13 position at the moment, so probably not just doing enough there. Gentlemen, I will be back to you a little bit later for some more. Sally Ann, we've more questions than answers here from the Kilrush tally at the moment. Maybe you have some for us.
Claire, I actually do have one because I just came in at the end of the conversation there, but I did hear the phrase greyhound transfer. Can you remind us again exactly what that means from Porrick?
Porrick is just quickly exiting stage left in case he's asked in detail as to the greyhound transfer. But when he comes back in again, I will grill him and send. It was new to me.
Never heard that before.
Yeah, maybe Patricia or Pat or Michael there may have who have maybe just about 2 or 3 more years experience have heard of it.
The West Clare point of view and greyhounds, I suppose that whole Kilmehel, Cree, Kilrush area, there's a lot of greyhound owners there, and there's a big interest in greyhounds in that area. And Dinny Gould being a bookie and get involved there, I think that's what Porrick is talking about that. And Knockera Climber as well. So there is a greyhound interest in that area.
Well, I tell you, I'll come out of Clare this weekend educated now. There's been a few new phrases thrown into the fray there throughout today and yesterday. All right, so let's welcome on board for the first time today our political panel. As you can see, we have the former Minister of State for Fine Gael, Pat Breen, with us. We have Geraldine Lambert with us also as well, who's formerly of the Fianna Fáil camp in Shannon. And we also have Patricia McCarthy, who was an independent councillor for many years and former Mayor of Clare. And they'll be with us ongoing throughout the day as we continue our live coverage with thanks to, of course, Clare County Council, who are bringing you this live feed all weekend until the very last election is announced. So the focus, I suppose, today, folks, is those 2 local electoral areas. We did have a long day yesterday, and it's been described as a bloodbath over the weekend, but Kilrush, where there's 5 seats and 13 candidates. We heard our media panel talking a little bit about it there. Patricia, what's your take on what we might see unfold there today?
Anything is possible. In both areas, we've seen it. We've seen the tally figures, and you can count probably 2 or 3 seats in each of the areas, and after that, anything can happen. The transfers will be really critical and really important.
Now, apart from E. Lynch, though, in terms of the independent vote, can we ask and see, like, what happened lower down the table when it comes to the likes of Joe Wolf, who had such a strong showing with first preferences the last time he ran in 2019, I suppose, on the back of the agricultural vote. This time around, he decided to go in under the banner of Independent Ireland. I mean, your thoughts on that? Did that cost him votes?
Well, I have a strong view on independence becoming a party. Because independents by their nature have an independent streak and they have their viewpoints. And I don't know how you can suddenly become a party. You can have an alliance and you can have an agreement on certain number of items, but to become a party, I thought was not a great move, in my opinion. As I say, and I probably is with a view to coalescing and maybe having a grouping for potential teaming up with government parties, government formation, and but it's very hard for the public to see how independents can become a party. You know, if you vote for an independent, you're voting because they're independent.
Yeah.
But as I say, it has happened previously where a number of them have come together to help form a government. So that's nothing wrong with that at the time after an election is decided and they need to get a government together. There's nothing wrong with a number of independents getting together, putting together their agenda, their concerns going forward, and what they would like to see happen if they were part of government. So that could happen without being a party. So I don't know what's happening up and down the country, but I think for me that would have been my reaction. I wouldn't have done it.
But you know from your own experience how difficult it is to get a foothold in, to get elected as a sole independent, because obviously the other parties have that advantage with the groupings that they have in place. And also you mentioned yesterday about some of the funding issues at local county council level. Can you see why there was an appeal for people, maybe, that there is strength in numbers?
There's always strength in numbers, but going back to the funding issue, that's nothing to do with parties. That's to do with the council deciding that they're going to have a fund and that it's going to be available for councillors to designate who they want to get that fund, and it's going to be there for the 5 years. So as I said, that gives them an advantage over everybody, not even over independents, but even over their colleague running mates or running persons.
Okay.
So that's that one. But the independent, if you feel strong about something and an issue, and the independents are usually one or two issue candidates to start off with, and then they build on it. I am disappointed in Joe Wolf. That his vote seems to have gone down. I would have thought that having such a good performance the last time, that he would have worked on it if he was interested and kept his toe in the water and been active. I don't know, he probably was, but for some reason this time. But then again, you're looking at a lot of smaller parties that are suffering because there does seem to be a push on for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael where they have candidates.
Pat Breen, what would you take from that in terms of the likes of Joe Wolf there, who had such a strong showing the last time around with his first preferences? Did he lose the agricultural vote, or where has it gone?
Well, you see, the last time when Joe was a candidate, there was a huge problem with the price of beef. Beef farmers seem to be quite satisfied with the price of it at the moment. So I suppose his purpose for being there is not as relevant today in today's election as it was 4 or 5 years ago, or in the general election as well.
But he would have had recognition with that grouping at the same
He
time.
would
From all
indeed,
his work.
but you know yourself, if you're, votes will go all over the place. When there isn't a relevant topical subject out there, people will go back to their traditional parties. They'll go elsewhere. So I mean, and then of course to add to that, then that whole North Clare part of West Clare is congested with candidates as well. So it was difficult for him to get out with it. The two big parties. You have Trace Doohan and you have Michael Shannon up there as well. So, and then you have Dinny Gould going into that area as well. So yeah, I think that's where he got caught in. And being independent, you need to start spending money in a campaign. And as Patricia knows, you're at a big disadvantage, because when you're with a party, they can print glossy posters and you have to pay for them yourself. And you don't have the backup unless you have a team of person around you. And that's the difficulty I think that Joe had. And then he had Kevin Hassett at the other side, just down from him, on the same party as well. So there was always going to be fragmentation there.
Were you surprised at the number of candidates that Independent Ireland as an entity were able to run in this particular local election?
Yeah, but I suppose Michael Fitzmaurice and company, they started a movement a few months ago, and that seems to have dwindled a little bit in the last few months, and they weren't as attractive. I suppose the only high profile name they got was in the European elections with
Kieran Maloney.
After that, their candidates were quite low profile candidates, and they didn't get that many existing councillors or TDs to join them. So I think that
movement has dwindled. You can see yourself from the national picture out there that both the two bigger parties, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, have done really well throughout the country. So, you know, it's been a good day for those two big parties. And Sinn Féin, to a lesser extent, while they have increased their seats, but I think they're disappointed throughout the country with their vote.
Patricia, can I just say something? In the last 4 or 5 weeks, we have had announcement after announcement after announcement after announcement after announcement from the government to solve the issues that were worrying the people. Now, the interesting thing is they have said they're going to solve them. They have now got to deliver. And they only have a short time to deliver all that they promised. And I hope somebody was keeping track of everything that they promised they were going to do, because some of them would just not be possible to deliver. And I think that they were listening to what was being said on the doors, and then they were coming up with what they thought that the people wanted as solutions. And that dissipated some of the anti-government vote that was out there. And I hope that they haven't fooled people again.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't talk about fooling people, Patricia. I agree with you on a lot of things, but I'm going to disagree with you here. The government, you know, have a dedicated department of rural affairs, and you know, you have this money coming out every year to different projects, and Heather Humphreys is giving out that money.
Now watch, you're giving her a laughing fit here now.
He's giving out that money. It was always there, but they've marketed in a different way now.
Yeah.
And you know, every community is always getting something, and there's always money being announced every week. That's what governments do. I mean, and particularly, Patricia, as you know, they'll do that into election as well. But I think that this government have been committed to rural Ireland, and that's very evident from the votes around the country.
Geraldine, we better let you have your say on this. I mean, one thing we can take from the results that we've seen in these local elections so far right across the country is, I mean, the government, I suppose, bar the Green Party, they have won this election.
They certainly have. And I suppose you would nearly say against the odds, because if you were to believe everything that was being said, right up to a few weeks ago, you'd have thought both the main government parties would be decimated, and there'd be certain other parties that would be riding high, not to mention a huge amount of independents. But just going back to the independents, you generally find that most independents run on a particular issue. There is something bothering the people of an area or the people of a county or the people of a district at a particular time, particularly for local government. And that's where somebody like the last time Joe Wolf came in with the price of beef. And he mentioned it yesterday, and he had a wonderful interview yesterday. If we could, because we just got interrupted actually when we were going to talk about his interview yesterday. He was so down to earth and so pragmatic, and maybe he was too laid back about his role, but it seems to be the kind of person he is, that he will just go out and work away. But you can have a disadvantage in being very popular in one election, in that people think you're building on that and they vote for someone else, or there's someone else in the field that takes the number one there. It'd be interesting to see where he goes with 2s and 3s if it goes that far.
Absolutely. And where do you think that might be? I'm just conscious we may have a count. Actually, our returning officer is at the podium. We'll go to the podium now.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? Public statement after count 1 of the Kilrush local electoral area. Total poll 10992, 10,992. Invalid papers 9191, leaving a valid poll of 10901, 10,901. Number of seats to be filled 5. Quota 1817, 1,817. Dawn Bennett, Sinn Féin 490 490. Teresa Doohan, Fine Gael 796 796. Denny Gould, non-party 1310 1310. Susan Griffin, Green Party 332 332. Kevin Hassett, Independent 448 448. John Hill, IFP 287 287. Gabriel Keating, Fine Gael 1039 1039. Ian Lynch, non-party 1318 1318. Rita McInerney, Fianna Fáil 1340 1340. Killian Murphy, Fianna Fáil 1011 1011. Michael Shannon, Fianna Fáil 1051 1051. Alan Troy, Fianna Fáil 982 982. Joe Wolf, Independent 497 497. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. John Hill 287 287.
All right, so there you have it. We had the first count there, the first official count from Kilrush, that 5-seater there, where we have 13 candidates running for 5 seats. Patricia, your initial take on those official figures that we heard there?
It's tight. It's
Mm.
tight for everybody.
Yeah.
There's no clear winner, and it will all depend on. Thank God there are no surpluses. I'll get hung up on the surpluses before I'm finished. But at least the count will progress fairly rapidly. There isn't going to be a surplus unless somebody has done something unusual and is getting a swing.
So we're looking at a series of eliminations.
Eliminations, yeah.
You are, and Patricia's right.
Yeah.
It is tight. I mean, in the tallies, we had Rita McInerney tallied at 1553.
Yeah.
Her actual vote now is 1340, so she's back a bit. Gabriel Keating has gone up over the 1,000, and he was 9 something. So it is all to play for. I can name the first 3 seats for you, but after that, we have about 5 people for the last 2 seats.
Knock yourself out. Go on.
Go on, do it.
Well, I think Rita McInerney will be elected. I think Ian Lynch will be elected, and Denny Gould. After that, I can't tell you. Would you agree with me, Patricia?
Will they all be elected without even reaching the quota?
Yeah, well, that's. I mean,
You know.
look at, I mean, John Hill's exclusion is not going to make too much of a difference, I think, to the overall
No.
picture. Probably next out of that will be
Bennett.
Probably Bennett. She could.
No, Kevin Hassett there before.
Kevin Hassett,
yeah,
is
Kevin
it? Yeah.
Hassett of
Kevin
Independent.
Hassett. Yeah, Kevin Hassett will probably distribute his votes all over the place. I think, you know. I mean, obviously his colleague in
Joe Wolf.
Joe Wolf will get some of those. And the West, the way Killian Murphy, Gabriel Keating, a few people around there, they're all back in Kilkee. They'll get a few votes, but there won't be substantial. There'll be bits for everybody in it. It's only till you get down to, I suppose, three. Susan Griffin will be going as well, 332. I'd imagine that Gabriel Keating should get some of that vote because he's living more or less in that area as well, some of it anyway.
And Geraldine, I just noticed as well when we were marking that count, maybe it's an advantageous twist of fate, but the 4 Fianna Fáil candidates are right there in a block, which is how they would have appeared on the paper when people were voting as well in alphabetical order. Is there an advantage to that? You
don't
couldn't
know.
make that up. You couldn't engineer that.
You couldn't actually. And when I came in, I obviously I was looking at the Shannon boxes, but then I moseyed over to the Kilrush boxes and sort of became aware of that as I was looking down along. And certainly, I suppose it made it easy on a longish paper for people to find candidates. As you say, you couldn't engineer it. We had a 1 and a 2 on the Shannon paper as well, with or at least in alphabetical order, with David Griffin and Rachel Hartigan were one after the other. So I don't know whether that's going to make a difference or not. And what I was wondering when I saw the big drop from the Rita McInerney's
Tally to the actual count
versus the thing, that's a big drop. Like that's just.
You see, also, Geraldine, you look at the tally, or the quota, it's 1817.
It's high.
It's a very high quota.
quota.
And Rita, if she's to make the quota, she's 500 votes to pick up.
Yeah, exactly.
And who does she pick them up from,
And you'd certainly be looking at maybe 1, maybe 2 might get over the quota, but you could actually see a situation where almost all of them would just get elected without reaching. So I'd find it hard there with a couple of them.
Yeah, but there's 1,700.
But there's a huge amount.
Yeah, roughly 1,700 votes of the lower numbers to be distributed.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to be really interesting, and that will dictate.
Yeah, but a lot of that won't go to the 2 big parties.
Well, now, Pat, anything is possible after what we've seen.
That's so true. Yeah. But 1,700 votes to go between 9 or 10 candidates is not a big
amount.
Votes.
No.
It could take one of her Fianna Fáil colleagues to elect her over the quota.
It could definitely do that.
And Pat, quickly, just before we go back to our media panel, we're going to take a quick break. But before we go to that, your take on the Fine Gael performance there on the first count. Therese Doohan. What do we think of what she pulled there?
I think Therese polled really well when you look at the context of the other candidates. She's nearly 800 votes. She will have Gabriel Keating has 200 votes ahead of her. That's a hell of a lot to catch up on, I think, unless she gets really good transfers from some of the colleagues in the northern area. So, as Patricia said, you never know what's going to happen here with what we saw yesterday. But I think she performed really well for a first-time candidate. So there's just a bunch of candidates there on 1,000 votes plus, and then you have Dinny Gould and you have Rita McInerney and Ian Lynch with that few hundred extra.
Yeah.
But
and Michael Shannon in the mix.
Michael Shannon, Michael Shannon is definitely in the mix there. But they're all going to have. As Patricia said, that bunch of votes from going out from those lower in candidates, I don't think it's going to have a big effect overall on the picture. So it's only when one of the big heavy hitters move out, you'll see some changes. Will if somebody like if Try is out first, will it give Gabriel Keating a bounce? If Shannon goes out first, will it give Therese Doohan a bounce? So that's what you have to look at. At the moment, looking at that there, Michael Shannon seems to be in a stronger position, and so it's all to play for. But I still think Fine Gael will get a seat on the day.
Okay, all right. Well, it is all still to play for, and whatever happens, we'll bring it to you as soon as it does happen. We're very close to another count, I would imagine. But for the moment, we'll take a quick break from our live feed here, brought to you by Clare County Council and on behalf of the local authority here. When we come back, we'll hear more from our media panel to that count we just heard.
And you're very welcome back to Clare, to Election Live. It's been a long night, and now they've left us with some very difficult maths and very quick maths this morning. Joining me here are Dan Danaher once again and Pádraig McMahon from the Clare Echo, who have been looking at that first count from Kilrush and very quickly trying to tot up some numbers. Pádraig, I see you there like concentrating very intensely, and it's no wonder that is one tight count.
Yeah, my maths wouldn't be the greatest. That's why I'm trying to concentrate.
I'm trying to buy you. I'm hoping you're talking to buy me some time to do some maths here.
Gabriel Keating's first preference vote, just looking at the numbers, he's down about 400 since 2019, which is a big drop. And also we're considering PJ Kelly topped the poll with 2,147 and Bill Chambers was next with 1,431. So that's like 3,600 votes thereabouts that have been up for grabs. So the ones Killian was 1,010 in 2019, and he's down nearly 99, I would say, to be precise, 5 years on, which is interesting. He didn't get the bounce. Obviously, there's a lot more in the field. Dinny Gould is one of those. Ian Lynch's vote is up just shy of 300 in the space of 5 years, which is very interesting. And I was just talking to someone from Kilrush in between, and they said delighted that he got such a good vote, but it just shows the importance of local areas coming out to vote for their person to keep their voice, because before Ian was elected in 2014, it was the first time, the 5-year term from 09 to 14, that Kilrush hadn't an elected member on Clare County Council in the history, following Tom Prendeville losing out. So interesting to note that. Also worth pointing out, Dawn Bennett getting under 500, 490 votes exactly. Not a bad performance from someone who was late in the field for Sinn Féin, and polling, just to double check it, Violet Ann Wynne, who we may have heard about since in political life, she got 385 first preference votes in 2019. So, and she had a much longer canvas for that local election than Dawn Bennett has had, which is interesting to note. One of the big losers, I suppose, is Joseph Wolfe. He has 497 first preference votes, whereas in 2019 he had 1,034. Like, that's a huge drop for Joseph, who was the main challenger last time round. But it is going to be very interesting to see now how the transfers go. Rita, Ian and Dinny, to put them in the exact order, are all over 1,300. So they're leading the chasing back. John Hill's transfers could go anywhere. You would expect those in Lissy Casey that voted for him would probably go to Alan Troy, but there's no guarantee that might happen.
Yeah, and on that, we heard there where John Hill was eliminated because he is the lowest vote at the moment, and his 287 votes are currently being transferred. That won't be enough to bring anybody over the line at the moment, as we have a quota of 1817. We'll be lucky for anybody to make the quota, because it's very evenly spaced there at the top, Dan.
Absolutely. There's a lot of the front runners there are all, as Pádraig said, they're all very close to each other. I suppose what's interesting in terms of the tallies, and in fairness, look, the people who do the tallies do incredible work, and it's not easy late at night to be concentrating on ticking boxes, and but look, human error comes into it, and there was obviously I think there was a box maybe missing as well. But
we had a government health warning a little bit
absolutely.
on that.
So
Kilrush
just on that, I suppose, like people say, if you look at Rita in the tally was 1,555. She's down considerably in 1,340. I'm not suggesting she's in danger, but I'm just saying there is a big difference in the tallies. Like Dinny Gould was on 1,200. He's on 1,310. You say, what's 110 votes? 110 votes is going to be massive.
One vote is massive.
Absolutely, it's going to be massive here. Even Ian Lynch on the tallies was 1,191. He's up considerably here as well, 1,318. So there is a considerable difference between the final tally and what they say the first count is, but obviously the first count is that these are the numbers that count.
Yes.
So it's going to be one hell of a battle. I think if that's fair.
And as we said, there are slight anomalies from the tally, but only slight in the sense that Rita McNerney is still coming in ahead. The difference between the tallies probably and the vote is that Ian Lynch has just jumped ahead of Dinny Gould a bit, and Gabriel Keating has come up a little bit in that as well, which will be good news for him. He is the sitting councillor who will be thereabouts fighting for a seat, it looks like, at the moment. There are only 5 to be returned here, and that's what's going to make this. As Dan was saying there, you're talking at the moment, Rita McInerney, Ian Lynch is coming in a second place, but there's only about 22 votes in the difference there.
Yeah.
8 votes down for me. The other independent, what we were saying, came from the Fine Gael DNA as well. Just 8 votes in the difference, Park. Then a little bit of a jump down to Michael Shannon of roughly just under 300 to his 1051. Gabriel Keating again, minimal. You're talking 12 votes. I did those maths very quick there in my head, so hopefully I'm right there. From Shannon to Keating, and then just down again to 10-11 to the other incumbent, Killian Murphy. And Alan Troy, who was the heir apparent, we thought, to PJ Kelly, 982. Fine Gael then. Trace Doohan has a bit to go if she's to connect up there. You're predicting all sorts today. I'd say even you, Park, aren't going to try and predict this one.
Well, all I'll predict is Corkscrew Hill is outside of this constituency, but there's going to be as many twists and turns for this electoral area as there are in Corkscrew Hill. Transfers are going to be very interesting. I still think, independents are going to elect 2. I think that's fair to say. Fianna Fáil could get 2 or 3, or Gabriel Keating could still be in the mix. Gabriel does tend to transfer well, like in 2014. If I can just get the figure up to hand, the West Clare Municipal District, it wasn't pooled as Ennisdiamond and Kilrush, it was pooled as West Clare, so the 2 areas together. And Gabriel's first preference there was 952, and he took the last seat on the 11th count at the time. So Gabriel got a very low vote in that occasion. He came up in 2019. He's gone down a small bit again. So I think Gabriel does have a track record of transferring well. Like Susan Griffin's transfers, I think will actually, some of them will go to Gabriel.
Yes.
Because she's living in Ballea. Gabriel does have a residence out in that area, even though he's from Cross too. So he's going to benefit from that, and potentially Trace Doohan. So he's going to be in the mix. But like, I still couldn't predict who the 2 Fianna Fáil ones are going to be that are going to get in.
Go for it.
Oh no, I still couldn't.
You couldn't?
No.
Okay. Well, now, I would be remiss of me if I didn't ask you at this moment in time. I'm looking at Denny Gould there. He's polling well. How is the Greyhound transfer that you have now coined impacting this?
Yeah, you're going to have the Greyhound transfer that Alan Troy is probably going to benefit off, but Alan Troy is also going to benefit off what we'd call a disadvantaged area transfer. PJ Kelly would famously describe Lissy Casey as a disadvantaged area. John Hill is living there, so Alan Troy could be the big winner there. So yeah, Alan Troy will get a Greyhound transfer off Jenny Gould. It will be, I think, a bit of a big lift for him, but it also depends on who's there. Like, is Dinny going to be ahead of Rita, or Rita ahead of Dinny, as we're getting to that election stage coming after? Because Michael Shannon, I spoke to him before I came over. He said he expects it might be the 6th count before some of the places are beginning to fill up.
Yes, and because people, as we were saying, looking at a quota of 1817, Dan.
Yep.
The nearest to that at the moment is 1340. That is a lot of votes.
Yeah,
that's over 500 votes to make to get a quota.
There's a big stretch there, so as Pádraig said, there is going to be a lot of twists and turns. It's going to come down to eliminations. It's going to come down to transfers. Who's staying ahead of other people? Look, just people in it as front runners at the minute, but we've seen before that can change. I would agree that in the past, Gabriel has proved to be transfer friendly. He's very well known, and I suppose if you want to put in a phrase, the GA factor, I suppose, would certainly be a factor for Gabriel. As given his years in the former football board and in the GA in particular, so that certainly will be an advantage in terms of getting transfers across the West Clare Municipal District.
But as we said earlier, Claire, I think it is going to, unfortunately, be a long one. We're not going to have this one clearer before the Munster final. So just all we hope is when we do come back after it, that Dan is very glum as a proud Limerick man when we are coming back to discussing it. But let's hope he's not the one smiling, because I might have to take a break for that panel if Limerick beat Clare. I don't know what I'd be able to sit beside him.
But we, other people that speaking of glum and happiness, looking at Sinn Féin and the Green Party in West Clare, Susan Griffin coming in at 323. Was it always going to be an uphill battle for the Green in West Clare?
It was, but she just left it very late to come into the campaign.
Yeah.
She's a good candidate, similar to Therese Doohan. Like on a better day, Therese Doohan would have got elected, but it was just Kilmurray Bricken just had Joseph Wolf in the parish. Like obviously there's Quilty and Mullock and Anna in the parish of Kilmurray Bricken, but like they only had Joseph the last time. Now they've three, and it's a bit squashed. So I think on a good day, Therese Doohan could have got in. Susan Griffin, if she was in earlier, I think definitely if she was to run in Ennis, Bridget Kennedy did well. I think Susan Griffin would have polled very well in Ennis as well. You know, she's a teacher in the Coláiste. She's sister of Tony Griffin, so Dan's GA vote, ex All-Star in 2006. She could transfer well to Gabriel on that front as well from the GA side. So I think he just left it very late to come in. But even though John Bennett, I think that's a positive enough result for John Bennett. You know, Sinn Féin didn't poll well in here in 5 years ago either. They've
And
polled a bit better.
that there is progress being made.
And Ian obviously has increased his votes considerably, and he's an outgoing councillor. So to be fair to her, that's certainly not easy.
Yeah, exactly. And as we're saying there, talking about the geography, and we'll just very quickly touch on this. Joe Wolf and Susan Griffin are likely to be eliminated at some point at this stage.
Yep.
Is that enough, or could it be enough to anyway impact Therese Doohan's vote at this stage, or is Gabriel battling for the Fine Gael seat?
Well, you see, you also have Michael Shannon in the mix as well. Like if Michael Shannon wasn't going, she'd be in a much
stronger
better
state. So
position.
that's where
he's going to get some of that as well, and it's going to come down to she'll be hoping to get some of it, but it's very hard to say exactly where Joe's will go. You know,
There's a huge way for her to go. Like if we're just looking 796 in the quote as 1,800.
It is. No, it's
if she was to get in, she definitely won't get the quote. I just think it's maybe too far.
Yeah, it's just that little bit, just too many in the race.
Yeah.
As we were saying, it is a 13-person race there for 5 people, and we will be preparing soon to go back to Studio 2, where there are our experts, I see, are busily calculating, and Peter O'Connell is in with them at the minute. He's got a pen, he's got a paper, and he's got everything. Everything to play for in Simple Stadium today, Peter, and everything to play for here in Kilrush.
Absolutely, Claire. 4 o'clock in Thurles is shoving fairly near. But yeah, definitely. As of now, I suppose we're still trying to concentrate on what's happening here. Joined again by our political panel, Patricia, Geraldine, and Pat, and Patricia, Shannon, the first count, Shannon due fairly soon. The tallies from West Clare turned out to be not quite as accurate as we thought. So I suppose, like always, as you'd know a lot better than me, until we hear the first count, it's hard to, I suppose, be completely confident as to what may or may not happen.
Well, we do know that there's that the tallies we got for the Shannon electoral area, there's one box that hasn't been tallied. Now there were 2, but they have accounted for one of them. So now we've one, and one of those is a Shannon box. So once we get that, then we'll have a clearer picture. But until we get the first count, but it looks as if we will have one candidate elected on the first count, and after that it could be a bit like West Clare. We could be here for a while. But I'm dreading the surpluses, and thank God maybe there's only going to be one. That match is coming awful close.
It is, isn't it? I mean, are we more interested now at this stage in the match or in what's going to happen with the various counts? But I suppose, Pat, just on the tallies. I mean, you made the point there. We just heard the first count from West Clare a while ago that Rita McInerney's tally was out significantly.
Yeah, significantly out, and with a very high quoted in of 1817, Peter, it's going to take a long time before somebody reaches the quota. I mean, Rita's obviously the obvious one that'll reach the quota first, but it'll take one of her colleagues to elect her at that stage. There's, as Patricia pointed out there earlier, there's about 17 or 1800 votes in the smaller candidates, or the smaller independent candidates to go out, but they'll go all over the place. So we really won't see much of a change, I think, until one of the top candidates go out. And you're talking about either, depends what Teresa Doohan gets. She's on 800 votes, and I better go back.
I will shortly be announcing the public statement after count 1 for Shannon local electoral area, and a public statement after count 2 for the Kilrush local electoral area.
Yeah, no, that's very good actually that they're coming quickly now. Once the first count is over, everything will move very quickly then. So, I mean, we're going to get the second count now into Kilrush. So there's going to be another elimination after that. Who's the lowest candidate there?
John Hill.
John Hill is gone. So you're talking about Kevin Hassett more than likely will go next.
No,
Now,
Susan.
or Susan, sorry, is it? Yeah, Susan Griffin. Yeah, she'll go next.
3-2.
Yeah, so she'll go next. That'll move quickly then as well. So it's hard to know, but I think most of those votes will go all over the place. Nobody will get anything substantial out of them until you get down to one of the big guns that'll have to go at some stage, and that's probably either going to be one of the three Fianna Fáil candidates or one of the Fine Gael candidates. So that's when we'll really get, a real picture of what's going to happen in the evening. But it's going to be very close.
We'll hand over now to Pat Dowling. Pat.
Following completion of count 1 for the Shannon local electoral area. Total poll 11779. 11,779. Invalid papers 138. Leaving a valid poll of 11641. 11,641. Number of seats to be filled 7. Quota 1456. 1,456. Pat Barry non-party 151. 151. Michael Begley non-party 831. 831. Forsa Kavanagh Green Party 201. 201. John Crow Fine Gael 1256. 1,256. Val Gillan Fine Gael 818. 818. David Griffin Fianna Fáil 1534. 1,534. Rachel Hartigan Fianna Fáil 1203. 1,203. John Hawk 275. 275. Donna McGettigan Sinn Féin 1141. 1,141. Keith McNamara non-party 548. 548. Tony Mulcahy Fine Gael 1027. 1,027. Conor O'Brien non-party 3232. Pat O'Gorman Fianna Fáil 1183. 1,183. James Ryan Sinn Féin 455. 455. PJ Ryan non-party 986. 986. As the votes of David Griffin exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. There is an undistributed surplus for David Griffin of 78. The distribution of that available surplus cannot materially affect the progress of the count. So I will now proceed to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Conor O'Brien, 32-3-2.
All right, there we have it.
Public statement after count 2 of Kilrush local electoral area. Dawn Bennett, Sinn Féin, +8, totaling 498,498. Teresa Doohan, Fine Gael, +12, to total 808,808. Denny Gould, non-party, +4040, now totaling 1,350. Susan Griffin, Green Party, +4, totaling 336. Kevin Hassett, Independent, +31, totaling 479,479. Gabriel Keating, Fine Gael, +17, new total 1,056. Ian Lynch, non-party, +18, total 1,336, 1,336. Rita McInerney, Fianna Fáil, +2424, totaling 1,364, 1,364. Killian Murphy, Fianna Fáil, +5, total 1,016, 1,016. Michael Shannon, Fianna Fáil, +9, total 1,060, 1,060. Alan Troy, Fianna Fáil, +3131, total 1,013. Joe Wolf, Independent, +53, total 550, 550. No candidate has reached a quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. Susan Griffin, 336, 336.
All right, I think we can come back to you this time now because we've had two counts there back to back. All right, Patricia, firstly, we look at that very first count that we received there now today for Shannon, where 7 seats are up for grabs. Your thoughts on what we heard there?
Well, Donald Griffin has done exceptionally well and he's elected, so congratulations to Donald. He's the first David, sorry, yeah. He's over the line. So now it's the rest of them, and you can see there was a discrepancy in the tally that we had got from Michael Begley. and Michael Begley has come on considerably. He's now on 831, and I think the figures we had been given preliminary were around, was it 500 and some 656?
656. Oh,
So, you know, things like
big
that.
gap.
Yeah, big gap there. So it's shaping up, and really we cannot say what's going to happen until we get a few more eliminations, and then it becomes clear. But it's possible that you could see, with the exception of Griffin and Hartigan, that they will be the two new candidates, and the others could be returned. The sitting councillors.
And Geraldine, for Fianna Fáil, I mean, this is an exceptional possible result on the cards here. Can we talk about David Griffin firstly, because he is actually a cousin of Cathal Crowe. So I mean, he hasn't just picked this up off the ground either. I mean, this is in the background here.
It probably is in the background, but he's been. I didn't realise he was a cousin of Carl's until into the campaign.
Well, Cathal happy enough to tell everyone now at this point.
He is. He is indeed, and you know, it didn't come up much at the doors. But David has been a member of the Fianna Fáil Common for many years now.
Really, yeah.
A strong interest in politics, and really, and he's been out canvassing. Certainly in the last local election, he was out in Shannon canvassing, and in Newmarket, and obviously would have canvassed with Cathal. So he has a deep interest in it, and as you say, probably not picked up off the stones, because if you're sort of in that interested area, you're going to be that way. But and he's studied politics in UL. So
And the Cathal Crowe factor continues, because Rachel Hartigan there, who received 1,203, works in Cahill's constituency office.
She does, but only recently. She's just graduated from UL, and in the middle of campaigning, she was doing her final exams. So huge credit to a young 21-year-old that can cope with finals, final year projects, exams, and canvassing all in one go. I mean, seriously, where do they get the energy? But she does. She has a huge interest again in politics, and went into the office then to. I think she did an internship back there some time ago, and just when she graduated, then she's helping out in the office. But yeah, there, and of course, Packy Gorman, no stranger to politics at all there. Like, you know, I mean, his father was a long standing and very accomplished member, shall we say, of Clare County Council, who put in a long service.
And Pat, are we looking at the election of the so-called TikTok councillors that we heard Bill Slattery referring to yesterday?
Well, I suppose the stars of the Shannon Municipal District are David Griffin and Rachel Hartigan. They've done extremely well in their first time out. Young, energetic, enthusiastic candidates, and all with a huge interest in politics. You know, David is just not interested in politics. He works in politics full time at the moment for Senator Fiona O'Loughlin. And then Rachel is now working for Cathal Crowe. So, I mean, they're both entrenched in politics. And to me, they're going to be stars of the future, particularly when there's a gender balance as well, male and female, and they're well apart. Patricia is right. It's going to take a little bit more time for us to figure out what's going to happen. Certainly Michael Begley's position has changed. There was some talk of a missing box down there, I think, or something, Patricia, was there?
Well, what it was that first of all, one of the Clonlara boxes wasn't included, and then that was rectified. But then one of the Shannon boxes hadn't been included. So and you can see
this
that
is in the
Donna's,
tally, just to clarify for people.
And that puts him well ahead now of Valganan. So it puts Valganan in a weaker position to get to be in a position for looking for one of those seats. So, you know, Peter Ryan is still down there. He's still under 1,000 votes. He's a bit of work to do. The quota is not as high, but he has over 500 votes to get if he wants to get elected, if he could reach the quota. So, obviously, those lower candidates that are in the lower end of things will start to influence things as we go along. But, I mean, I just couldn't call it yet. I mean, you can call it a few of the candidates, all right. David is there now. It looks like, you know, Rachel Hartigan will be there, John Crowe will be there, that's three of them. Tony Mulcahy will probably be there now at this stage. His vote increased as well. And, you know, when Keith McNamara goes out, he should be in a local vote transfer to him, or to PJ Ryan independent, maybe one or the other. Packy Gorman has done really well as well. His vote is up. He's nearly on 1,200 votes, so he's going to get a seat, I think. So, look, I think the last two seats, we'll wait and see what's going to happen rather than predicting anything now at this stage.
But Tony Mulcahy, another one of the Fine Gael comeback kids.
Yeah, but look, what I think that, Tony is steeped in politics, I suppose, and I suppose the exit of Jerry Flynn from the race made it easier for Tony to be elected because he would pick up a lot of his votes in Shannon area, and Tony wants to go back into politics again, and I wish him well, and I think he'll be elected today as well. And I mean, if you want to go back, I won't be going back into politics again. But if you want to go back into politics again, that's fine. If you're interested, I'm still a huge interested. But I'm looking at it from like Patricia. I'm looking at the outside in. I was too long in the bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose Tony looking to make that comeback. Donna McGettigan's performance as well. I mean, she should be fairly happy there.
Yeah, Don McGettigan. I left her out. Obviously, she's going to win a seat.
Yep.
I thought she'd have topped the poll.
Mm.
That was the feeling early in the time when Sinn Féin were on a high. But these two new young guns have taken her off the excuse my expression. These two new young candidates have taken her off the pedestal. So she's going to be waiting a little while. She's on 1,141 votes. So there's a lot of them there on that vote. There's Pat O'Gorman, McGettigan, and Hartigan, and John Crow there in the one bunch.
Okay, I think yes, we'll have to return to the podium because I think we have an announcement on the distribution.
Public statement after count 2 of Shannon local electoral area. The following is the result of the second count, which consisted of the distribution of Conor O'Brien's 32 votes. So total number of votes distributed, 3232. Pat Barry, non-party, +6, total 157, 157. Michael Begley, non-party, +2, total 833, 833. Forsa Kavanagh, Green Party, no change, 201, 201. John Crow, Fine Gael, +2, total 1258, 1258. Val Galan, Fine Gael, no change, remaining at 818, 818. Rachel Hartigan, Fianna Fáil, no change, remaining at 1203, 1203. John Hawke, +3, total now 278, 278. Donna McGettigan, no change, remains at 1141, 1141. Keith McNamara, non-party, +10, now totaling 558, 558. Tony Mulcahy, Fine Gael, +1, total 1028, 1028. Pat O'Gorman, Fianna Fáil, +1, total 1184, 1184. James Ryan, Sinn Féin, no change, remains at 455, 455. PJ Ryan, non-party, +5, now totaling 991, 991. No candidate has reached a quota on this count. I will now proceed to distribute David Griffin's surplus of 78 votes, as it is the only available surplus and exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates.
And you just heard there from Pat Dowling, and we're joined by, we've heard that we're now distributing a surplus here of the first candidate elected to the Shannon electoral area, and that is David Griffin for Fianna Fáil. David, the win was so good that they're now distributing your surplus. What is the feelings this evening?
It's hard to believe it. Very, very hard to believe it. I certainly did not expect to be topping the poll. I put in a huge campaign, and I had a great team around me, and we were very organised, and we were very, I suppose, militaristic about how we operated the campaign, and I'm delighted it came off. But I was looking for transfers. So I certainly was not expecting that I would have a surplus. I would be hopeful that with the work that we've done between myself, Rachel, and Pat, that the majority of those, it won't be enough to get either of them across the line, but I'd like to see it staying within the party lines. Hopefully that will. Local elections can be hard to do that, but I'm delighted. I really didn't see a vote of 1,500 coming my way. I was thinking I'd be in a scrap for maybe the fifth or sixth seat. So to be streets ahead of them is a real privilege, and I am honoured by the people that came out. It's only when you see the paper coming out of the box and the amount of people that actually took time out of their days to come out and vote for me. When you see a tally or whatever, it doesn't do it justice. To see that pile of stuff, it was amazing, really, really amazing.
And as you're saying there, 1,534 people put that number one vote down for you. Earlier this morning, bright and early, I met your little nephew, 3-year-old Aaron, and he had your T-shirt on. But he was very confident this morning. When we saw the polls coming in, or the tallies coming in yesterday, you were obviously expecting a good result today. How surprised were you looking? Yeah, I know you said you were surprised at the vote, but looking at all of the Fianna Fáil vote that came in across Shannon.
I was surprised. I was on it, to be honest. The first tally I saw was 15 of 36 boxes, and my phone was hopping. You're delighted, you're in, you're sorted. I was about 800. I was afraid that they had opened my strong areas and not opened other people's strong areas. We were only halfway through the count, and I thought, God, we're not home and dry here. I could be leapfrogged. I genuinely did not see another 700 coming out of other boxes. So by the time that broke around lunchtime yesterday, to be honest, it's only hitting me now. I was still stressed last night, but realistically, there was never going to be a situation where I wasn't going to take a seat on that number. I don't know what to say, to be honest. For once, I'm speechless. I'm sleep deprived. We're all tired, but it's a fantastic moment for me personally. It's a great moment for the party that we held the seat in Newmarket, and that we increased our party vote in Shannon and in 6 Mile Bridge, which was a core, I suppose, goal of mine, and we've achieved that. There's still a lot of work there to do over the next number of years, but we've definitely started that ball rolling. So look, I'm delighted. My family are delighted. And it's going to be a busy 5 years. I think that the council that's going to sit the end of this month compared to the one that rose is going to be a very different place, and I think there's a lot of new energy, and there's a lot of new faces and a lot of new voices, and we've got a good mix between new and experienced councillors, so I'm looking forward to it.
You mentioned there the mix between experience and new councillors. Of course, Pat McMahon retired from Newmarket on Fergus of this election, so there was, question mark who will fill the so-called Newmarket area seat. You've done that, obviously. Rachel Hartigan is likely to join you now on the council. You have two very young councillors coming in. Is that an extra challenge being young, or is there an advantage to it, do you think, going out on this campaign?
Look, I think everybody, there's pluses and minuses to everyone. It's really about the person. Age is a factor, but it's only a small factor. You really need to be putting people and electing people, I think, that have energy and vision and integrity. And I think myself and Rachel and Pat and anyone that's put themselves forward would have had a positive impact on the council. I think it's a huge plus for myself and Rachel to be that little bit younger. It gives us, I suppose, a fresh pair of eyes, a fresh perspective, and it also gives us, I suppose, something different to bring to the table. But at the same time, not everybody can be 22 or 28. We do need to have people that have long service. And for example, like Pat McMahon had a lifetime in the council. I mean, he'll have forgotten more than Rachel and I will probably know for the next 5 years. So there is pluses and minuses to it. But I think there does come a time where you need to have new faces, fresh ideas, and I suppose a re-energizing. And I think the Shannon Municipal District is a clear example of that. People wanted to see new faces. Everyone is saying that they wanted change. Change doesn't have to be drastic. Change can be a change of face, a change of pace, a change of energy. And I think we've delivered that. We are delivering change in the area after this election. And I'm delighted to see our party doing so well, not just in Shannon, but right across the county.
Would you encourage other young people into politics? Because we've seen that it's, changing so much, and even the older politicians are saying that, social media and all of that has it's brought a lot of positive, but it's also brought a certain element of negative that's been well documented into the campaign. Is it something that you would encourage your peers to now kind of go, listen, I've done it. Rachel is doing well here at the moment, and so have other younger people across the board.
Yeah, I mean, look, not everybody is going to stand themselves for election, but I think it's important that younger generations engage in politics. I did notice a bit of apathy in among some of my peers that I would have went to school with and whatever, and that's not a healthy thing to do. If we want to see change, if we want to see more housing, if we want to see the political system delivering for us, we have to partake in it. You know, you can't not vote and say that doesn't matter, or you can't not put yourself forward. If we want to have I suppose if we want to be represented and have our generation's voices heard at a local, national, and international level, we need to be putting candidates forward. And I think we have done that well in the county and across the country. I think we have seen young people willing to stand up, younger people willing to put their names on a ballot, and it's very encouraging to see. And I say that in the case that we do still have a lot of very experienced politicians, both in Clare and around the country. You need to have that mix, but you can't have everybody being in one age bracket or the other. We need to have diversity of age, of gender, of ethnicity, and I think that's when you really see results being delivered for everybody in the community. It's not just about certain pockets, it's about representing everybody, and for everyone to be represented adequately, they need to have their own voice and they need to see themselves on the council. And I'm hopeful that we've achieved that in Shannon this time around.
Well, certainly your voice will now be heard on the council for the next 5 years. Is there any particular, and I know that I'm not trying to hold you hostage to fortune here, but is there anything in particular that you would like to see achieved or attempted in that 5 years?
Yes, look, I focused my campaign very much on the Newmarket Shannon 6 Mile Bridge area. The storage capacity in Newmarket and Fergus is a crucial issue for me. And it's something that to Pat McMahon to put a huge amount of work in. There are 52 towns and villages around the county that don't have adequate wastewater treatment facilities. We nearly got over the line. We should have been over the line. It was needlessly the plan was needlessly objected to An Bord Pleanála. So we're hoping that next week we'll see a positive result on that. We can't unlock the keys to new houses until we can actually facilitate them with infrastructure. So it's not the sexiest issue in the world, but if we want to see houses and if we want to see development in Newmarket and Fergus and in other villages around the county, we need to put in place proper infrastructure. Another thing I've been quite vocal on over the campaign is trying to get some form of a town centre first plan for Newmarket Village. It's the 5th largest community in the county. We don't have a dedicated, I suppose, development map for where we're going. And I personally think that puts us at a disadvantage for national funding because we don't have a well thought out plan that we can, I suppose, repackage and put in for multiple different funding streams. So I would love to see something like that. It's a very difficult thing to do. It's very difficult to get funding for that, but I certainly would be adding my voice to it. And then speeding, traffic calming and maintenance came up an awful lot. Road safety is a big one around the Shannon Municipal District, so we're going to have to try and tackle that a little bit better. And also we're going to have to figure out what the maintenance issues are and what the nuts and bolts are behind that, because there are significant maintenance issues around the area.
Well, before we start planning for the future that far ahead, David, we're just about to hear your surplus transfer now. Pat.
Public statement after count 3 of Kilrush local electoral area. The following is the result of the third count, which consisted of the distribution of Susan Griffin's 336 votes. So total of votes distributed 336. Dawn Bennett, Sinn Féin, plus 30, 30, total 528, 528. Teresa Doohan, Fine Gael, plus 38, 38, totaling 846, 846. Denny Gould, non-party, plus 15, totaling 1365, 1365. Kevin Hassett, independent, plus 13, to total 492. Gabriel Keating, Fine Gael, plus 56, totaling 1112, 1112. Ian Lynch, non-party, plus 32, 3-2, now totaling 1,368, 1,368. Rita McInerney, Fianna Fáil, plus 40, 40, totaling 1,404, 1,404. Killian Murphy, Fianna Fáil, plus 27, 27, to total 1,043, 1,043. Michael Shannon, Fianna Fáil, plus 4, totaling 1,064, 1,064. Alan Troy, Fianna Fáil, plus 27, 27, totaling 1,040, 1,040. Joe Wolf, Independent, plus 17, totaling 567, 567. No candidate has reached a quota on this count, and as there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Kevin Hassett, 492, 492.
All right, that was our returning officer, Pat Dowling, there making the announcement of the third count for the Kilrush five-seater there. Okay, look at that went everywhere, really, didn't it? The transfers. It was, some people did very well there. Rita McInerney picking up 40 there out of the votes of Susan Griffin, of course, who was representing the Green Party. So, her votes of 336 going across the board.
Yeah, well, I suppose Gabriel Keating got the big number there, 56 votes, because he's more or less in the same area in Ballier, and Rita got a sizable number of votes as well. And that's what's going to happen throughout the day now as we eliminate these smaller candidates. They're going to go all over the place. No doubt about it.
Because as we said, Pat, we have a big quota here. It's 1817.
Yeah, it's a huge quota. I see Gabriel Keating now has gone ahead of the other three Fianna Fáil candidates. He's gone ahead of Killian Murphy, Michael Shannon, and Alan Troy. Not much, but he's moving a little bit ahead of them all the time. And so it's going to be some time yet. There's, the exclusion now of Kevin Hassett. I think you'll have a similar type of distribution. It'll probably be more back in West Clare than the far back end of it, given the fact that Kevin is from Listlanahan and Kilkee. So Killian and Gabriel and probably Denny Gould will pick up votes there as well, and Seamus, or not Seamus Wolf, but Joe Wolf will pick up votes there as well.
Okay.
So it's a long day yet.
And Geraldine, Rita McInerney now on 1404. She'll be happier there now.
She'll be happy. She'll be happy to have picked up a sizable amount there and just stay ahead of the posse. You know yourself that when it comes down to it, that can just mean the difference between staying in there and being elected, or being elected on the last count, or being eliminated and getting someone else over the line. So
Yeah, because we should probably remind people in terms of Rita that the tally was very inaccurate when it came to her.
Inaccurate, and I'm still struggling to try to rationalize how it could be so far out. Now I know yesterday we did have a couple of tallies that weren't great for some, that there was big discrepancies, but that's the biggest one to lose.
Yeah.
To lose 200. Most tallies are in they're undercounted, and people get more than that. But
And
she lost back
200 of an under,
of an undercount.
Yeah.
Is phenomenal,
especially with the quota up over 1800.
And it's just that one. Like there was no other, everyone else was was undercounted. She's the one that was overcounted. And how would you overcount by 215?
Someone mistakes it's 3 with a 5.
It's something like that.
Or someone
yeah.
took a tea break when
I
they
just
shouldn't.
don't know. There is no real explanation for that, like, you know. But it could be inexperienced tele people, or it could be just I just don't know. And I'd understand it if there were two McInerney's, like there's two Ryans or two McNamara's or whatever. But she's McInerney. She's the first Fianna Fáil. You know, it makes no sense.
Okay. Patricia, your take on what we heard there in that count?
I'm actually just looking at the three Fianna Fáilers, Murphy, Shannon, and Try, isn't it?
Alan
Yeah.
Troy, yeah.
And if you notice, Murphy and Try have tightened up on Shannon. They both got more votes than transfers than Shannon. So they're pulling closer to him. He's not pulling away from them. So that's going to be interesting. So I suppose that will be the deciding factor as to which of those comes out of it, and how the rest of the transfers go.
Absolutely. And then, Pash was saying in terms of the exclusion now of Kevin Hassett's votes there at 492, he expects a similar pattern. Is that what you'd expect to see?
Well, if that's going to happen, then it means that they will, those three that I mentioned should catch up even more with Shannon.
Yeah.
You know, because he only got 4, yet the other two got 27 each. So, it remains to be seen. And as I say, it's tightening. I would probably say Gabriel at this stage, his experience and his around is standing to him, because he's getting a good transfer, and Dohan isn't getting the same, and she would need to be getting more if she hoped to close the gap between herself and Gabriel. Denny Gould is still hanging in there, so it's hard to see him being caught as well. But you just don't know. That's the interesting thing about politics. There's no certainties. They were talking about greyhounds earlier. There's no greyhounds in this, apart from
No, you can stall. You can be going great and then stall
Yeah.
on transfers, depending on where they're coming from.
Absolutely.
So-
And Pat, the rapidness of the counts now, you'd never know there was a Munster final on today, would you?
Well, as political pundits like Geraldine and Patricia and myself, we get intrigued when it comes to counts, because we've been there ourselves. We know what it's like to be at the other side of the microphone and waiting for those numbers all the time. And it can be a daunting task waiting all day for 3s and 5s and 10s. And so, it is a long day, and the candidates, it's a great day for the likes of David Griffin and those that are almost at the top and those that are elected early. But for those that are hanging on for that last 3 or 4 seats, it's a long, long day, and it's agonizing for some of them, particularly if you have 2 or 3 of your party colleagues together. You're trying to figure out who will be out first. So I do feel it for Michael Shannon and Alan Troy and Killian Murphy,
Cillian Murphy,
because
yeah.
they're there on the one position, and if one goes ahead of the other one, it could make an awful difference, as Patricia says. So, and I'm not sure if Teresa doing this stage. She'll have to wait, I think, until whoever goes out. I suppose Joe Wolfe is near her area, so she'll have to wait. Because, as Patricia said, you have Dinny Gould there in the middle of it all, and he's gobbling up votes as well, and he'll need votes. He'd probably take him all his time to get to the quota, but he will be elected. So it's still a long way off before we can confirm that who the candidates
Yeah,
will be.
because possibly the next exclusion then will be Dawn Bennett, and Joe Wolfe won't be until after that. If my
Yeah, and I
that's
suppose
correct.
I said that earlier. Ian Lynch should pick up a lot of Don Wolf's vote. That'll bring him up a substantial, and I think the rest of the candidates will probably get a certain amount of it as well. Fine Gael candidates probably might get as much from Sinn Féin. Maybe the Fianna Fáil ones will get some, but I'd imagine a lot of Don Bennett's vote will go to the independents. I don't know what Patricia thinks on that.
I spotted funny things in the ballot papers. People were not voting 1, 2, 3 as they used to, and they're going every place. They're looking at the candidates, and you can see it now the way the vote is breaking down. So anything you just don't know. You could see it in the European papers the same way. They were voting what they wanted to vote, which isn't a bad thing either. It's not great for the parties to hear it, but it's not a bad thing that people at local elections particularly are looking at the candidates and how they see them delivering for them and for their area.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that yesterday with
Yeah.
Joe Cooney and with Bill Slattery, you know, the way their votes transferred.
Okay. All right. We'll leave it there for the moment. Thanks to our panel. We're going to take a quick break here from our live stream, which is brought to you with thanks to Clare County Council. When we return, don't go anywhere. Keep with us because there's counts coming aplenty. We'll see you after this break.
Through howling winds and raging seas, the lighthouse stood there, guiding me. While some ships foundered in the shoals, and there did die so many souls. The light did lead me through the night and kept me back from others' plight. Sometimes I saw no danger there, but still its light cried out, "Beware." Yet now at last, the morn is here. And now the storm clouds finally clear, while I sail through waters blue. I see the rocks I passed on through. The way through peril was so small, but yet I made it through the squall. The lighthouse showed to me the way, that I could face the light of day. For while my dangers are not o'er, until I finally reach the shore, now on through perils I may steer, because the lighthouse brought me here. All through the night, in raging seas, my father stood there, guiding me.
And you're welcome back live to Tracy's West County Hotel here in Ennis. We are, of course, courtesy of Clare County Council, bringing you blow-by-blow updates on the 2024 local election count here from Ennis and across Clare. And most of the focus, well, at this stage, is on, of course, what happens in the Kilrush electoral area and also in the Shannon electoral area. Delighted to be joined here by Jerry Reedy, who's the Director of Elections with Fianna Fáil, by Sean Chambers, who's Fine Gael's tally manager. Jerry, you've had a bit of a smile on your face there for a while, and I suppose well deserved. It's been a good outing for Fianna Fáil.
Yeah, I'm delighted with the way things have gone. We have, the last time I think we were out, we were dropped. We had 14 candidates with 13 seats, and we have a great chance now from the 16. I think we have a great chance of Shannon to get 3 seats, which is phenomenal with 2 new, very young candidates. And we'll be in the shouting Kilrush's 3 seats as well, I think, so it'll be a really good day for us.
What's made the difference, Jerry, this time?
Well, I think some of the candidates and the locations we picked were fairly strategic, but I think one of the things for me, and I said it yesterday as well, I think the team and the network that some of the candidates have put together have been very different from the past, because an awful lot of young people have been part of the teams of young candidates, where in the past I think it would have been, traditional supporters and traditional team members, but that has changed. And I think even yesterday we saw some of the people that got elected. There was a much younger organisation around them, and I think that was one of the key things for us.
And that's particularly visible in Shannon with Rachel and David.
Absolutely. Rachel is only out of college, I think, a year. David is a young fellow working above in Fiona O'Loughlin's office in Dublin, but they have a network of young people, and they really committed themselves. And we had the same yesterday with some of the candidates yesterday. The younger people that had around them, I think, really worked. And I think that's a significant change for us this year. And they made a link, I think, in the past with, the support that the previous generation like we did. They made that connection, and they made it very effectively.
Back west, Jerry, Rita McInerney was written off, might be an exaggeration, or is it? I mean, what we're hearing on the ground, it suggested what I was hearing, that she was going to be battling to have a chance of a seat, and she's done the opposite.
But I think in anything that you get into, what you put into it is in directly proportional what you get out of it. And in Rita's case, she had a phenomenal campaign. She put an awful lot of effort into it. And I mean, that's the other ingredient. I think this time, a lot of the candidates across the LEAs were motivated by some by local issues and some by other issues, but they put in phenomenal campaigns. And, we've had this conversation before. I don't know where that wasn't the feedback I was getting from the candidates. I was getting very positive feedback. And even, some of the punters nationally as well were saying the government parties would be down. I don't know about Sean, but I wasn't getting that back. I was getting very positive messages the whole time. And some of the issues that were being discussed in the media did not feature at that level at the doorsteps. But I think, the two things for me on this would have been the work ethic that the candidates put in, plus the change, I think, in the demographics of the teams.
I think we've got an update from the podium, so if you can stay where you are, Jerry and Sean, for a few minutes, and we'll hand over to Pat Dowling.
Is the result of the 4th count for Kilrush local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Kevin Hassett's 492,492 votes. Dawn Bennett, Sinn Féin, plus 16, total 544, 544. Theresa Doohan, Fine Gael, plus 12, totaling 858, 858. Denny Gould, non-party, an additional 75, 75. New total 1440, 1440. Gabriel Keating, Fine Gael, plus 75, 575, total 1187, 1187. Ian Lynch, non-party, plus 64, 64, total 1432, 1432. Rita McInerney, Fianna Fáil, plus 50, 50. New total 1454, 1454. Killian Murphy, Fianna Fáil, plus 46, 46. Total 1089, 1089. Michael Shannon, Fianna Fáil, plus 15. Total 1079, 1079. Alan Troy, Fianna Fáil, plus 31, 31. Total 1071, 1071. Joe Wolfe, Independent, plus 84, totaling 651, 651. No candidate has reached a quote on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now proceed to the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. Dawn Bennett, 544, 544.
Thanks indeed to Pat Dowling for that. Now we're still joined here in studio by Sean Chambers, Geraldine Reedy, Jerry Reedy, and Geraldine Lambert has just rejoined us again as well. Sean, your immediate reaction to the latest count from Kilrush, incredibly tight there between Michael Shannon, Killian Murphy, and Alan Troy.
Yes, indeed. And it's very hard to know now who's going to get seats there at the very end. I mean, down the line, we're going to have an elimination of Joe Wolfe. And Joe, Therese, and Michael all come from the same parish. So are the majority of the votes going to stay in the parish, or are they going to go all over the place? That will be the deciding factor, and I think that will decide the final seats in the Kilrush area.
So Dawn Bennett has just been eliminated once her votes are sorted. Joe Wolfe is looking like will be the kingmaker possibly.
Yes, indeed. I think he will be the kingmaker this time as to who is elected.
Overall, Sean, from a Fine Gael perspective, give us a bit of feedback.
Well, I think Fine Gael and Clare can be happy with the results that are coming in. In the counts yesterday, we had 6 candidates elected out of 6. So hopefully today we'll have 2 in the Shannon area, maybe 3, hopefully, if things go right at the end of the day. And we'll definitely have 1 seat in West Clare anyway.
There's been a lot of talk over the last couple of days about maybe the absence of another strong Fine Gael candidate in that Estria area. Like, I mean, obviously you were more than well aware of that. Like, why is it so difficult to get candidates in places where you need them?
Exactly, and that is the truth. It is difficult to get candidates in certain areas, and it's something we're going to have to look at. I just cannot put my finger on it at the moment as to why that is happening, but it is what it is.
Jerry, looking at Kilrush and the latest count, what's your take? I mean, it is extremely tight, as we were saying. The Joe Wolfe, what happens with Joe Wolfe will probably determine a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be, as you could describe it, the kingmaker. He's living probably, next door to Michael Shannon in particular. So you would expect that some sizable amount of his transfer will go to Michael. But it's still going to be extremely close. Um, like even the distribution of that's going on at the count at the moment, that will have it probably won't significantly change those figures. So, you know, Joe Wolf has probably decided, and if it stays, and the trends all day yesterday would suggest that geography is playing more of a role than party politics. So, you know, Michael Shannon is in a good position, I think, there on that basis, you know. But they'll probably spread. You know, the farmer element that Joe sought to represent is probably going to help most of the others as well. You know, between Rita and Alan Troy.
And just on Alan Troy, we spoke a bit about Rita earlier on. It's his first time standing. You happy with how he's performed?
Yeah, I mean he's standing over 1,000 votes at the moment. He put a real good campaign in, and first time out, it takes a bit of while to get your feet comfortably in under the table. But yeah, he's performed really well.
And it was always going to be, I suppose, difficult for whoever came in the aftermath of PJ Kelly to, I suppose, hit the ground running.
Yeah, I mean, to fill PJ's shoes was a hell of a challenge. PJ got 2,200, more than 2,200 votes. So that's a phenomenal performance. And I mean, his legacy and what he has left back there is phenomenal. And it was always going to be a challenge, particularly someone like Alan, who's, you know, relatively new coming into it. But I mean, he's done extremely well, and it's something to build on.
Geraldine Lambert back with us as well. Geraldine, slightly different perspective. You would have served for quite a while on Shannon Town Council. Town councils were disbanded back in 2014. They seem to me they were criticised in some respects, but they were a great opportunity for people to, I suppose, get a taste of representing their very local area, and that's not the case anymore. I mean, is it?
It's not, and I think that's probably why we're having difficulty even attracting candidates, not just Fianna Fáil. You know, you've mentioned it across the board. It can be a great starting point because it is your local area. You know the people, you know the area. You're dealing with smaller amounts of stuff. You go into the Clare County Council. It's hard to break into it because you have a lot of sitting candidates. You have a huge area. You know, you look at the Kilrush area, the size of it. Look at the Shannon area, the size of it. All of the areas are very big, and it's hard to break in as a councillor there. Whereas the town councils were, I suppose, they were the first form. I just think the abolition of town councils was such a retrograde step. That's not to say that every town council needed to be there or every town council was effective. Maybe some of them weren't as effective as others, but you know, abolishing Shannon, Kilrush, Ennis, that was, to my mind, that was just lunacy, and it was a very bad decision for local democracy.
From a personal point of view, Jerry, I would have covered a lot of town council meetings in Kilkee, Kilrush, Shannon, Ennis at times as well, and definitely the issues dealt with, they were extremely local, many of whom wouldn't actually make it to the floor of Clare County Council. So I suppose from a representative point of view, in terms of councillors getting experience of that role, and also from an issue point of view, that they were quite important on reflection, maybe more important than the likes of myself thought at the time.
Absolutely, and I agree with Geraldine. They performed a really good function in terms of dealing with issues that, like, nowadays are all dealt with at the council chamber, and it takes, I suppose it's part of the ongoing trend of centralising a lot of the activities, and I mean a lot of criticism had been levelled at successive governments for doing that, and it continues. But I mean the best thing we had was the fact, and all the parties, it was a breeding ground for them.
Over to Pat Dowling, back to Sean, Jerry and Geraldine in a sec.
Of Shannon local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of David Griffin's 78 votes. So total votes distributed 78. Pat Barry non-party +1, total 158. Michael Begley non-party +1, total of 834. Forster Kavanagh Green Party +1, total 202. John Crow, Fine Gael, plus 10. Now total of 1268, 1268. Val Galan, Fine Gael, plus 1, 819. New total of 819. Rachel Hartigan, Fianna Fáil, plus 12. Now totaling 1215, 1215. John Hawke, N2, plus 3. Total 281, 281. Donna McGettigan, Sinn Féin, plus 5. Total 1146, 1146. Keith McNamara, non-party, plus 4. Total of 562, 562. Tony Kavanagh, Fine Gael, plus 9. Total of 1037, 1037. Pat O'Gorman, Fianna Fáil, plus 21. Total of 1205, 1205. James Ryan, Sinn Féin, plus 1, 456, 456. PJ Ryan, non-party, plus 9. Total 1000, 1000. No candidate has reached a quota on this count, and again, as there's no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Pat Barry, 158, 158.
Thanks indeed to Pat Dowling for that. Sean Chambers, your immediate reaction to that?
Yes, well, basically it was a Fianna Fáil surplus, but it did spread out all over the place. You know, most candidates got something out of it, and it wasn't a big surplus overall. It was what, 87 votes.
Yeah,
that
so
way.
it wasn't going to make a huge difference.
No, no. But I see John Crow got 10 and O'Gorman got 21, and I suppose they were probably and Hartigan got 12. I suppose they were the two main beneficiaries out of it. Also, Mulcahy got 9, and the rest then were smaller figures. So I suppose probably the main characters benefit most out of it.
Sean, talk to us a bit about tallying. You're the Fine Gael tally manager. Met you once or twice yesterday, and you were under a bit of pressure.
Yes, tallying is always a pressure because you're trying to get it as accurate as you can, and Jerry was heading up the tally for Fianna Fáil, so we had a team of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael people, and some others came in as well and helped. I have to say that for most cases, the tally was very, very accurate, and I have to compliment all the people in the tally. One candidate now, when I look back over the figures and compare things, but one particular candidate last night got exactly the vote that we exactly predicted in the tally for that candidate. So that's an achievement as to how accurate the tallies were. And the Clare tally is renowned nationally as the most accurate in the country.
Jerry, what are the key skills you need as a tally person? Concentration, I suppose, and lots of people, media, other politicians, all kinds of people surrounding you over. Need a lot of patience, I'd say, as well.
Absolutely, and that's the key focus, is to keep your focus. And I mean, like Sean said, it worked really well for us and has done over successive years as well. We have, and you always, just no more than we were saying about the candidates canvassing, you need a blend of people that have experience in this. You need you to come in as well. So we worked it really well between us, and the teamwork that we had with the groups worked really well. And like I said yesterday morning, there was 3 elements to the tally team. There's the people who do the observing of the ballot papers. There's the people who support them and go around and collect them, and then there's the computing and the IT. But the other aspect that is in, and I want to commend Kieran O'Donnell as well, because all the people made it easier for us to read the tally sheets, because if they were turned the other way, I mean, the Euro ballot paper was like a manuscript. There is no way you would get it accurate. But thanks to Sean and thanks to all the team that came in, we did it really well. We probably, every tally you learn something from, and I think one of the things we learned from yesterday is we probably do a bit maybe more coaching and a bit more support to the people doing it. But again, like Sean says, it's Clare is one of the most accurate tallies in the country, and we continue to do it well, and we continue to develop it.
I don't want to burst either of your bubbles now, but was the West Clare one out a bit? I mean, Rita's one seemed to be out a bit, was it?
There was one box that went to Rita that should have gone to Ian Lynch, but the rest of it was pretty accurate. But like Sean said as well, some of the candidates we were back on, we were 100% accurate on it. So it's good. The biggest threat we had probably was when in the morning time it was really good, but when people go to lunch and it comes back again, that's a challenge to try and get the people to refocus again and focus on the people that they went to lunch with from the council staff and come back again, because at that stage there's a lot of information out there and there's a lot of debate. Like these are all sort of political hacks as well, and they're sort of drawn to discussions. But if you miss a few papers, you run the risk of the telly. But the framework we use is I wouldn't change it. It's very good. And the other thing about the telly is we have no problem with sharing with anyone, and it's the only opportunity we get to get that level of intelligence from every box. So sharing it, and most parties I think accept that we share it, and anyone that wants it, it's public knowledge.
And Geraldine, like it makes for fascinating opportunities for the likes of us to talk, doesn't it? And I mean,
Totally
it
disagree
was
with
so
you,
accurate.
Geraldine. Yes, it certainly does. Whether they're accurate or not, it's amazing information. And like I know there are some people out there think that the tallies are ridiculous and that you can see how people voted. Of course, you can't see how people voted, and you can't even know. But it's the only way you know of an area how it votes, or even the turnout can be really important, and it can be very valuable information. For, for democracy, this isn't about a party or this isn't about a particular candidate. This is about democracy in action. Um, Oversight, just making sure things are right. And I have to say the one thing that I absolutely love in for many years back is the cooperation between the parties, because I was around when all the parties did their own telly, and my God, you'd be fighting, and especially for a small one trying to hang over the thing and mark at the same time or call out to someone and someone else was calling at the same time. It was just chaotic. Since we got sense and decided this was in the best interests of everybody concerned and have joint tallies, everything is runs so much better. I would have to pick up on what Jerry said there about maybe a bit of coaching, because it's fascinating stuff. And once you do a tally, you want to do the next one and the next one. But it would help. A little bit of coaching might help if there's, I suppose it just helps maybe to have a run through or do something beforehand, because it can take a while in the morning, especially at 9 o'clock when you're kind of trying to see numbers and that. And I would absolutely echo, I wasn't here for this tally, but I would echo the huge cooperation from council staff, because it makes all the difference. If you have one that just wants to open them and smooth them out and move along, it's very hard to tally. And I say it's the best interest of everyone. If there is that cooperation, then it's wonderful to have it.
Jerry and Sean, over the last few years, as other smaller parties have become a bit more relevant, a bit more prevalent, the likes of Sinn Féin, I suppose the likes of Social Democrats, how are they incorporated into tallies, or are they incorporated into tallies?
Well, they are, because they may have one or two people that are very good at tallying, maybe a few more, and we bring them in as well. And the information is shared with everybody. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody. Makes no difference whether you're independent or what political party you are, other than the main parties. All the information is there for them. And yesterday we took email addresses from those that wanted it, and at the press of a button, all the information was going out. In fact, all the candidates yesterday, we had their email addresses. They knew from home exactly what was going on each time the button was pressed. So a new technology and a new way of updating our candidates.
And I mean, Jerry, that's proper real-time information. That's impressive now, in fairness.
It is, yeah, and I mean, we can develop further on that as well, because we can share it widely on social media. The only thing about we were debating even earlier whether we put it up on the screen publicly or not. But I mean, the primary objective, like Sean said earlier, is this is our one opportunity to get that intelligence, and there's always a bit of a risk that people are, lose their focus because, oh yeah, there's my box coming up. So there's always a risk, and you can't sort of do it widely. You really need the people that are doing the tally, unfortunately, to stay 100% focused. And even though they might have an interest in something that comes up, if you allow that, your tally is very inefficient. But we have to embrace some of the new technologies that's there, and some of the other counties and the other constituencies, they do share it across social media channels, and it's live. But we just need to maybe manage that, and that's what I mean as part of the coaching as well, and part of the support that we put together on it. But yeah, that would make it really good.
And Geraldine, there's no doubt about it, but that I suppose the more widely information like that is shared, you know, it's very clear to everyone that everything is completely transparent and completely above board.
I think that's absolutely correct, Peter, because a lot of people don't understand maybe how the system works, and certainly PR can be a difficulty for that. But also, I suppose it proves that our elections are fair, they're free, they are transparent, they're run very efficiently by the local authorities, and the parties. All the parties and independents have such a vested interest in knowing that elections are transparent and that your vote counts. The other thing I would note, it's what makes it hugely interesting for the likes of us is looking at transfers and looking at the amount of people that go down along a ballot. And yesterday I was watching transfers from Hilary Tonge to Bridget Kennedy, and quite a number of them were 1 and 2 and 3, and then there were a few 3s and 4s, but there was one where it was 7. So it was somebody had gone down the line and it was 7 that transferred. So it's proof that your vote counts, even if it's a 6, a 7, an 8.
And I think Pat Dowling is about to, no, in fact, yeah, in fact he is. He's just taken to the podium there. So we're going to have maybe a bit more information from Pat Dowling. So we'll hand over to the Chief Executive of Clare County Council, who is also the returning officer.
Is the result of the 5th count of Kilrush local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Dawn Bennett's 544 votes. So total votes distributed 544. Teresa Doohan Fine Gael plus 32 to total 890. Denny Gould non-party plus 102 to total 1542. Gabriel Keating Fine Gael plus 30 1217. Ian Lynch non-party plus 85 totaling 1517. Rita McInerney Fianna Fáil plus 47, now totaling 1501. Killian Murphy Fianna Fáil plus 32, totaling 1121. Michael Shannon Fianna Fáil plus 17, totaling 1096. Alan Troy, Fianna Fáil, plus 12 to total 1083, 1083. Joe Wolf, Independent, plus 56, now totaling 707, 707. No candidate has reached a quota, and again, as there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. And that is of Joe Wolf 707. And can I confirm that the count for Kilrush will resume in approximately 30 minutes? Thank you.
And thanks indeed to Pat Dowling for that. So immediate reaction there. Sean, Dinny bringing in 102, I think. That it was.
Yes, that is a phenomenal increase now, and I think that, in a way, secures a seat for Denny. Gabriel is climbing away there as well, and so is Ian Lynch and Rita. I think they're sure of seats. Murphy, yes. I think Troy and Shannon, I'd say, are in a battle for the last seat. And a lot will depend, as I said, on Joe's transfers now as to where they go. It could shake up the whole thing altogether.
Presumably, Jerry, Michael Shannon would be quite hopeful that he'll get a lot of those transfers.
Yeah, like we said earlier, the geography is playing more of an impact on transfers than the party is nearly. And Joe Wolf is pretty local to Michael, but it's still difficult to call because Alan is the lower end of that area as well. So it's still all to play for, but it hasn't changed, I think, since we saw the tally yesterday. It's still going to be there for the last seat.
And just on that point, particularly in the locals, is the party brand as strong as the personal brand, or is it a bit of both? I mean, personally, I think a lot of people vote for the person maybe more so than the party, or what's your own? Is it a bit of both?
I think the party thing is probably getting a bit diluted, and you can see from the transfers all day in all the areas. Geography is playing as much of a point, and personalities as the party. The loyalty to the parties, I think it is getting somewhat diluted. But I suppose that individuals always carry a currency in the brand that they have, and we've an example of that, in nearly every LEA as well. So it's a combination of both, and I wouldn't drop any even for you have to put there's currency on the individual, but there's also currency on the party to some degree, but there's currency on the geography in local elections.
Sean, should Dinny Gould have been fielding for Fine Gael? I don't want to dampen your mood now this morning, but
no.
How did that happen? Like, I mean, he says he's a Fine Gael member, and I'm not quite clear whether he had made it clear to Fine Gael that he was interested in standing for Fine Gael.
He hadn't made clear to me personally, and I was not on the strategy committee this time, which were looking at prospective candidates and looking for candidates. So I don't know what was going on in those meetings or what was discussed. So I'm not privy to anything there. But going back to what Jerry said there about candidates and geography and parties, it is diluted, yes. I remember a time and you would come into a count, and for the parties you would see a straight 1, 2, 3, 4, and very seldom did the vote branch out to somebody else, except in exceptional circumstances. But things have changed. I have to agree with that. And they're going widespread now. You just don't know now who's going to pick up transfers from where.
Just before we finish up, Geraldine, a final comment for now, I suppose. Just maybe focus a small bit back on Shannon. Remind us what you think is going to happen.
Right. Well, it certainly looks like Fianna Fáil will take 3 seats there. And just what you said there on the local thing, if you look at the distribution of David Griffin's transfers, the of the party transfer, let's say, the majority went to Packy Gorman, who got almost twice as much as Rachel, which would be expected. He's only down the road in Cratloe and that area and has a strong connection to Shannon, whereas Rachel is way over on the other side in Mealig Partine. You also saw then, John Crow, because there's a 6 Mile Bridge connection. So some votes there that David got, they went back to John Crow. And PJ Ryan. So they're there in that area. And then you had Donna and Keith McNamara and Tony Mulcahy picking up some from the Shannon side. So that certainly plays out. It looks like, obviously, David is elected. John Crow is definite for a seat and close on it. He would probably take 3. Donna McGettigan will take 1 for for Sinn Féin, so she's the sitting councillor. Looks like Tony Mulcahy will be elected, making that comeback there. And of course, yeah, he was strong. Then the interesting one then is the fight for the last seat, which is between Michael Begley and PJ Ryan. PJ Ryan is ahead at the moment, but a huge amount depends on Van Gillan. And if Van Gillan is eliminated and transfers strongly to Michael Begley,
Might
which
bring him
could
back in.
from being in the different in that area, that could make a huge difference. That could make the difference there. So, because there's not that much between them, there's only just over 100 votes between them. So, they're, all to play for yet for the last seat,
Okay.
let's say.
Great stuff. Thanks again, Geraldine. Talk to you in a while. Thanks indeed to Jerry. Thanks to Sean for sharing their insight. Clare Gallagher is mad for road over in the media centre, so I better hand over to Clare. Clare.
Hi, Peter. Thank you very much for that, and welcome back to Studio 2. I am joined in studio now with former Clare County Councillor Pat Keating, who is keen. Sorry, Pat. Now, you see, this is what happens when we haven't had any sleep. I think we're down to about 3 hours sleep. Sorry, Pat. Pat Keane, former county councillor for the Kilrush area, and Senator Timmy Dooley. Timmy, I feel like I should give you another name now as well, seeing that I'm just on the I'm on the road.
You wouldn't be the first.
Pat, my apologies. It's, as I said, it's been a slip of the tongue and a long few days here. But it looks like it could go a little bit longer. It's very tight there between your Fianna Fáil colleagues.
Yes, they're all very, very close. And it's very hard to know how it will go. But I think Michael Shannon, because of the votes that are to go up there, and Rita McDermott, I think, are going to take 2 seats there. And it looks like that Gable has made a big comeback over the course of the morning. So it will depend on Wolf's votes now, which will be transferred, and Doohan's vote. So,
there's a geographical impact to that.
There is, of course. Denny Gould is picking up loads of transfers, and he's still there as well. So it depends on what Gable gets out of those 2 boxes, because one of the 2 boys will go, either Killian or Alan Try will be going out before them.
Yes.
So it will depend on the difference between Gable and the other remaining Fianna Fáil candidate.
So your prediction then for with you, there's still a possibility bringing the 3 of the 4 in.
It will be difficult, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be difficult. A lot of things geographically, you see, is the problem.
Yeah.
Like the votes that are coming now are coming from a different area, and it's always a difficulty out in the peninsula. Like especially when you've 2.
As you know.
As I know,
yeah.
There's 2 people from the peninsula now fighting for a seat. Like, where are the number 2 is going to come?
Yes.
Like, because Fianna Fáil have 3 others from outside it as well. And of course, Alan tries has a connection to the peninsula as well. So there's actually 4. But Rita McDermott as well. And, so they're all looking for votes still out there,
And while it's very much a geographical impact, as we know, on local elections, there's also a party political element here. 4 candidates, all polling quite strongly. Was it a mistake then to run the 4? If you had 3, if you could pull the Fianna Fáil vote, Timmy?
Yeah, you never know. I mean, we ran 4 in Ennis and it was successful. And I think the issue we had in West Clare was that you had two significant retirements.
Yes.
PJ Kelly was going, Bill Chambers was going. Rita McInerney contested and took Bill Chambers' seat.
Mm.
PJ then retired, so you needed somebody in Lissy Casey. Michael Shannon had performed very well at the convention, had a very strong vote, and had an argument, made a strong argument that there was a vote up there and that he needed to match Doohan and Wolf.
And
and
he's
that
suggesting that's true.
well, it's
With
clear
this,
he
yeah,
has
that
done
is, yeah.
very well. He has got a very good vote up there. So, you know, the difficulty is then Killian seems to be just a little bit lower than what one might have expected. And I think his difficulty has been, if anything, he was seen as safe. And I know how that
dangerous,
becomes
yeah.
problematic because he was the sitting councillor. And in an effort to try to win the three, it was fine until Dinny Gould entered the race. He was always going to take a seat.
Yeah.
And that I think was a negative for us. But look, that's politics. You have to try to go. I wouldn't write anything off yet. Like there's nothing between the three lowest Fianna Fáil candidates. Rita seems to be a little bit ahead, so I think she's safe enough. But Killian is 23 more votes than Michael Shannon, and Alan Troy is 13 votes less. There's still, you know, Joe Wolf is going out now. He has 700 votes. We think Michael Shannon will pick up more of those because of geography, but you must also consider that Joe Wolf is involved in the beef plan movement. They're scattered all over the place, so he didn't. Michael Shannon got a very strong vote in the first half, so you'd wonder how many more Fianna Fáil votes are left in that area. You'd have to wonder. Did Joe pick up a vote throughout the West Clare area as a farming kind of vote? And if so, where would that go? Therese Doohan is still very much there, so she'll be picking up votes as well as Michael.
Yeah.
So it depends at the end of this. We expect Michael Shannon to be ahead. It's a matter of how far ahead he goes. And then you have Therese Doohan, which will probably go out next. She has 890 votes. And then because she's in that general area, does that also favour Michael? So does that put Michael well ahead? And then who's left? Is it Killian or Alan as to who's ahead of who? If we'll do two scenarios. If Alan goes out, he's considerably more closely linked to Killian because of his connections in the peninsula. So that could bring Killian up considerably because that's a Fianna Fáil vote, like that's where he's at. That could give Killian a significant shot in the arm and maybe catch Michael if that were to happen. Or if Killian goes out first, does that help Alan to get Alan up? It's impossible. They're so close you couldn't, and you still couldn't rule out. Although I would accept what Pat Keane is saying, he knows that area very well. He is well read over the years. You still couldn't rule out a final shake-up between a Fianna Fáil and Gabriel. Now Gabriel has done better. We kind of had him felt he was in trouble this morning, but that was because the tallies were out by about 200 votes. And that has made him certainly more in the frame. He'll get more of Therese Doohan, so it depends on how much of Therese Doohan's 890 he gets. If he gets the standard 30%, one would have to believe that it puts him in a very strong position to hold the seat. He's there at the moment. He's at 1217. If he gets 250 of that, it's hard to see how he'd be caught.
So what I'm hearing there from Timmy is, to a degree, Pat, is that Therese Doohan could be the kingmaker here. It depends if she like we've seen with Fine Gael candidates and Joe Cooney and others, that the transfers have been geographical more so than party political. So this will very much be down to the wire as whether people voted geographically or party political for Therese Doohan.
There's no doubt about it. It will be because we've seen that all day. We've seen it yesterday. And you mentioned earlier on if Fianna Fáil should have run three. But look, who would you take out of the three? Who would you take out of the four? Like if Michael Shannon didn't run, for instance, there was a seat for Therese Doohan up there. Yeah, that's the long and the short of it. The people up there, Michael told me there's 4,000 votes up there. So
Yeah,
when
this is
in that
huge
area up there,
quota.
which
Yeah.
for a long time haven't had a councillor there.
Yeah.
And I think they went out determined this time.
Yeah.
And it will depend now in Trace Doohan's votes and Wolf's votes as well. Now Wolf's was scattered, but Trace got votes all over the place as well.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see where they go as well. It will be interesting what Gabriel gets out of that,
Yeah.
because I don't think there's much out of it for Killian. There's much out of it for Alan. But it depends on who stays ahead. And if Gabriel pulls away from the Fianna Fáil people, there'll be a lot of Fianna Fáil people still looking for votes.
Yeah.
Rita will be looking for votes, and Michael Shannon will be looking for votes, and Denny Gould will be there. He's picking up votes all the place, you see,
Yeah.
and he's very close to that area. So whether he'll do damage to Gabriel up there now or not is another.
Yeah,
Is
the
another
battle
thing,
there, the battle within Fianna Fáil is, I think, if Shannon goes significantly ahead by virtue of the geographical mix that'll be coming from Doohan and Wolf, if that plays out based on geography, the battle then will be between Killian and Allen, and
Yeah.
there's 36 votes between them at the minute.
Okay.
With 8 and 7, 15, with 1,500 votes to so that's, I mean, that's toss of a coin stuff.
And particularly with a quota of 1,817, it's
Yeah.
a massive, massive
It's massive quota.
It
It's
is,
one of the biggest.
which shows there was a very high turnout,
Very
which
high
shows the
turnout, yeah.
competition that Pat talks about, that
Yeah.
people, sometimes the more candidates you run, it can get more people out.
And more engaging in the democratic process.
Well, it does, because, I mean, your difficulty is if you have a lesser number of candidates, people kind of sit back and they say, I won't get to that area, it's a long way away, and it's candidated to somebody else. When you have competition, every door is knocked on, and by somebody. Maybe not everybody gets to knock on everybody's door, but they certainly get engagement. So you couldn't call it. I think it's less likely now that Fianna Fáil will win 3. I think it's 60-40 against. But it's not. You certainly couldn't concede that seat yet. You couldn't concede it. But we have to be realistic as well.
Yeah.
Pat, we heard there earlier about the retirement of Bill Chambers and PJ Kelly, who have been stalwarts in the council for decades, never mind years. Rita was seconded for Bill's seat, so that was almost like the heir apparent there, as much as you can say that about a democratic process. We heard a lot about PJ Kelly coming out in support of Alan Troy, that might have been. Was there a PJ factor anywhere in this?
Well, it would appear that there wasn't at this stage now, because, I mean, you would expect somebody to get a seat in this Casey. If somebody from there ran that were better known, maybe would, because there's a huge vote from Ballyea, Clare, Killadysert, Labishida, Kilmurray McMahon, Coolmean, all that area. They always had councillors down there.
And a few, like you would have had Oliver Gary from Fine Gael around
the Greens, Sean Ryan,
area.
God rest them all now. They were all down there.
Yeah, I think Pat's right. The big difficulty was Alan Troy's new to the game, so and came to the scene late. Good fella, good candidate, but it takes time to build up. And PJ Kelly has had such a level of service over the years. Very hard to follow that track record. He had a huge area to himself. He worked it very well. He canvassed it well, always. And it's impossible for anyone to canvass and say, well, look, give the vote that you gave to me to somebody else, because he was getting a vote that wasn't necessarily Fianna Fáil per se. It was just his likability factor, his work rate in that area, and having such a wide area, as Pat has said. That's an area close enough to Ennis that has become much more populated.
Yes.
Lissy Casey used to be somewhat very rural one time. It's quite suburban now, if you want. And PJ has managed that very well over the years. So I've no doubt that he worked with Alan. But it's impossible to ask always to get people to follow what you ask them when you're not in the race yourself.
Exactly, and as you said, this is a democratic process. People have a right to their own vote, and as we've been seeing time and time again, and do election on election, the local vote. There's so much of it, what people call a personal vote. Even though I think Pat Burke last night out challenged us a bit on what every vote is personal, but it's particularly in a local election that it's the
Yes,
person in the locality, the person you know, the community, as opposed to the public
Yeah,
political
well, you
party.
see that in East Clare. Like Joe Cooney gets 2,800 votes, of which there's probably 700 or 800 of those that are loyal Fianna Fáil people that would vote for me in the general election and go
Sorry, Timmy,
straight
I'm
back
going to
to Pat Hayes.
you
And
there. We're heading. Oh, sorry, Timmy. No, continue. Sorry.
yeah,
I thought we were heading for another count.
sometimes a candidate will have a personal thing. Like I know Fianna Fáil people in East Clare that will give me a number one in a general election, but they'll vote for Joe Cooney because they know him through hurling, they know him through family connections, whatever. The number twos go to Pat Hayes or Tony O'Brien, principally Pat Hayes because he's relatively close by, and we saw that in the transfers yesterday. So you can't always extrapolate a council election as to what it translates into a general election per se. It's very much personal, and they look at it differently then at a later stage or whatever.
Gentlemen, we're about to wrap it up there, but before we do, there was talks earlier. We've seen quite a strong showing for Fianna Fáil. It mightn't translate 100% into seats, but it certainly has on votes. And there was even talks of going back to the days of when your early days, Pat, when there might be a Fianna Fáil majority in the Clare County Council. Is that still on the cards?
Well, they'll definitely have half the council.
Yeah.
They'll have 40
That
now.
one.
And originally there was 32, of course,
Yeah.
but there's 28 now. So they'll definitely have half. So I'd say that'll beat. I'd say 14 seats. I'd say
14 seats.
It looks like that now. But because geographic, the number twos and threes are the ones, and like where you're situated makes the big difference there. And that's why out in the peninsula, out in the west, like there's still a lot of people looking for votes out there.
It's all happening out west.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And as we have been saying all day, the Kilrush electoral area and the Shannon local electoral area will go down to the wire here. It's been a long few hours here yesterday and again today. So we're going to take a break for about 30 minutes. Some of us need refueling and a bit of fresh air, and we'll be back to you with the Kilrush and Shannon electoral area counts.
Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism.
Tourism is vital for the well-being of County Clare. If tourism is thriving, every town, every village, every community will reap the rewards and feel the benefits. Prior to the global pandemic, over 6,600 people here in County Clare worked within the tourism industry. So it's essential that we do everything possible to ensure the recovery of that sector. The County Clare Tourism Strategy 2030 is our blueprint.
It's about developing what we have, getting the people back again to visit in large numbers, but it has to be more than that. It's about sustainable tourism. It's about being sensitive to the environment.
A future for tourism that allows us to maintain our distinctive identity while protecting our heritage and our environment.
But of course we cannot forget that the COVID-19 pandemic has been devastating to the tourism sector in County Clare. And so this plan will seek to engage with all the stakeholders, but in a way that's different. Tourism in the future in Clare will have to be somewhat different.
As we navigate this crisis, having a dynamic strategic plan will be critical for the recovery of tourism in County Clare, and it will enable stakeholders to further develop and enhance the tourism experiences in the county.
The Clare Tourism Strategy will increase the length of stay, visitor numbers, as well as the dispersal of benefits across the communities of County Clare. It was prepared in 2019, it was delivered in 2020, during which time the world plunged into crisis and the tourism ecosystem as we know it changed in an unprecedented manner.
The onset of the pandemic accentuated the importance of getting the direction right. The strategy was already at draft stage by last March, and the review process that followed seemed to move into high gear.
It's no secret that I personally have a particular grow for Clare. It was one of the very first places that I visited after being appointed CEO of Fáilte Ireland, where I got to enjoy Michael Vaughan's wonderful hospitality.
County Clare is right smack in the middle of the Wild Atlantic Way, and it has advantage over many other counties in terms of the natural beauty, the amenities, the opportunities that the international visitor has.
Went to the Shannon Airport. The Bannock County is known all over Ireland. It's now beginning to know all over the world, and that's our part of our remit, to make it more known throughout the world. We are the headquarters of traditional music in Ireland, and now that's word, the good word is spreading, hopefully throughout the world.
And Clare was one of my first ports of calls after visiting the Mammy in Wexford, of course. But when things reopened last year, when I enjoyed a wonderful stay in Spanish Point with John Burke in the Armada.
The beaches of County Clare have been a huge driving force for the social and economic development of so much of coastal Clare. Today we can be very proud to have a blue flag flying over the beach in Spanish Point, as too can 8 other beaches in County Clare. And I think it will ensure the continued benefit of our beaches and how they can support our communities and give us something to be incredibly proud of within the county.
But most of all, it's about tourism that protects the interests of our local communities and our local farming sector and our local business sector.
The unique and spectacular landscape of Clare is only matched by the quality and warmth of the welcome of the people of Clare. From Loophead to Killaloo, from Shannon to Ballyvaughan, Clare is so beautiful, so fascinating, and has so much to offer. Fáilte Ireland is committed to the sustainable development of tourism in Clare.
There is a very strong team involved in the Clare Tourism Advisory Forum, and we will act as advisors to Clare County Council and a voice for all things tourism in the county. Here we are in Ennis, the heart of County Clare. Every one of the 120,000 residents in Clare is involved in tourism in some shape or form. When you look what we've on offer here in the town, or in the east of the county with the hidden heartlands, or the west in the Wild Atlantic Way, not to mention the north or south of the county.
Greetings from Bunratty. I am pleased to be part of the Clare Tourism Forum group. The new forum will have further reach, and it's going to support every part of the county. We need to be at our best because the market is going to be very competitive, but we need to show ourselves as being a safe and healthy destination, and this group will not be found wanting when it comes to lobbying, support and ideas.
Pursuing adventure and family fun is one of the pillars of the Clare Tourism Strategy, and what better place to be than here on the quayside in Clarecastle, which is home to our annual regatta, which attracts visitors in their droves for curragh racing and family-friendly activities. Throughout the year, communities across the county organise events which bring families together to enjoy shared passions. Our beautiful blue flag beaches are the perfect backdrop for those great family days out where all can make memories which will last a lifetime. The differing landscapes are the perfect backdrop for adventure. Tracks, trails and golf courses, the soaring cliffs and the mighty seas, the towering hills and the karst terrain, the tranquil lakes and the rambling rivers. Whether you are a novice or an enthusiast, you can come and experience any one of surfing, kayaking, trail walking, hill climbing, cycling, caving, golfing or fishing. County Clare offers a paradise for adventure, adrenaline and family fun.
Welcome here to wonderful Mount Shannon on the shores of Lough Derg in East Clare. Clare has it all,
from Loophead to Killaloo, from Holy Island to Scattery Island, from the Burn to Bunratty. Clare is dotted with round towers and ancient castles, prehistoric sites, ancient dolmens. This is the landscape where Brian Boru ruled from his high seat in Killaloo. This is the county that has it all.
One of the main goals of the Clare tourism strategy is to spread the benefits of tourism right across the county, across all seasons, while maintaining the integrity of the landscape. Sometimes when you live in an area, you don't appreciate all that it has to offer. Looking behind us here, the beauty, the serenity, everything, you know, it's so important to see the Shannon develop itself as a tourist destination. And one of the main aims of the Shannon Tourism Master Plan is to have a more coordinated approach to tourism along the whole Shannon. The launch of the strategy is coming in at a good time with the launch as well of the Shannon Tourism Master Plan.
Recognising all that connectivity and bringing it together to recognise the benefits and promote our county for wellness across all its forms and embedded into the strategy is something to be applauded. That wonderful connectivity with people and place, that's recognised in the designation, international designation of the Burn and Cliffs of Moher UNESCO Global Geopark, and the diversity is recognised internationally. Visitors can experience the rich landscape that we have.
Of the Burn, one of Oliver Cromwell's army officers once said, "There is not enough water to drown a man, not enough trees to hang a man, and not enough earth to bury a man." While his future was not in developing a tourism strategy, the second half of his observation is much more positive. And yet their cattle are very fat, for the grass growing in the turfs of earth that lie in the rocks, which are of limestone, is very sweet and nourishing. Centuries later, our Clare tourism strategy presents a fresh perspective, a multiplicity of identities, diversity of landscape, and a depth of history, and an independence of spirit. Our sustainable goals are to work collaboratively as the gateway to the West, deliver compelling quality visitor experiences. Our signature landscapes, such as the Cliffs of Moher, will develop to spread the benefits of tourism. Clare offers the opportunity to feel vibrant in a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones.
The new tourism department structure of Clare County Council, as well as the state agencies such as Fáilte Ireland, as well as the Tourism Advisory Forum, will play a leadership role during these challenging times. The action plan that is within the Clare Tourism Strategy will guide immediate priorities. It'll also focus on responding to opportunities and challenges while always keeping the fundamentals of success at its core.
And it's that kind of experience that sets us apart. And it's something that Clare uniquely has to offer in terms of the natural beauty, the amenities, the opportunities that the international visitor has. A lot of them are outdoor, and that's something that is unique. 2 internationally renowned links golf courses, and as many, again, in parkland courses that are up with the best across the world. And of course, for the last 30 years, surfing has been a pastime that has been very much enjoyed by young and old visiting the county of Clare.
Islewick Haven Birds of Prey Centre has 45 years of experience in welcoming people year-round to our attraction here in the heart of the Burn. Together with a variety of tourism stakeholders and as a proud member of the Lonely Planet award-winning Burn Ecotourism Network, we happily play our part in caring for, educating and entertaining our visitors. When the time is right, we are prepared and ready to showcase our under and overground marvels here at Islewick and throughout the Burn and Cliffs of Moher UNESCO Global Geopark. We cannot wait to welcome.
Clare is synonymous with welcoming visitors and tourists to our breathtaking landscape, our amazing coastline, our culture, our tradition, our music, and so much more. And so our tourism strategy for County Clare seeks to develop and grow that product for the years ahead, and indeed add new product to our tourism portfolio as we go forward.
In recognition of the need for enhanced tourism products, we are working on the renovations of Loophead Lighthouse, Vandeleur Wall Gardens, Holy Island in Ishcaltra. In addition to that, we're working with Fáilte Ireland on 3 visitor experience destination plans across the county. To implement the strategy, we will ensure a unified approach to sustainable tourism development across the county, as well as working with communities to ensure communities benefit.
Working together will enable the future development of the destination, increasing visitor numbers, dwell time and visitor spend, and ensuring that Clare is well established on the bucket list of Irish destinations with a sustainable model that benefits all.
So important to see all these areas and all these organisations working together with the main goal of promoting tourism.
We can be really proud and confident of promoting County Clare to the widest possible international visitor gallery.
I'm very confident in relation to the team in Clare County Council.
For us, the key message we heard across the county was that tourism had to be about communities and their well-being. It had to be about sustainability in the truest meaning of the word. We believe that this strategy sets the stage for Clare to be at the forefront of sustainability and innovation in rural tourism within Ireland and indeed beyond.
I'm delighted to officially launch the Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a vibrant new future in tourism. Cógardagus agus Gorb Mahagiv.
A wonderful county to visit, a great place to be. Come and visit with the people of Clare.
I must acknowledge the partnership we have had with Fáilte Ireland, particularly their Chief Executive Paul Kelly, and to thank Fáilte Ireland as well as all the other agencies who have partnered with us in developing this very important roadmap for the future. The completion of Clare's tourism strategy would not have been possible without the help of a range of stakeholders. In particular, I'd like to thank the elected members of Clare County Council for their vision and foresight and the support they showed throughout the plan. Secondly, I'd like to thank my colleagues in Clare County Council, particularly my head of tourism, Deirdre O'Shea, and her team, who showed tremendous commitment and dedication throughout. As we come to the end of this video production, and in order to celebrate a bright and exciting future for tourism in County Clare, let's finish on a high with the strains of Clare, My Heart, My Home by our world-renowned Kilrush Band.
To a place that means the world to me, on the wild Atlantic way, a land where blessed feet once tread, where kings and princes roamed, a place of beauty and renown, Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. Liscannor Bay and Maher's cliffs, great white Atlantic foam, and Burren's beauty uncompared, majestic land of stone. The rolling hills of Tulla, Inchikrone and Cragganore, all jewels in the crown that is Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, Cumro, from Kilrush to Quinn, Kilfenora of the Crosses, 7 carved from Barronstone, stand tall as sentinels of faith in Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight in Clare, my heart, my home. And now it's time to bid farewell. This night must come to end, but I wish you peace and God's blessings until we meet again. If ever you return again, of this you can be sure, you'll be welcome here with open arms in Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight in Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices,
Result of the fifth count of Shannon local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Forza Kavanagh's 205 votes, so total votes distributed 205. Michael Begley, non-party, plus 10 to total 875, 875. John Crow, Fine Gael, plus 22, totaling 1293, 1293. Val Gallant, Fine Gael, plus 15, total 836, 836. Rachel Hartigan, Fianna Fáil, plus 35, 35, total 1255, 1255. John Hawke, N2, plus 7, totaling 304, 304. Donna McGettigan, Sinn Féin, plus 26, total 1188, 1188. Keith McNamara, non-party, plus 12, totaling 610, 610. Tony Mulcahy, Fine Gael, plus 11, new total of 1052, 1052. Pat O'Gorman, Fianna Fáil, plus 9, total 1217, 1217. James Ryan, Sinn Féin, plus 15, total 475, 475. PJ Ryan, non-party, plus 19, 1031, 1031. No candidate has reached a quota on this count, and as there is no surplus for distribution, I will exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. John Hawke, 304, 304 votes.
And thank you for that, Pat. Are we told that we're going back again?
The sixth count of Kilrush local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Joe Wolf's 707, 707 votes. Theresa Doohan, Fine Gael, plus 76, now totaling 966, 966. Denny Gould, non-party, plus 178, 178, totaling 1,720, 1720. Gabriel Keating, Fine Gael, plus 39, 39. New total 1256, 1,256. Ian Lynch, non-party, 68 plus 68, totaling 1,585, 1,585. Rita McInerney, Fianna Fáil, plus 65, 65, now totaling 1,566, 1,566. Killian Murphy, Fianna Fáil, plus 16, 16, totaling 1,137, 1,137. Michael Shannon, Fianna Fáil, plus 105, 105, now totaling 1,201, 1,201. Alan Troy, Fianna Fáil, plus 32, 32, now totaling 1,115, 1,115. No candidate has reached a quota on this count, and again, as there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. Teresa Doohan, 966, 966.
And thank you, Pat. Things are coming along very quickly now here in the Tracy's West County Hotel at Election Live. We just saw there where the Kilrush, the sixth count for Kilrush came in, and on that has been eliminated Trace Doohan. Trace Doohan is likely to be a kingmaker here for a lot of people, Porrick. That's going to bring this along quite a bit.
Absolutely. Michael Shannon got 105 there. I'd say he might have expected to have got a bit more. Danny Gould was the big winner with 178.
And that was the big question, wasn't it? Where that was, where was vote was going to
Yeah,
go?
and we kind of speculated that it was definitely a Kilmurray Bricken transfer. Now, 76 plus 105, yeah, more in total if you combine Michael and Trey's than what Dinny got, but Dinny was the clear winner. I'd say Michael Shannon definitely thought he'd have got more. What happens now with Trey's Doohan's votes are going to be very interesting. Is she going to help Alan try to get over Killian Murphy, or is she going to elect someone? Yeah, she will transfer well to Dinny Gould, so it is possible that Dinny Gould could get in on the seventh count. That's possible. But Michael Shannon is going to need to get a big bounce off Trey's Doohan, because overall he hasn't been particularly transfer friendly, and he was really banking on getting the votes from the Kilmurray Bricken transfer.
Because we were talking about a substantial 966 votes. Dinny Gould will need just shy of 100 to be elected on the next count for to make the quota. But I can't see anybody else making the quota at this stage.
Oh, definitely not. It's all the conceivable outcomes is we could elect Dinny or Trey's Doohan, could be enough to save Gabriel Keating and push him up a bit higher, or we'll get Michael Shannon to leapfrog some candidates. So what happens with it is going to be very interesting. As I say, like there's every candidate left has a lot riding on what happens with Trey's Doohan, and as you said, she is the king or the queen maker in this regard.
Dan, we also had the Shannon, the latest Shannon count there, and I'm sorry now bringing your brain elsewhere for a moment. And on that, of course, we had the elimination of, was it Faulkner Cavan, or I have the wrong one out there? Oh yeah, beg your pardon, John Hawke. Beg your pardon, yeah. Aim two, well, you know, we're tested a little bit in this election. Didn't really get any kind of wind behind them here in Clare. So he's been eliminated now, and he has we should expect his transfers back fairly soon. There's what is there, 304 for transferring?
Yeah, that shouldn't take a huge length. There, look, a lot of candidates are very close there. Look at John Crowe, 1,293, Rachel Harticle, 1,255, Pat O'Gorman, 1,217. So there's very little there. I suppose it will be interesting when James Ryan is eliminated. I suppose Donna would be hoping that there would be a party transfer there. However, he's coming from the Westbury Partine area, and who knows, will Balgalan or Michael Begley benefit? Michael Begley is still ahead of Balgalan, and that'll be crucial in terms of if he's still in the race, and if he's ahead of Val. If Val happened to go out, that would be significant. We also have Keith McNamara's there. There's a lot of votes there still to be transferred. So there is a few front runners there, but there's still a bit to go.
There's 7 seats in total, and I'm just counting here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's about 8. There's 7 seats in total, 1 elected, so there's 6 up for grabs, and there's about 8 or 9 up for those 8 or 9 seats. How do you see that going now, Porrick?
Yeah, it's. I would say John Crowe is going to get in, Rachel Hartigan is going to get in, Pat O'Gorman probably poised, and then Pat's transfers could help PJ Ryan. So it's not a done deal for Donna McGettigan or Tony Mulcahy. You would say Donna is going to get a big bounce here off James Ryan, which she needs to really get 75 to 80% of his transfers. But it is very interesting. There's still potentially could be a bit of hope for Michael Begley. I don't think he can be written off just yet.
I wouldn't.
If Rachel Hartigan's transfers, Val Gillan's transfers.
Yeah, and as we were saying this morning with the tally, was that a little bit off, and that Michael did much better in the first count than what was predicted within the tally.
But I would also give the caveat from what I'm hearing on the ground from the last time I was here. We are in for a long evening. Very likely that there's going to be a recount. Look for in the Kilrush local electoral area.
Do you see Dan's face now? Do you see Dan's face? What are you doing to us?
According to some of our sources. So, yeah, I'd just say buckle in, and I think people will be watching on the stream on the way back from Thurles.
I think Porrick will be here on his own talking to you from the stream at that point. But we will deal with that. We actually expect maybe to have the Kilrush vote, fingers crossed, or count over before the match. But Shannon, we will have to come back after the match definitely for that. And if Porrick has his way, a recount as well, or his predictions have the way. Shannon is, we're looking at a quota of 1,456. People are still way off that quota, Dan. There's a long road in this yet.
They are a long way off it, and apart from David Griffin, there's a lot of people that are still concerned. As Porrick said, there is a few front runners like John Crowe and Rachel Hartigan. It would be a huge turn up for the books if they didn't get elected. But there's still a lot to play for, and okay, you have geography coming in transfers, you have party involvement transfers, but sometimes transfers go scattered run across the place that people don't expect. So it's very, very hard to predict with any great certainty. Certainly the final seats there. As you said, there's still a good number of candidates off that quota. And they'll be watching every vote there with their tally people in terms of transfers.
Yeah, we have 3 candidates in the 1200s at the moment. So you're looking at John Crowe, you're looking at Rachel Hartigan, of course, and we're looking here at Pat O'Gorman. Donna then is in the 1100s mark. So as you were saying, this vote or this count will be important to Donna to keep her in.
A very important one for Donna, and then you're looking at a Tony Mulcahy isn't a sure bet from where he's sitting at the minute on 1052. Because I think Pat O'Gorman will, if he's in 4, is going to really help PJ Ryan. So like Keith McNamara is going to be a help when he goes to from what I have heard, a lot of Keith McNamara's votes, there's a lot of number 2s for Donna. So that's going to be a help again to Donna as well as James Ryan. So the next 2, she's going to really need to get a bounce off, because like Val Gillan, I'd say potentially is going to transfer nearly more to Michael Begley than to Tony Mulcahy.
But Michael will need those transfers, and a huge percentage of it. We'll just take one very quick look again at the West Clare tally, Dan. Our count with you on that. we were kind of saying that trades do and will make a huge impact on that, and we'll have a much clearer picture here. I was asking the Fianna Fáil members earlier when we were chatting with them, was it nearly a mistake to run for candidates? They said, who would you leave out of that mark, and how would you have done it? 4 for 2, would 3 have done 3? It's very hard to say given the geography.
Well, it is. I suppose
And they could still have the 3.
You had two outgoing councillors there as well, and then you had, like, they needed somebody where PJ Kelly was, and then it was decided to have Michael and Shannon on ticket as well, and he has polled very well, and so it's all to play for there. I suppose when it's decided, we'll be all the wiser. But yeah, it's a tricky one.
Question is who's going to catch all the votes, because out of shot, as people might not have seen, it's all about catching votes. Alan Foodie's after making a great catch with his hands for a sweet. I don't know, was it thrown off screen, but he's done a fantastic job. So if they took a bit of inspiration from that in terms of how they catch votes, it's going to go very well.
Alan Foodie, of course, who's been with us all through the count on camera here, as well, along with Tracy Maloney and Mike Corey, who've been playing a blinder and keeping us all in check and in line for the last 2 days. It's only been 2 days, gentlemen. It might feel a little bit longer. And who also has been here for those 2 days is Peter O'Connell. And Peter O'Connell now he's not actually. I'm told Peter O'Connell has also gone missing. So we're back with the gentleman in tow.
Just to confirm, I think it was a toffee sweet, just as we're trying to go. I think Alan did catch a toffee sweet.
But I noticed he didn't share it with us, so just we're bringing the important information to you here now. Can we just look? Maybe we were talking down there about that Fianna Fáil, 4-3-2 element in it. Didn't go when PJ Kelly retired. Okay, it just shows you the void he left wasn't necessarily party political, but it was geographical. That that space was left.
I think, in fairness to PJ's vote, there would have been a personal vote in that as well. He was exceptionally good at raising planning issues and getting planning permission, helping people to get planning permission, and over the years would have been involved in a lot of projects in Lissycasey. So I think it's fair to say, I can't give a percentage, but there certainly would have been a high percentage vote in it. It wasn't all party.
Bill Chambers as well was a big. I think that was even Michael Shannon. That was the reason he came back into politics 20 years on, because Bill Chambers had done such a great job elected in 1985. He'd been there, and that would have been Dinny's a big influence for Dinny coming back into the race in the parish of Clare as well. So that's what you often find in election times. If a big name decides to go out, then a lot of people say, I have a chance here. And people, we have kind of seen that was it's such a crowded, competitive field in the West Clare Municipal District, and a lot of that down to PJ and Bill Chambers not being on the ballot.
And of course we see here that there is going to be a battle royal between some of the Fianna Fáil candidates. The one that's most likely safe at this stage is Rita McInerney, and she was seconded on for Bill Chambers. This was really a test for her today, as we said previously, because she hadn't run in this local election in the West Clare area before. Down a little bit on what the tallies were, but she should still probably be relatively happy with that vote down.
Oh, she would. Obviously, she'd like to be more. She loved it if the tally thing held out. But look, she's still in a very strong position, and she's nearly 4-3, best well over 400 ahead of Killeen at the minute. So. I suppose Killeen does seem to be in a bit of bother, but there isn't a huge difference with himself and Michael Shannon. But still, I think
Michael Shannon has overtaken him.
He has overtaken him. He has overtaken him, and 50-60 votes are going to be massive in this.
5 or 6 votes could be impactful.
Very interesting. Like, if we do evaluate councillors' performance over the last 5 years, Killeen Murphy had a very strong 5-year term on the council, got a lot done for his area, and like as we said, Rita had a 6-month audition almost, and she did very well as well. As we spoke previously, she was very prominent in things, and bringing up issues that were important, and it really grabbed the opportunity that she had for the 6 months.
Killeen as well is involved in the Friends of Ennis Hospital, and would have been very active in the health forum, to be fair. And I have to say, in terms of motions, brought up some very constructive motions involving UL Hospital, obtaining information which, in my view, underlines the need, or certainly the case, that there is a volume of patients there in Clare for an ED in a hospital. I don't want to go into that, but basically he had a number of motions there that elicited information that actually showed that there is nearly 30,000 people going to other hospitals, Clare people going to other hospitals, Portiuncula and Galway, that could go to Ennis. So that the old argument that the volume isn't there, he actually managed to show through figures that actually a case can be made for it.
Now, what is, and it will be a kind of a between himself and, it looks like, himself and Michael Shannon at the moment, to kind of who's going to be ahead to definitely take a seat. Like, the third seat is still mathematically very possible for Fianna Fáil, of course.
And also Alan Troy isn't out of the race at the minute either.
No.
Like
one transfer will bring him up.
And like there's a lot of interest about this Greyhound transfer. It could be the difference.
Asked so much. Will you bring us through the intricacies of this Greyhound transfer for those that have just joined us? For those that just joined us, Pork earlier this morning came up with the Greyhound transfer.
Yeah, Dinny Gould, obviously from North Kerry, but living in Kilmehel or West Clare for close to 4 decades. A prominent bookie across the scene, well known in the horse racing community and the Greyhound community. Alan Troy is a well known person in the Greyhound community as well. He's regularly, weekly on Clare FM's Sideline View for Greyhound Focus, giving the updates. So they're both pulling votes from the Greyhound community off each other, which is very strong in West Clare. We never thought that Greyhound would be a factor in an election to decide who gets in, but it is going to have a big bearing on what happens.
In rural areas, we'll say the community, I don't know a huge amount about it, but I have to say that in rural areas, it's a massive thing. That and the GAA, the people who follow it are absolutely fanatical, and they study the press and any media on it religiously, and it's all in a kind of a community. So yeah, that it could be a factor.
The odds are looking particularly good for Denny right now to top the poll in this, and it's about the only thing we can say at the moment with any element of certainty about the Kilrush count. But someone who might have a little bit more insight, who has returned to this seat and with a few guests, is Peter O'Connell. Peter.
Claire, thanks very much indeed for that. And I'm joined by a very auspicious panel yet again. Geraldine Lambert is back. Geraldine, thanks for coming back. Patricia McCarthy is back. Thanks a lot. And we've a guest panelist all the way in from Clarecastle, Bomber Hanrahan. Bomber, how are you getting on?
Not bad at all, Peter, and yourself?
Not too bad, no. Approaching 4 o'clock, Bomber. You're not. You don't look that nervous yet.
I was just on the way out the door when I was called to come on here, all right. But look at approaching 4 o'clock, and I suppose we're all nervous at the moment, and wishing the Clare team the best. That's all we can do now at the moment. Sit and wait.
So give us a bit of insight, Bomber, as to your overall take, and we'll look specifically then at maybe Kilrush and Shannon.
My overall take, I suppose, as a Fianna Fáil person, I think we're doing very well in Clare at the moment. We're doing well, and overall, I listened to the national news this morning. We're doing well overall in the country. So, I suppose you would have to be happy as a government party. You would have to be happy with the results all round. And going forward, I don't know what's down the road for us, but I'm happy anyway. I'm happy with the Ennis result. Very happy with that.
Yeah, that was certainly fairly comprehensive, wasn't it? I mean, you are helped a bit by Fine Gael in that now, but
well, we were, I suppose, with only two candidates two Fine Gael candidates running in Ennis, and Johnny Flynn and Norton pulling out. That gave us an opening, all right. And well, we had 4 good candidates there, and the 4 of them put in a great effort, and really and truly they deserved the 4 seats, the 4 of them.
Good vote management as well. I mean, to be able to bring in 4.
Very good vote management, and as I say, it worked out very well for us. Now, I must add a little bit to that now at this moment in time.
Well, you see, nothing is ever going to be 100% straightforward, Bomber, with you.
No,
there's always going to be something to add, like. So.
I have the privilege now of having 3 councillors on my road. So there'll never be a pothole, or a hedge not cut for the next 5 years.
And one of them is the son-in-law.
One of one of them is the son-in-law. That's right.
Tommy Guilfoyle, in case people are wondering.
Tommy is my son-in-law. He's married to my daughter, and a fine chap, I must say. He's with the wrong party, but that's beside the point. I can't.
How did you put up with that, Bummer?
Well, we didn't. Put,
were you?
I don't put up with it.
Quiet for once.
Well, I had to stay quiet because the daughter had me warned, and the Lord have mercy on my wife. Every Sunday we used to have an argument, myself and Tommy. Without fail, we'd have an argument every Sunday. But look, that's the joy of politics. I have my view, and he has his view. And
does he call you comrade?
Oh yeah, always comrade with him. That there's no everyone is comrade with Tommy. There's one thing about him. He's friendly with everybody, and I'd say that stood him. He's a good kid, a good lad, and a hard worker. I must say now he has put in a tremendous campaign, and he deserves those things now this time around.
Just the last thing, Bummer, for the moment. Has there ever been 3 councillors in Clarecastle before?
No, never. Always two. We'd always two.
Yeah, there was for a long time.
Two for you had in Holly Daly's time. You had Holly and Donald Carey, and then you had Joe Carey and I, and then you had Paul Murphy and I, and then you had just Paul Murphy there for the last last term, yeah. So now we have 3, and all in the one road. So I can't go wrong.
That's impressive. Is there any equally impressive road in Shannon, Patricia, by any chance, that's had two or 3 councillors, or was one Patricia McCarthy worth three alone when you were there?
No comment. I leave that for other people to say or do. No, but I mean the Shannon one is shaping up now, and the next count will tell the tale as to what's going to happen and who's going to be hanging in there. It really. I was doing the sums and I was kind of, did I get it wrong? But I had forgotten that David had got elected hours ago. You know, like you're kind of thinking 7 seats in your county, but then David has been well past the post, so it's hard to call it. You couldn't call it really, just couldn't. And the people that are waiting there, any one of them are uncomfortable. Well, with the exception probably of John Crowe and Rachel Hartigan, they're okay. You know, they feel the most comfortable. But other than that, then you could say anything. So the next dispersal will tell, but it won't be over for them then either. Like there's another bit to go. So
we'll be handing over to Sally Ann Barrett in a second. She's going to be having a quick chat with Clare County Council Chief Executive Pat Dowling. Just before we do that, Geraldine, how are the candidates who are kind of wondering whether they're going to become councillors or not, going to retain their seats, the likes of Michael Begley, or maybe some of the first-time councillors are wondering, are they going to win a seat? How do you think they're feeling at the moment?
Well, having been there before several times and glad that I'm not there now, it's a nerve-wracking time. It is absolutely nerve-wracking. And for Michael, he's back in the fray, where I think he thought at the beginning with on the first tally that it was never going to happen for him, and suddenly, and this is what happens with the PR system and with transfers, suddenly he's back in there again, like with the shout. So
Sally Ann Barrett is on the floor, and she's talking to Clare County Council Chief Executive Pat Dowling.
Not only that, but the man of the moment as well, Peter, because he's conducting everything here, as we have seen throughout the weekend at this count centre. Pat, it's been a huge hive of activity. You'd never know there's a Munster hurling final on the way here.
Yes, we're very aware of that fact, and but notwithstanding, we have a job to do here today, and we continue with the 2 local electoral areas. We're going through a process of eliminations across the 2 of them at the moment. That takes time, and it'll continue, and I anticipate that it may continue post-match at this stage. So to be fair to everybody and to the public watching in, we will continue, and I'm going to pause the count at 3:45, excuse me, 3:45, and we'll resume after that, and we expect it shouldn't be too long after that. So we're making incremental progress. It's a slow process, but we're making progress, and we were hoping that we may have had more done before the match starts, but that's the nature of it. We'll continue on, so we'll let people enjoy the game and hopefully enjoy the outcome of the game, and then we'll resume and complete our task as soon as possible.
And I know from your perspective as well, being in charge of all of these staff here, I mean, their well-being is your perspective. I mean, how did you feel last night? Was it a tough decision to decide to push on to get those 3 local electoral areas done last night? The count staff must have been tired by the end of that.
No, not necessarily, because the Clare County Council count staff, and they're very experienced, they would have wanted to achieve something before the day was over yesterday. And let's highlight as well, many of my colleagues would have been involved early in the morning in the separation of papers. Many would have been involved the night before when the boxes were delivered to the venue. So they had been working 24 hours fairly non-stop. But all my colleagues last night, there was no issue. I checked with them and they said, yeah, we'll complete because we're so close. And you try not to interfere in the process of a count unless there's maybe a hurling match of importance on or whatever. But no, there was no issue last night. They were happy to complete it with the knowledge they could start afresh this morning.
Yeah, and candidates were happy with that, of course, as well.
Pardon?
Candidates would have been happy with that as well, to get some perspective last night.
Our primary duty is to do it properly and also to respect the wishes of the candidates. All the candidates, those who don't succeed and those who do succeed. So late last night, when we were getting close to completing the Innis count, I was aware that many of the candidates were here waiting and they wanted to go home with an outcome, and we achieved that.
All right, CEO of Clare County Council and returning officer, thank you very much, Pat Dowling. We'll hand back to Peter now for more analysis on what we've heard so far today.
Sally Ann, thanks very much, and thanks indeed as well to Pat Dowling and Patricia. We're going to get to see the Munster hurling final anyway, uninterrupted.
Well, I wish I was watching it on my own, given that I can't be in Thurles, but I don't like watching the matches as I have a tendency to shout and roar and curse and swear and everything else, and I don't think anybody wants to be in close proximity to me.
I can't imagine Patricia McCarthy getting fairly excited.
Doesn't take much to excite me now, in fairness. Now that's the truth, God's honest truth of it, Peter. But when I see the Clare colours coming on, and that's it, I'm off, and there's no stopping me. But I wish them all the best, and I hope they do it. I was at the Munster final. How long ago was it? They keep telling me
98.
98, yeah. And I was there in 95, and I remember the footballers in 92. You know, there were years that you're 2013. You know, all the years. But you know, they were glorious years, and I remember being the replay in Offaly, you know, all the things that happen that have gone, the folklore, that's all part of thing. But we've a great bunch of hurlers now. They've been there and thereabouts for the last few years. And in fairness, they really put it up to Limerick and anytime they meet. So I hope it's a good game, and I honestly hope for the lads that they come out on top on this occasion. You know, for nothing else, they deserve it, but that's the way sport is, what it is. And as I say, all my thoughts and prayers, fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed for them.
Bomber, it's kind of hard to believe in a way that it's such a massive day, given that I suppose all of our focus here has been on the local elections. We've kind of half forgotten about the Munster final, and normally we'd all be there.
Well, there usually be the prior to Munster final, there's a big hype and a big, but this is the election or the count has taken a lot away from it, and has taken a lot of people away from it as well, I suppose, in one sense and the other. Only for the bringing into the second day count, I'd say there's a lot of people here today that would be at the Munster final that have tickets in their pockets that they can't go. But you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles. You have to, if you're putting your name on a ballot paper and you're coming in for something like this, you have to take the hit with it, you know. But I suppose, as Patricia said, I'd like to wish them well. I hope now that they turn up today. The last day against Tipperary was a poor effort, and hopefully today that they will turn up and give us that performance that we'll be proud of. And I think they will, because they haven't really shone all through the year. There is more in that team, but they're not just. They seem to. They come to a certain point and then the whole, and we get a leveling out period with them. But I think really and truly, that there is more in them, and hopefully that produce it today and put Limerick to bed forevermore.
Geraldine, ideally, where would you watch it if you weren't here?
I'd be watching it at home, but I can, I'd be fairly sure, Patricia, that you could be reassured you won't actually be heard in the cursing and swearing because there'll be probably quite a number of people doing the same thing. I my heart is in Clare today, but of course I'm
Yeah,
a
she's
Limerick
Limerick.
woman. I am a Limerick woman, but my heart is with Clare today. I would seriously love to see. They have a wonderful bunch of hurlers, and I think Bernard is right that they probably haven't fired on all the cylinders they could have had, and I think that's just because they're keeping it in reserve for today.
I just always remember Geraldine being a Limerick woman. I always remember the '92 football Munster final inside in the Gaelic grounds. And my mother was a proud Kerry woman, proud as you'll get. And we happened to be together, and she said, "Well, I really can't begrudge Clare today."
So I'd be like that. Yeah, yeah,
So
definitely.
hopefully,
Yeah.
We'll get back to the politics in a minute, but it really is. It's a huge. It's the one thing that brings nearly everyone in Clare together. The hurling, isn't it?
Hurling. It does. It really does. Yeah. And it's quite, as you mentioned earlier, it's kind of unusual to be in a bubble like this where you're solely concentrated on so much else, and it's sort of the back of your mind, there's a match, and you're kind of saying, oh, okay, what's the story? And I think this must be. You asked me before about the candidates that are waiting. This will be awful for them because you have that break.
It's a great point,
it's
isn't it?
just awful for them. And I know they will want to watch the match and they will be shouting for Clare. But at the same time, it's just one of
Very
those
hard for them to
ones.
concentrate on that.
Very hard, very hard. And I've been there where you're waiting, hanging in, wondering will you get a vote. First time I was elected, it was one vote on the last count.
Wow.
So, and I said, never again do I want to be there. I'd rather be eliminated earlier. Dreadful situation.
And what happens, Patricia, if it goes to extra time?
Don't you jinx it.
Don't go there.
Well, it could go to extra time. I mean,
could.
sure, there was a point in it last year. It went to extra time the year before.
Yeah.
That's right.
With one or two exceptions, there's only been a point or two between Clare and Limerick over the last 5 or 6 years.
Well, that's all.
I don't care as long as we win.
But will it be extra time? Because the last time Clare and Limerick drew in the Munster final was a replay.
No, it went to extra time 2 years ago, and
they won by a point.
And
oh yes,
do you remember the Tony Kelly sideline equalised it?
That's right.
And I suppose it's a broader question. If a Munster final or a game of that magnitude finishes level, personally, I think there should be a replay. But I don't know what you think.
I think the same thing. I think it's disgraceful to have going to extra time and going. Then they're going to penalties.
Penalty.
I think that's a joke for a Munster hurling final to going to penalties.
No.
Like it's a huge national. It's a massive occasion. Obviously here in Clare we're in it, and the same for Limerick. But it's a national occasion, isn't it?
It certainly is, and I mean the Munster final is the mini All Ireland. And when I say mini now, not in any derogatory sense, but for many people, it outshines the All Ireland. It really does. Like it is the one to watch, particularly when you have Limerick and Clare, and when you have a Limerick and Clare that have the capacity that those two teams have today and the capability. It's just phenomenal, and to think that. It will go to extra time, which is very unfair on amateur players, who hopefully they have a day off tomorrow, but maybe some of them don't, or maybe some of them aren't in a position to take a day off. You have self-employed people, you have people who have to get out and maybe milk cows or whatever, so they can't take a day off. And, this isn't soccer, whatever, Premier League or that where people are paid for that and training for it. This is unfair on amateur players.
And Patricia, just the last word on the hurling. No matter where you're from in Clare, I mean, there's not a huge, people in Kilrush mightn't know a huge amount of people in Shannon or up in North Clare, but on days like today, it does bring real unity, no matter where you're from. Like
I can assure you that the Kilrush people are at one with everybody else. And I'm from Kilrush. Okay, it would have been football. The Shams would be the team that I would have grown up with. But there's no distinction when it comes to hurling. It's a game that we all love. It's a fast,
Absolutely.
really fast, sharp game. The skill levels and the physical capabilities that they have to be capable of. You don't see it in many other games, and I think that's why so many other countries look at us and wonder what are we doing, can't understand it, but it has such a skill level. And then to think that they're amateurs, they're not even professionals, they're doing it for the love of the sport, and this it. And before we leave at the hurling, Geraldine, we have two teams in Shannon in the national schools finals.
That's right.
Is it Tuesday or Wednesday? Tuesday, I think.
Tuesday.
It's in my diary. Yeah,
Yeah.
we have, and it's a local derby, St. Senan's versus St. Aidan's, isn't it?
It's the Bunskull. It's
Bunskull,
the Clare.
yeah.
It's the common of Bunskull.
Yeah.
So it's all the primary schools in Clare that have
different
qualified.
Yeah, different
Well,
grades,
they've
yeah.
played up
Mm.
through the last
It's on in
number
Cusack
of
Park.
months.
It's on in
So
Cusack
it's in
Park.
Cusack
Yeah.
Park. Yeah.
But very
yeah.
interestingly, we have St. Senan's and St. Aidan's, both schools, national schools in Shannon.
And of course, yeah.
Yeah.
And we have St. Senan's in the Camogie as well.
We have, yeah, but what I'm saying is this is the local
But it's
derby.
there,
Yeah. And we had it recently as well in the soccer, in the
That's
youngsters,
right.
in the
That's
community
right.
games.
Yeah.
We had Shannontown versus Cratloe Bunratty.
Yeah.
And I had a grandson in both of them.
Oh.
You're talking about Tommy Gilfile.
You stayed at home that time.
So you had to be diplomatic. That's it, Patricia. Had you? I presume you had.
I wasn't around at all.
Have to go for the game.
Yeah, but they all did well, and that's all you ask for.
There's another count now, so we're going to hand over to Pat Dowling. Pat.
The following is the results of the 7th count of Kilrush local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Therese Doohan's votes totaling 966. Dinny Gould non-party plus 143, totaling 1,863. Gabriel Keating, Fine Gael, plus 248, totaling 1,504. Ian Lynch, non-party, plus 43, totaling 1,628. Rita McInerney, Fianna Fáil, plus 124, totaling 1,690. Killian Murphy, Fianna Fáil, plus 22, totaling 1,159. Michael Shannon, Fianna Fáil, plus 242, totaling 1,443. Alan Troy, Fianna Fáil, plus 51, now totaling 1,166. As the votes of Denny Gould exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Denny Gould's surplus of 46 votes, as it is the only available surface and exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates.
after that latest count in Kilrush, where 5 seats are currently being decided. So look at, we had a big vote there, 966 from Therese Doohan to distribute. Bernard, we might go to you first in terms of where that's scattered. What's your thoughts on that?
Well,
I'll just get you to pull that mic in a small bit if you don't mind. Yeah.
It's scattered all over the place by the looks of things, but it brought Michael Shannon up, brought him up a good way towards being elected, I'd say. Looking at it now, just at this moment in time, it's hard to say what way it's going to. They're all kind of even, Stephen, at the minute, aren't they? Really, they're all 1-6, 1-5. That there's how many seats in Kilrush now?
5.
5, and we've one elected, so we have 4 to give out. So it looks like Ian Lynch will get a seat. Rita McInerney will get a seat. And after that, Gabriel Keating will get a seat.
He's looking quite good. Patricia, what's your take?
Yeah.
My take now is we have a straight shootout between Killian Murphy and Troy.
Troy, yeah.
Yeah. And Killian's camp are quite concerned now.
Well, it now comes down to the transfer of the surplus of Denny Gould.
Okay.
And I don't know who's going there. I think they were saying earlier that Troy might benefit more than Killian.
Okay.
So I don't know, but definitely that's where it is now. There's no other question.
There's only 46 votes in that, Patricia.
Yeah, but there's only
7 votes.
There's only 7 votes between them.
I know, yeah.
So, if one of them gets 5 and one of them gets 6, if one of them gets 10 and one of them gets 4,
yeah.
Or like one gets 8 and one gets 7.
Oh, that's nail-biting kind of stuff.
This is,
very tough.
and I'd say you could be possibly looking at...
We're going back to the podium now for another. Yep.
Following is the result of the 6th count of Shannon local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of John Hawke's votes totaling 304. Michael Begley non-party plus 27, now totaling 902. John Crow Fine Gael plus 20, new total of 1,313. Val Galan Fine Gael plus 7, now totaling 843. Rachel Hartigan Fianna Fáil plus 13, now totaling 1,268. Donna McGettigan Sinn Féin plus 33, new total 1,221. Keith McNamara non-party, addition of 46, total 656. Tony Mulcahy Fine Gael plus 12, totaling 1,064. Pat O'Gorman Fianna Fáil plus 25, now totaling 1,242. James Ryan Sinn Féin plus 8, new total of 483. PJ Ryan non-party plus 37, now sitting at 1,068. No candidate has reached the quota on this count, and as there is no surplus for distribution, I will now proceed to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. James Ryan, 483 votes.
Okay, so there we have it. That was another count there in the Shannon electoral area where 7 seats are being decided. as we speak, and only one of them elected so far, David Griffin there from Fianna Fáil. Patricia, what do you make of that now? I mean, we're still going here in Shannon. It's quite tight, very tight.
There now at Tony Mulcahy. Mulcahy is 1064, and you have PJ Ryan 1068. You know, so that's how close it's coming now.
Yeah.
And in PJ Ryan seems to be more transfer friendly in what we're seeing recently than Tony Mulcahy. Then again, you can see that Michael Begley has pulled away from Valgalan. So, you know, this distribution is going to be critical. It depends on where these votes go. And then that will be followed by Keith McNamara.
Okay.
So it's, you know, it'll go down to
And our quota here is 1456.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we heard from Michael Begley at the start of the broadcast today here on the live feed. I mean, he was quite concerned. I mean, that will have given him a little bit more incentive.
Well, when I spoke to Michael Begley yesterday morning, yesterday in the campaign, he was quite concerned. But equally, that's because the tally figures were saying one thing, but somebody mentioned to me a figure of 800, which is what the tally actually came out with as starting. So, you know, he's crept up away. The work that he's obviously done is paying off in that he's getting the transfers. Now, you would expect that if Val Gillan goes out, that he will be a major beneficiary there. But will Tony Mulcahy also be a beneficiary because of the fact that they're Fine Gael? But then Rachel Hartigal and Geraldine, you would expect, will get some votes as well. So you couldn't, it's all to play for.
Yeah.
And you see, you also have, it's the Sinn Féin vote that's gone out now. One time you could quite safely say that was all going to go to Donna, his running mate, but that doesn't apply anymore. So there's nobody, you could say some of them are kind of safe, but you don't want to give them the kiss of death either. You know, like, or, you know, there's enough going on today.
Put me on them all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so you can only talk about the very obvious ones, you know. But you're looking there at some 3 or 4 candidates that anything can happen, because there is now a good sized number of votes. At the moment, they're doing 483, is it?
483, yes.
And then we have another 843 Gillan's, and there's another 656. Keith McNamara 656.
Yeah.
So that's a nice.
Yeah, we'll see a nice bit of movement there when that goes out.
And
So
you see, sorry.
Go on, no, but I'm saying you're talking about 1,500-1,600 votes.
Yeah.
Can change a lot of things in the wink of an eye, like you could change it. So it's Shannon has always proven to be, and thank God I was never involved in too many of these cliffhangers.
Yeah. And of course we had that one last year for people that will remember with Jerry Flynn right down himself and Gareth McPhillips. It was absolutely tense.
For the votes, votes between
4, I think it was at one stage.
Yeah, at one stage.
And then came back.
And then it was decided on the number
First
of
preferences.
Yeah. But I remember getting elected on my first outing in '79. I got a 13th vote to transfer. Yeah.
Wow. It's hard to believe when people fill the ballot down that far now even. Yeah, absolutely it does.
Can I
Geraldine, back
just
to you.
there on the transfer thing, because this morning I was looking as the papers were being counted. I was having a look as far as I could on the transfers, and I was looking at John Crow's transfers.
Okay.
Were one, but the other ones then I was looking at. Whatever I was looking at, there were quite a number. I remember thinking that it was very much an area thing. So given that, and you're looking at Keith McNamara second next. First of all, you have
the independent.
What's gone out now is James Ryan.
Yeah.
That's one that there were a number there for. There was a lot of them obviously going to Donna 1 and 2, but there were also some going to PJ on that. But other ones had a significant amount of number 2s for PJ. So what I would be thinking there is the independent that could, when Keith McNamara goes out, because he's Shannon based, you could get the Shannon and include kind of PJ in that, because he's very close to Shannon, so that could make a difference.
Okay, and of course we better go back to Kilrush, because we did have, of course, Dinny Gould elected. We didn't get a chance to talk about that. So I suppose, Bernard, there was talks. Is he a card-carrying member of Fine Gael? Is that the one that got away?
Well, I suppose he's the one Fine Gael that got away because he's coming from a Fine Gael background and seemingly he wasn't flavour of the month at the convention or something like that to that effect.
Now,
And
I did hear it mentioned that he didn't ask to be put on the ticket, but he wasn't approached at the same time. So
well,
I don't know what kind of dance was going on.
Careful now.
I
Ishkafe olive going on there, Bernard.
there's a lot going on there. Well, whether he asked, Dinny's his own man. Dinny does what Dinny does what wants to do himself. So no, you wouldn't be dictating to Dinny what to do. But I tell you something for nothing. He has surprised everybody with his vote. Really and truly, it is a great vote for the first time out for a man that has not been involved in politics, high up or low down through the years. That's a great turn. That's a great result.
But on that though, when we see Fianna Fáil congratulating themselves so heartily all weekend and all the decisions they made in the various areas where they got it right,
Yeah.
I mean, is there bigger questions to be asked in your party now in the county about what decisions are being made about who's going in what areas?
Well, Fianna Fáil always got it right now. I mean, we never got it wrong. Maybe back in the old days we might have got it wrong, all right, but not. No, I don't know. That's an awful hard question to answer now at this moment in time. But but I suppose parties get it wrong, but sometimes they get it wrong and sometimes they get it right, and sometimes the dice falls properly for you. But going back to Dinny, I must congratulate him on an excellent vote and congratulate him on being elected as the Clare County Councillor. They'll have some fun in the council chamber. That's all I can say.
Absolutely, it's going to be a lively one for sure. Okay, Dinny is going to be speaking to us shortly. When I asked him earlier, he said, "I'll talk to you for 2 minutes now, and that's it. I'm not on for that for too long."
That's
so,
right.
so for the moment, we're going to. Oh, Dinny, he's here. He's back with us. So, Dinny is going to speak for 2 minutes to Clare. I hope Clare he's going to speak for a few minutes more because he's going to be talking a lot now for the next 5 years.
He will indeed. Dinny Gould, of course, the latest elected member to Clare County Council, first time county councillor to the Kilrush electoral area. Dinny, first of all, hugely congratulations on your success. On bringing you to the stage here, it was probably the longest time I had to get a candidate from A to B with the congratulations along the way. You've proved a very, very popular winner here.
Yeah. Well, when I set out on my journey to become a councillor, I made up my mind very late. I had only about 5 weeks, and the people of the parish asked me would I represent them when they lost their councillor Bill Chambers, and I thought about it for a couple of nights. I made up my mind, and I said, "Yeah, I will have a go." But unfortunately, I couldn't go with the party, so I said I'd go independent. So I I talked to a few of my friends. I says, I'm thinking of going for the council. Rang a good friend of mine, Bill Slattery, told me, go ahead. He said, told me where to get my posters, my leaflets and all. So I rounded up a few canvassers and we set off and we done exactly 42 evenings and worked hard. I had Tom Morrissey, Finbar Keaton, Paddy Keane and Niall Murphy. And I had my own family in, my own 3 daughters, and they live in the Kilmurray Bricken parish, so they done the Kilmurray Bricken side for me. And we worked tirelessly, worked hard at it. We went to, but I'd say we went to 80% of the houses, and we kept at it and at it. Now, I was thinking I'd probably fall in maybe for the last seat with the sitting councillors, So I'm over. I can't get over that. I was elected first.
And I've not, you're very emotional about this, and I can understand why. But to top the poll, and it seemed you ran what would be considered a traditional campaign: shoe leather, get out there and talk to the people.
I was in a pub in Murphy Brown's one night, and I met a good friend of mine by the name of Bernadette O'Mara. And she was a great friend of Donald Carey's, worked for him for years and years. And she said, I'll give you a bit of advice, Denny. The only way, if you want to get elected, you have to knock at the door. So we went out, knocked at the doors, worked hard, very hard now, going out every evening at 4:30 and finishing at 9:15. In fact, one night we stayed out at 9:15. and we left no parish without knocking at the door. So that's
Well, you asked and the people answered and overwhelmingly answered.
yeah, and I'll work for the people, and I'll try and deliver for the people that voted me in. And I have to thank my own parish with the great vote I got. I got over 400 votes, which is overwhelming inside in the Clare parish. And I'll work tirelessly for them, and I'll help them out and do my best for them. And the surrounding parishes.
Sorry, Dinny, I could have crossed you there. What were you hearing on the doors? What do people want? What do they want now from Dinny Gould?
They want. There's an awful lot in West Clare. You're back and roll. We've after losing a lot of pubs, shops, post offices. We've awful. The roads are deplorable. You couldn't hardly drive some of them. I drove them myself. They were awful. The roads was a big thing on the door, and the biggest thing we need in West Clare, and if I try hard for the next 5 years to get it delivered, we have to get the soldiers into our small villages that's left. There's only a couple left, and why don't they do them and finish it off?
Yeah, because we've been hearing about those sewerage issues. We say Bill Chambers before you was bringing them to council for the Clare area. It's something, and it seems to comes down to the basic infrastructure. When it comes to local authorities, it's infrastructure and local needs, and that's is that what you were finding at the door?
Yeah, well, like you know yourself inside the village, if we don't have storage, if we don't have proper storage facility in place, you can't build houses.
Yeah.
Because in my parish, in Clare, there's a river going down by the village, and in Capri there's a village. The river is flowing down by the village, and you can't get proper you have to put in a proper storage facility to build the houses. There's no other way out of it. But I'll work hard at this if I can, and if I can't, I'll do my best. Bill Chambers was promised it, and it's supposed to be up and running within the next couple of years. And I think Bill done great work to get that far with it, and I'll try and finish it off and get it in there for him. And I'm delighted. I want to wish Bill Chambers the best of luck in his retirement.
Dinny, you mentioned there about all the local support, but you also mentioned your family and the great support they have. And I've noticed they've joined you here on stage rather than your daughter Tara and your grandson Killian.
Yeah.
Tara, you must be very proud of him.
We're very proud of him. Oh my God, he put in Trojan work, Trojan effort every evening. It was hard, and he wouldn't have done it without the team he had behind him as well, you know.
And the family.
And the family, of course. But we didn't get a choice.
Killian, what do you think? Are you very proud of Grandad? You went back to school now on Monday and saying your Grandad is a county councillor.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited.
Wait until the first county council meeting that they ask you to sit to hear Grandad talking. And you get to see all of that. Are you excited about going back and telling your friends about what you saw here today?
Yeah.
Our social media, they'll all know before the next hour anyway, for sure and certain.
Thank you, Killian, and thank you, Tara, and Dinny, as you say, very, very proud family there.
And before I go now, I'm delighted to be elected, and I hope the Clare team win the Munster final today. Hopefully, and we're off to see it now.
Yeah, and I'm again apologising for my suit, Dinny. I've got into awful trouble today for the clean suit, but I think we're all clear. We're all united in one win here today. You know, people might differ on some of the successes they want to see, but there is one uniting win, and that, of course, is the Clare County Council.
Yeah.
We are going to wrap it up there.
Right.
Hordigus,
right.
And very best of luck in the 5 years ahead.
Right.
There
Thanks.
was Dinny Gould, and with his daughter Tara and his great supporter, his grandson Killian. Sally Ann, I think we're heading back to you now again.
Yeah, you see, I knew he had it in him. I knew when I was chatting to him on the floor, he'd talk way more than 2 minutes. Congratulations, Dinny. That's absolutely wonderful and a lovely interview. You could hear the emotion in his voice there, and how nice to have his family, 3 generations there, all on the one. It's nice to hear somebody, isn't it, independently coming through. I mean, when you hear him say he decided at very short notice, 5 weeks, Patricia, as a previous independent candidate, how hard it is to get over the line. The fact he was able to mobilise the troops and go out and do that in 5 weeks is incredible, and a lesson to the parties as well.
It is, and as he said, he was meeting people and they were asking him to stand, but he still had to make the decision. He still had to weigh it up and see. But it just shows you, Bill Chambers will be a loss to the area, and the local people wanted a councillor in their own area or as close to them as was possible. And I'd like to wish Bill all the best as well. I served with Bill for a long number of years, and it's when you see people leaving, it's retiring, it's as we all do, Bobber. It's just there's a change. And you have a camaraderie in spite of the differences, and you do have differences, but there's a camaraderie there that it continues for a bit anyway, doesn't it, Bernard? Unless that you're knocking on the door and
We'll just fix up your mic there. 1 second now. Yeah.
Y-
Yeah, we've
No,
got you now. Yeah, perfect.
we're live now.
yeah.
As Patricia said, there's great camaraderie between past councillors and present councillors at the moment. We inside in the council chamber we have our differences, as Patricia said. We often had serious arguments, but the very minute it was over, the meeting was over, we went out to the bar and forgot all about it. And while I'd like to wish Bill the very best in his retirement, I was with him for many years in the council, and a great man, a great represented his parish and his area very well for down through the years, and I hope we wish him well in his retirement now.
And Patricia, I thought it was very funny to hear Dini allude to the fact that it was a member of one of the established parties that was giving him all the tips and tricks about where to get the posters and all the leafleting, etc. I thought that was quite funny.
Well, he mentioned Bill Slattery, and Bill Slattery is in the class of his own. And in fairness, you have a relationship between individuals, and the fact that you decide to go for election, it doesn't interfere with that. Now, it helps that you're not in the same electoral area.
That's right.
Definitely. But you try and give the knowledge that you have and the information that you have and the experience. You're trying to impart that onto somebody new coming up that looks for advice. That's all you want to do. Just give them the advice, help them as much as you can, and then hope for the best after that. But to say Bill, and I'm delighted that Bill got back, but Bill left here 5 years ago, determined he was coming back.
Yeah.
And he worked it and he kept going, so.
Yeah, and he said himself yesterday when he spoke to us, he had to kind of take that downturn to be able to come back up again. But I think we forget as well sometimes, don't we, when we see the likes of Dinny and he's very jovial and very having the crack there on the floor and very popular. But you could see the emotion strike there when the realization was hitting him that he has achieved this goal that he's been powering towards for 5 weeks with all of that momentum behind him, and now it's happened.
Well, you see, it's a great honour to be an elected member of Clare County Council or any council, especially when you've been elected by your peers, by your local community and the wider community, that they've seen something that they're putting their faith and their trust in you, and it's an honour and it's also responsibility. So you've got to be very mindful of that at all times, no matter what you feel yourself. In some times, and you might get annoyed, and you might get upset, and you might get distracted. But at the end of the day, you're elected by the public. They go into the ballot box, total secrecy. They put their mark down, and are we going? Yeah, no. And therefore, so you know that they have. You don't even know who voted for you. You can guess, you can suspect, but chances are you could get it wrong 9 times out of 10. That the person that you think that voted for you may not have been the one that voted for you. But as I said, the ballot paper, someplace somebody gave you their vote, whether it was a 1 or a 15 or a 10 or whatever it was, they gave you their vote, they had confidence in you. And the one thing you take into that council chamber is not to let them down.
That's true.
Apart from letting yourself, you're a sideshow and all this, but you're no longer representing yourself. You're representing the people that elected you, and that's where you have to put the best foot forward.
So a lot of responsibility to shoulder then, really.
Well, there is, if you take it seriously. If you want to drift, that's fine, but you won't be re-elected if you. Well, I don't know. there may be people in places that drift, but that day is gone. Like, you just have to do your best. Sometimes your best isn't good enough, and we've seen it here. Where you see people losing their seat, it's just not considered because of circumstances, because of events. And I suppose it's one of the reasons, and I think we touched on it this morning a little bit, that I don't like to see governments making promises in the 4 or 5 weeks before an election, saying that they're going to do things when they should have been aware that there were problems before it. Equally, throwing money into communities and organisations to, at the last minute, keeping everything. We're ready.
I think we're going to the podium now to get more news from the returning officer, Pat Dowling.
The following is the result of the 8th count of Kilrush local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Denny Gould's 46 votes. Total votes 46. Gabriel Keating, Fine Gael, plus 14, total 1518. 1,518. Ian Lynch, non-party, plus 5, totaling 1633, 1,633. Rita McInerney, Fianna Fáil, plus 8, total 1698, 1,698. Killian Murphy, Fianna Fáil, plus 3, 1,162, 1162. Michael Shannon, Fianna Fáil, plus 14, 14, total 1457, 1,457. Alan Troy, Fianna Fáil, plus 2, 1168, 1,168. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Killian Murphy, 1162. I have received a request for a recount from Killian Murphy. I have granted his request, and a full recount will commence at 6 p.m.
All right. There you have it. Well, there, cat among the pigeons. I think, I suppose, it's only 6 votes between Killian and the next candidate there, Alan Troy of Fianna Fáil, his party colleague. Geraldine, we'll have to talk to you on this one because, you know, a tidbit when I was walking around the floor, I kind of tend to go off there Crocodile Dundee style and just take a look around to keep the earphones in and see, and maybe earwig a little bit if I can without being caught. But there's certainly a sentiment that Killian has been the victim of the party, I suppose, putting a lot of emphasis behind Rita McInerney because she is tagged as a general election candidate. Has that hurt Killian? Has it possibly cost him his seat here?
I got the same vibes, but I hadn't been aware of it before that.
I don't think they're hiding it now.
It wouldn't really surprise me, I suppose, in any political sense. If I were Killian, that's how I would feel. And if I would feel the same if I were.
And I will say, Killian did not want to talk to the media because there was, I suppose, indications that there was bother on the cards here. So he felt he had nothing to talk about at the stage. I was chatting to him earlier, in fairness, because it was still all up in the air.
And the other side of it is, I don't know whether that's real or not. Certainly, maybe some people did, maybe some didn't. She would be seen. She ran in the last general election, and the party would obviously want to have a gender balance, and she is the obvious one. But she certainly worked very hard from the time she was co-opted to Bill Chambers, and I'd like to echo the sentiments there for Bill, who put Trojan work into the area over so many years, and to all the retiring councillors, actually, not just to Bill. But yes, but she worked hard herself, and I suppose Killian himself had worked. He took a seat last time out. He was a new candidate, and he took a seat and worked very hard. So sometimes there's a sense that the sitting councillor has an advantage. So you put more effort into somebody else because you want to hold that seat. and B, maybe because she was seen as a future
Well, the
election
analogy that
candidate.
comes to mind is when you go in and have your first child, you're minded very well, and they're all about you in the maternity department. And when you go in the second or the third
Yes,
or the
you're
fourth, in my
grand.
case,
You're grand.
are you here
Yeah,
again? Off you go, mind
yeah.
yourself.
And
Not in a bad way, but you
not
know,
in a bad
you've
way,
got the
but
run of
they're
it, but the training wheels are off at that stage. Yeah.
they are indeed, yeah. And you would expect somebody that works as hard as Killian and has the profile he has, that he would have had that advantage. And that's why I'm kind of surprised. Not so much, I can see there with Rita, but it isn't just Rita. Like, Alan Troy has now overtaken it only by a handful of votes. But
Yeah, it's
Shannon is
six
ahead of him.
votes.
It's six
votes.
votes there.
Yeah.
It was 7 a couple of minutes ago. So he picked up an extra one there. But so there is that sense that Killian is a hard-working sitting candidate with a good profile, as I say, hard-working, and that he may not have needed as much support or hand-holding. I don't know. I'm surmising. I don't live back that way. I keep an eye on things, but only what I read in the papers or hear on Clare FM. So I wouldn't be probably the best one to answer that question.
I may ask our colleague beside us, because I know you're getting jittery there with the time and the match on at 4, so we better get your thoughts before you run out on us. What do you think about that?
The only thing that I see in it, there was a lot pulling out of the one pool in that area, in that particular area in Kilkee. You had Alan Tryon, you had Killian, and you had there's another one there as well. They're all pulling out, and there isn't that much, there isn't that big a vote in Kilkee. But Killian put in a good, has worked very hard for the last 5 years in council and has been on the radio. I have heard him on the radio on numerous occasions bringing up issues that are happening back in that particular area. But you're only as good as your last job, and people, the electorate out there are very fickle at the moment. They're liable to do anything, and I don't think there was any general major push on. I didn't hear anything about anyway on Rita. Whether she's going to go for the national national politics or not, for the TD or not, I don't know. That has never been discussed, and I haven't heard it. She tried it once and failed. So, once bitten, twice shy, that kind of a way. So, I know what people are saying, that with the vote that she got, she should go again. But maybe, I don't know. That's up to Rita what she wants to do. But I do feel sorry for Killian because he put in, as I say, put in Trojan work. But then, as I said, they're all pulling out of the one pot back in that particular area, and you can't if you haven't enough of number ones, you're struggling from day one,
Yeah.
And Killian was struggling from day one because
He-
he was well behind.
Yeah. And Patricia, sometimes profile just isn't enough then.
Well, the interesting thing is Fianna Fáil had 3 outgoing councillors. Well, PJ retired.
That's right.
And then they decide they're going to put 4 forward. Even though one of them was a relatively who had been co-opted, that'd be Rita. Killian was a first time. It was
His first 5-year term.
Yeah, his first 5-year term. And then they had 2 new candidates.
Right.
So strategically, I don't think it was in their best interest, to do what they did for whatever reason that they did it.
I think there was only 4 in the 4 at the convention, and sooner than have a vote or something like that. That's what that's what I think what happened. They said let the 4 go forward.
Not a good strategy.
That wasn't a good strategy. Because,
wrong strategy.
No, just ask Killian Murphy now.
Yeah.
How well that went.
Because not alone that, but you'll have people looking at it in future and seeing what's happening. And is this, it worked in
Ennis, yeah.
But it didn't work here because you're talking about a smaller area, and they were kind of nearly positioned in that circle.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So it might say, I don't know why you have to have courage sometimes and stand up and say, look, you have to make a decision. We have 4 candidates. Realistically, we want to get 3 elected. You can do it by standing 3, and you'll just have to vote and decide who you want to represent you. And then if you want to do 4, you put it the other end of the constituency away if it's talking about bringing in a vote or whatever you're doing, But I feel sorry for Killian. Worked really hard, but it's not over yet because The
No.
recount could turn up anything, you don't know.
Yeah, but
Because it's
it is the first misstep from Fianna Fáil, I suppose, we've seen this weekend, because all along we've been talking about how they got candidates right, bringing in those newer, younger candidates. But this is a serious wobble in their strategy.
Well, I would see it because, as I say, you could have put off people of going forward in the future, not just in that area, but in other areas. They will watch it. But equally, they had a dilemma, I suppose, in the sense that PJ Kelly was retiring, and there was a sense that they needed somebody in that area, or whatever. And this happens. But there comes a time you
But
have to just stand up sometimes and say no.
Alan Try is living in
Yeah.
Lissacacy, so that
Mm.
was the that's
The
really
natural.
natural thing to do. But he's from back in behind Kilkee, back from uh, behind
Yeah,
Kilkee.
he's back. He is back that end.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So it's hard to, as I said, it's hard to
The,
judge what way these
I
things.
think it is, because the difficulty with strategy is when it fails, it's wrong. When it succeeds, it's the right strategy. And like in a succeeded, this is failing. We think there is, I was crunching numbers there. It's a very, very outside chance, but there is a chance that whichever one of those goes out with over 1,100 votes, nearly 1,200 votes, could push the other two ahead. She could end up with 3 seats. It's a very outside. I'm rushing to say that it's possible, but it's not probable. But if it did work, then it would be the right strategy. The other side of that is, if you don't run in a far-flung areas, we heard Donegal there saying he was approached as soon as Bill Chambers had left him. That he was approached straight away because people wanted somebody in that area.
Yeah.
So you always have that an area thing, and if you don't run somebody in an area, you run a huge risk of allowing all of those votes to scatter elsewhere to independents or other parties.
Okay, we're going to be returning to the podium now. Another count with our returning officer there, Pat Donnelly.
Following is the result of the 7th count of Shannon local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of James Ryan's 483 votes. Michael Begley, non-party, plus 28, total 930. John Crow, Fine Gael, plus 5, total 1,318. Val Galan, Fine Gael, plus 30, total 873. Rachel Hartigan, Fianna Fáil, plus 103, totaling 1,371. Donna McGettigan, Sinn Féin, plus 222. New total of 1,443. Keith McNamara, non-party, plus 15, total 671. Tony Mulcahy, Fine Gael, plus 3, total 1,067. Pat O'Gorman, Fianna Fáil, plus 24, total 1,266. PJ Ryan, non-party, plus 11, total 1,079. No candidate has reached a quota on this count, and as there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes of Keith McNamara, 671. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a juncture in the afternoon. Can I say that the screens will be made available to you all in the Count Centre for the next period of time to enjoy the exploits in Simple Stadium. And all counting um, will resume at 6 p.m. Thank you for your cooperation.
And I think that was the biggest applause of the day, applauding a break here in proceedings for a very special occasion. So far, we have elected 2 new members to Clare County Council. Early this morning, David Griffin, Fianna Fáil, was elected to the Shannon electoral area, and just there this afternoon, Dinny Gould to Kilrush area. Well, everybody here is hoping for different victories in the local election, but they're all united in one as we head off for our break to watch the Munster final, where everyone's united in hoping for a Clare win. Join us after the game when counting will resume at 6 p.m. in the Shannon local electoral area and a recount in Kilrush. We'll see you hopefully in victory at 6.
rather small field of candidates is contesting the significant electoral area that is Killaloe, stretching from Crusheen to Killaloe and from Whitegate to Quinn. Fine Gael is represented by sitting councillors Pat Burke and Joe Cooney. Fianna Fáil's trio of sitting councillors will be seeking to retain their seats. They are Pat Hayes, Tony O'Brien and Alan O'Callaghan. Meanwhile, Audrey Flynn is the Green Party candidate, Dr Martina Cleary is representing Sinn Féin, the Social Democrats have put forward Fiona Levy, and Matthew Moroney is representing Independent Ireland. So it's all to play for with just 9 candidates competing for 5 seats. Who wins? We will find out by Sunday evening.
Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now, we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism. Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now, we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism. Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now, we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism.
Tourism is vital for the well-being of County Clare. If tourism is thriving, every town, every village, every community will reap the rewards and feel the benefits. Prior to the global pandemic, over 6,600 people here in County Clare worked within the tourism industry. So it's essential that we do everything possible to ensure the recovery of that sector. The County Clare Tourism Strategy 2030 is our blueprint.
It's about developing what we have, getting the people back again to visit in large numbers, but it has to be more than that. It's about sustainable tourism. It's about being sensitive to the environment.
A future for tourism that allows us to maintain our distinctive identity while protecting our heritage and our environment.
But of course, we cannot forget that the COVID-19 pandemic has been devastating to the tourism sector in County Clare. And so this plan will seek to engage with all the stakeholders, but in a way that's different. Tourism in the future in Clare will have to be somewhat different.
As we navigate this crisis, having a dynamic strategic plan will be critical for the recovery of tourism in County Clare, and it will enable stakeholders to further develop and enhance the tourism experiences in the county.
The Clare Tourism Strategy will increase the length of stay, visitor numbers, as well as the dispersal of benefits across the communities of County Clare. It was prepared in 2019, it was delivered in 2020, during which time the world plunged into crisis and the tourism ecosystem as we know it changed in an unprecedented manner.
The onset of the pandemic accentuated the importance of getting the direction right. The strategy was already at draft stage by last March, and the review process that followed seemed to move into high gear.
It's no secret that I personally have a particular grow for Clare. It was one of the very first places that I visited after being appointed CEO of Fáilte Ireland, where I got to enjoy Michael Vaughan's wonderful hospitality.
County Clare is right smack in the middle of the Wild Atlantic Way, and it has advantage over many other counties in terms of the natural beauty, the amenities, the opportunities that the international visitor has.
Welcome to Shannon Airport. The Banner County is known all over Ireland. It's now beginning to know all over the world, and that's our part of our remit, to make it more known throughout the world. We are in the headquarters of traditional music in Ireland, and now that's where the good word is spreading, hopefully throughout the world.
And Clare was one of my first port of calls after visiting the Mammy in Wexford, of course. But when things reopened last year, when I enjoyed a wonderful stay in Spanish Point with John Burke in the Armada.
The beaches of County Clare have been a huge driving force for the social and economic development of so much of coastal Clare. Today we can be very proud to have a blue flag flying over the beach in Spanish Point, as too can 8 other beaches in County Clare. And I think it will ensure the continued benefit of our beaches and how they can support our communities and give us something to be incredibly proud of within the county.
But most of all, it's about tourism that protects the interests of our local communities and our local farming sector and our local business sector.
The unique and spectacular landscape of Clare is only matched by the quality and warmth of the welcome of the people of Clare. From Loop Head to Killaloo, from Shannon to Ballyvaughan, Clare is so beautiful, so fascinating, and has so much to offer. Fáilte Ireland is committed to the sustainable development of tourism in Clare.
There is a very strong team involved in the Clare Tourism Advisory Forum, and we will act as advisors to Clare County Council and a voice for all things tourism in the county. Here we are in Ennis, the heart of County Clare. Every one of the 120,000 residents in Clare is involved in tourism in some shape or form. When you look what we've on offer here in the town, or in the east of the county with the hidden heartlands, or the west in the Wild Atlantic Way, not to mention the north or south of the county.
Greetings from Bunratty. I am pleased to be part of the Clare Tourism Forum group. The new forum will have further reach, and it's going to support every part of the county. We need to be at our best because the market is going to be very competitive, but we need to show ourselves as being a safe and healthy destination, and this group will not be found wanting when it comes to lobbying, support and ideas.
Pursuing adventure and family fun is one of the pillars of the Clare Tourism Strategy, and what better place to be than here on the quayside in Clarecastle, which is home to our annual regatta, which attracts visitors in their droves for curragh racing and family-friendly activities. Throughout the year, communities across the county organise events which bring families together to enjoy shared passions. Our beautiful blue flag beaches are the perfect backdrop for those great family days out where all can make memories which will last a lifetime. The differing landscapes are the perfect backdrop for adventure. Tracks, trails and golf courses, the soaring cliffs and the mighty seas, the towering hills and the karst terrain, the tranquil lakes and the rambling rivers. Whether you are a novice or an enthusiast, you can come and experience any one of surfing, kayaking, trail walking, hill climbing, cycling, caving, golfing or fishing. County Clare offers a paradise for adventure, adrenaline and family fun.
Welcome here to wonderful Mount Shannon on the shores of Lough Derg in East Clare. Clare has it all, from Loophead to Killaloo, from Holy Island to Scattery Island, from the Burn to Bunratty. Clare is dotted with round towers and ancient castles, prehistoric sites, ancient dolmens. This is the landscape where Brian Boru ruled from his high seat in Killaloo. This is the county that has it all.
One of the main goals of the Clare tourism strategy is to spread the benefits of tourism right across the county, across all seasons, while maintaining the integrity of the landscape. Sometimes when you live in an area, you don't appreciate all that it has to offer. Looking behind us here, the beauty, the serenity, everything, you know, it's so important to see the Shannon develop itself as a tourist destination. And one of the main aims of the Shannon Tourism Master Plan is to have a more coordinated approach to tourism along the whole Shannon. The launch of the strategy is coming in at a good time with the launch as well of the Shannon Tourism Master Plan.
Recognising all that connectivity and bringing it together to recognise the benefits and promote our county for wellness across all its forms and embedded into the strategy is something to be applauded. That wonderful connectivity with people and place. That's recognised in the designation, international designation of the Burn and Cliffs of Moher UNESCO Global Geopark, and the diversity is recognised internationally. Visitors can experience the rich landscape that we have.
Of the Burn, one of Oliver Cromwell's army officers once said, "There is not enough water to drown a man, not enough trees to hang a man, and not enough earth to bury a man." While his future was not in developing a tourism strategy, the second half of his observation is much more positive. And yet their cattle are very fat, for the grass growing in the turfs of earth that lie in the rocks, which are of limestone, is very sweet and nourishing. Centuries later, our Clare tourism strategy presents a fresh perspective, a multiplicity of identities, diversity of landscape and a depth of history, and an independence of spirit. Our sustainable goals are to work collaboratively as the gateway to the West, deliver compelling quality visitor experiences. Our signature landscapes, such as the Cliffs of Moher, will develop to spread the benefits of tourism. Clare offers the opportunity to feel vibrant in a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones.
The new tourism department structure of Clare County Council, as well as the state agencies such as Fáilte Ireland, as well as the Tourism Advisory Forum, will play a leadership role during these challenging times. The action plan that is within the Clare Tourism Strategy will guide immediate priorities. It'll also focus on responding to opportunities and challenges while always keeping the fundamentals of success at its core.
And it's that kind of experience that sets us apart. And it's something that Clare uniquely has to offer in terms of the natural beauty, the amenities, the opportunities that the international visitor has. A lot of them are outdoor, and that's something that is unique. 2 internationally renowned links golf courses, and as many, again, in parkland courses that are up with the best across the world. And of course, for the last 30 years, surfing has been a pastime that has been very much enjoyed by young and old visiting the county of Clare.
Aylwick Haven Birds of Prey Centre has 45 years of experience in welcoming people year-round to our attraction here in the heart of the Burn. Together with a variety of tourism stakeholders and as a proud member of the Lonely Planet award-winning Burn Ecotourism Network, we happily play our part in caring for, educating and entertaining our visitors. When the time is right, we are prepared and ready to showcase our under and overground marvels here at Isleweed and throughout the Burn and Cliffs of Moher UNESCO Global Geopark. We cannot wait to welcome.
Clare is synonymous with welcoming visitors and tourists to our breathtaking landscape, our amazing coastline, our culture, our tradition, our music, and so much more. And so our tourism strategy for County Clare seeks to develop and grow that product for the years ahead, and indeed add new product to our tourism portfolio as we go forward.
In recognition of the need for enhanced tourism products, we are working on the renovations of Loophead Lighthouse, Vandeleur Wall Gardens, Holy Island in Ishcaltra. In addition to that, we're working with Fáilte Ireland on 3 visitor experience destination plans across the county. To implement the strategy, we will ensure a unified approach to sustainable tourism development across the county, as well as working with communities to ensure communities benefit.
Working together will enable the future development of the destination, increasing visitor numbers, dwell time and visitor spend, and ensuring that Clare is well established on the bucket list of Irish destinations with a sustainable model that benefits all.
So important to see all these areas and all these organisations working together with the main goal of promoting tourism.
We can be really proud and confident of promoting County Clare to the widest possible international visitor gallery.
I'm very confident in relation to the team in Clare County Council.
For us, the key message we heard across the county was that tourism had to be about communities and their well-being. It had to be about sustainability in the truest meaning of the word. We believe that this strategy sets the stage for Clare to be at the forefront of sustainability and innovation in rural tourism within Ireland and indeed beyond.
I'm delighted to officially launch the Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a vibrant new future in tourism. Cógardagus agus Gurb Mahagiv.
A wonderful county to visit, a great place to be. Come and visit with the people of Clare.
I must acknowledge the partnership we have had with Fáilte Ireland, particularly their Chief Executive Paul Kelly, and to thank Fáilte Ireland as well as all the other agencies who have partnered with us in developing this very important roadmap for the future. The completion of Clare's tourism strategy would not have been possible without the help of a range of stakeholders. In particular, I'd like to thank the elected members of Clare County Council for their vision and foresight and the support they showed throughout the plan. Secondly, I'd like to thank my colleagues in Clare County Council, particularly my head of tourism, Deirdre O'Shea, and her team, who showed tremendous commitment and dedication throughout. As we come to the end of this video production, and in order to celebrate a bright and exciting future for tourism in County Clare, let's finish on a high with the strains of Clare, My Heart, My Home by our world-renowned Kilfin O'Reilly Band.
To a place that means the world to me, on the wild Atlantic way, a land where blessed feet once tread, where kings and princes roamed, a place of beauty and renown, Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known, the banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. Liscannor Bay and Maher's cliffs, great white Atlantic foam, and Burren's beauty uncompared, majestic land of stone. The rolling hills of Tulla, Inchikrone and Cragganome, all jewels in the crown that is Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known, the banners flying high tonight, in by holy hands, from Scattery to Kirkcumroe, from Killaloo to Quinn, Kilfenora of the Crosses, 7 carved from Barrenstone, stand tall as sentinels of faith in Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight in Clare, my heart, my home. And now it's time to bid farewell. This night must come to end, but I wish you peace and God's blessings until we meet again. If ever you return again, of this you can be sure, you'll be welcome here with open arms in Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight in Clare, my heart,
Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now we want you to join us in our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism.
Tourism is vital for the well-being of County Clare. If tourism is thriving, every town, every village, every community will reap the rewards and feel the benefits. Prior to the global pandemic, over 6,600 people here in County Clare worked within the tourism industry. So it's essential that we do everything possible to ensure the recovery of that sector. The County Clare Tourism Strategy 2030 is our blueprint.
It's about developing what we have, getting the people back again to visit in large numbers, but it has to be more than that. It's about sustainable tourism. It's about being sensitive to the environment.
A future for tourism that allows us to maintain our distinctive identity while protecting our heritage and our environment.
But of course we cannot forget that the COVID-19 pandemic has been devastating to the tourism sector in County Clare. And so this plan will seek to engage with all the stakeholders, but in a way that's different. Tourism in the future in Clare will have to be somewhat different.
As we navigate this crisis, having a dynamic strategic plan will be critical for the recovery of tourism in County Clare, and it will enable stakeholders to further develop and enhance the tourism experiences in the county.
The Clare Tourism Strategy will increase the length of stay, visitor numbers as well as the dispersal of benefits across the communities of County Clare. It was prepared in 2019, it was delivered in 2020, during which time the world plunged into crisis and the tourism ecosystem as we know it changed in an unprecedented manner.
The onset of the pandemic accentuated the importance of getting the direction right. The strategy was already at draft stage by last March, and the review process that followed seemed to move into high gear.
It's no secret that I personally have a particular grow for Clare. It was one of the very first places that I visited after being appointed CEO of Fáilte Ireland, where I got to enjoy Michael Vaughan's wonderful hospitality.
County Clare is right smack in the middle of the Wild Atlantic Way, and it has advantage over many other counties in terms of the natural beauty, the amenities, the opportunities that the international visitor has.
Went to the Shannon Airport. The Banner County is known all over Ireland. It's now beginning to know all over the world, and that's our part of our remit, to make it more known through the world. We are the headquarters of traditional music in Ireland, and now that's where the good word is spreading, hopefully throughout the world.
And Clare was one of my first ports of calls after visiting the Mammy in Wexford, of course. But when things reopened last year, when I enjoyed a wonderful stay in Spanish Point with John Burke in the Armada.
The beaches of County Clare have been a huge driving force for the social and economic development of so much of coastal Clare. Today we can be very proud to have a blue flag flying over the beach in Spanish Point, as too can 8 other beaches in County Clare. And I think it will ensure the continued benefit of our beaches and how they can support our communities and give us something to be incredibly proud of within the county.
But most of all, it's about tourism that protects the interests of our local communities and our local farming sector and our local business sector.
The unique and spectacular landscape of Clare is only matched by the quality and warmth of the welcome of the people of Clare. From Loophead to Killaloo, from Shannon to Ballyvaughan, Clare is so beautiful, so fascinating, and has so much to offer. Fáilte Ireland is committed to the sustainable development of tourism in Clare.
There is a very strong team involved in the Clare Tourism Advisory Forum, and we will act as advisors to Clare County Council and a voice for all things tourism in the county. Here we are in Ennis, the heart of County Clare. Every one of the 120,000 residents in Clare is involved in tourism in some shape or form. When you look what we've on offer here in the town, or in the east of the county with the hidden heartlands, or the west in the Wild Atlantic Way, not to mention the north or south of the county.
Greetings from Bunratty. I am pleased to be part of the Clare Tourism Forum group. The new forum will have further reach, and it's going to support every part of the county. We need to be at our best because the market is going to be very competitive, but we need to show ourselves as being a safe and healthy destination, and this group will not be found wanting when it comes to lobbying, support and ideas.
Pursuing adventure and family fun is one of the pillars of the Clare tourism strategy. And what better place to be than here on the quayside in Clarecastle, which is home to our annual regatta, which attracts visitors in their droves for curragh racing and family-friendly activities. Throughout the year, communities across the county organise events which bring families together to enjoy shared passions. Our beautiful blue flag beaches are the perfect backdrop for those great family days out where all can make memories which will last a lifetime. The differing landscapes are the perfect backdrop for adventure. Tracks, trails and golf courses, the soaring cliffs and the mighty seas, the towering hills and the karst terrain, the tranquil lakes and the rambling rivers. Whether you are a novice or an enthusiast, you can come and experience any one of surfing, kayaking, trail walking, hill climbing, cycling, caving, golfing or fishing. County Clare offers a paradise for adventure, adrenaline and family fun.
Welcome here to wonderful Mount Shannon on the shores of Lough Derg in East Clare. Clare has it all, from Loophead to Killaloo, from Holy Island to Scattery Island, from the Burn to Bunratty. Clare is dotted with round towers and ancient castles, prehistoric sites, ancient dolmens. This is the landscape where Brian Boru ruled from his high seat in Killaloo. This is the county that has it all.
One of the main goals of the Clare tourism strategy is to spread the benefits of tourism right across the county, across all seasons, while maintaining the integrity of the landscape. Sometimes when you live in an area, you don't appreciate all that it has to offer. Looking behind us here, the beauty, the serenity, everything, you know, it's so important to see the Shannon develop itself as a tourist destination. And one of the main aims of the Shannon Tourism Master Plan is to have a more coordinated approach to tourism along the whole Shannon. The launch of the strategy is coming in at a good time with the launch as well of the Shannon Tourism Master Plan.
Recognising all that connectivity and bringing it together to recognise the benefits and promote our county for wellness across all its forms and embedded into the strategy is something to be applauded. That wonderful connectivity with people and place, that's recognised in the designation, international designation of the Burn and Cliffs of Moher UNESCO Global Geopark, and the diversity is recognised internationally. Visitors can experience the rich landscape that we have.
Of the Burn, one of Oliver Cromwell's army officers once said, "There is not enough water to drown a man, not enough trees to hang a man, and not enough earth to bury a man." While his future was not in developing a tourism strategy, the second half of his observation is much more positive. And yet their cattle are very fat, for the grass growing in the turfs of earth that lie in the rocks, which are of limestone, is very sweet and nourishing. Centuries later, our Clare tourism strategy presents a fresh perspective, a multiplicity of identities, diversity of landscape and a depth of history, and an independence of spirit. Our sustainable goals are to work collaboratively as the gateway to the West, deliver compelling quality visitor experiences. Our signature landscapes, such as the Cliffs of Moher, will develop to spread the benefits of tourism. Clare offers the opportunity to feel vibrant in a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones.
The new tourism department structure of Clare County Council as well as the state agencies such as Fáilte Ireland, as well as the Tourism Advisory Forum, will play a leadership role during these challenging times. The action plan that is within the Clare Tourism Strategy will guide immediate priorities. It'll also focus on responding to opportunities and challenges while always keeping the fundamentals of success at its core.
And it's that kind of experience that sets us apart. And it's something that Clare uniquely has to offer in terms of the natural beauty, the amenities, the opportunities that the international visitor has. A lot of them are outdoor, and that's something that is unique. 2 internationally renowned links golf courses, and as many, again, in parkland courses that are up with the best across the world. And of course, for the last 30 years, surfing has been a pastime that has been very much enjoyed by young and old visiting the county of Clare.
Islewick Haven Birds of Prey Centre has 45 years of experience in welcoming people year-round to our attraction here in the heart of the Burn. Together with a variety of tourism stakeholders and as a proud member of the Lonely Planet award-winning Burn Ecotourism Network, we happily play our part in caring for, educating and entertaining our visitors. When the time is right, we are prepared and ready to showcase our under and overground marvels here at Islewick and throughout the Burn and Cliffs of Moher UNESCO Global Geopark. We cannot wait to welcome.
Clare is synonymous with welcoming visitors and tourists to our breathtaking landscape, our amazing coastline, our culture, our tradition, our music and so much more. And so our tourism strategy for County Clare seeks to develop and grow that product for the years ahead and indeed add new product to our tourism portfolio as we go forward.
In recognition of the need for enhanced tourism products, we are working on the renovations of Loophead Lighthouse, Vandeleur Wall Gardens, Holy Island in Inishcaltra. In addition to that, we're working with Fáilte Ireland on 3 visitor experience destination plans across the county. To implement the strategy, we will ensure a unified approach to sustainable tourism development across the county, as well as working with communities to ensure communities benefit.
Working together will enable the future development of the destination, increasing visitor numbers, dwell time and visitor spend, and ensuring that Clare is well established on the bucket list of Irish destinations with a sustainable model that benefits all.
So important to see all these areas and all these organisations working together with the main goal of promoting tourism.
We can be really proud and confident of promoting County Clare to the widest possible international visitor gallery.
I'm very confident in relation to the team in Clare County Council.
For us, the key message we heard across the county was that tourism had to be about communities and their well-being. It had to be about sustainability in the truest meaning of the word. We believe that this strategy sets the stage for Clare to be at the forefront of sustainability and innovation in rural tourism within Ireland and indeed beyond.
I'm delighted to officially launch the Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a vibrant new future in tourism. Cógardagus agus Gorb Mahagiv.
A wonderful county to visit, a great place to be. Come and visit with the people of Clare.
I must acknowledge the partnership we have had with Fáilte Ireland, particularly their Chief Executive Paul Kelly, and to thank Fáilte Ireland as well as all the other agencies who have partnered with us in developing this very important roadmap for the future. The completion of Clare's tourism strategy would not have been possible without the help of a range of stakeholders. In particular, I'd like to thank the elected members of Clare County Council for their vision and foresight and the support they showed throughout the plan. Secondly, I'd like to thank my colleagues in Clare County Council, particularly my Head of Tourism, Deirdre O'Shea, and her team, who showed tremendous commitment and dedication throughout. As we come to the end of this video production, and in order to celebrate a bright and exciting future for tourism in County Clare, let's finish on a high with the strains of Clare, My Heart, My Home by our world-renowned Kilrush band.
To a place that means the world to me, on the wild Atlantic way, a land where blessed feet once tread, where kings and princes roamed, a place of beauty and renown. Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. Liscannor Bay and Maher's cliffs, great white Atlantic foam, and Burren's beauty uncompared, majestic land of stone. The rolling hills of Tulla, Inchikrone and Cragganore, all jewels in the crown that is Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. Across these lands are ancient ruins, once built by holy hands. From Scattery to Kirkhamroe, from Killaloo to Quinn, Kilfenora of the Crosses, 7 carved from Barrenstone, stand tall as sentinels of faith, in Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. And now it's time to bid farewell. This night must come to end, but I wish you peace and God's blessings until we meet again. If ever you return again, of this you can be sure, you'll be welcome here with open arms, in Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. So raise your voices, one and all, sing out, let it be known. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home. The banners flying high tonight, in Clare, my heart, my home.
Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism.
through howling winds and raging seas. The lighthouse stood there, guiding me. While some ships foundered in the shoals, and there did die so many souls. The light did lead me through the night and kept me back from others' plight. Sometimes I saw no danger there, but still its light cried out, "Beware." Yet now at last, the morn is here. And now the storm clouds finally clear, while I sail through waters blue. I see the rocks I passed on through. The way through peril was so small, but yet I made it through the squall. The lighthouse showed to me the way, that I could face the light of day. For while my dangers are not o'er, until I finally reach the shore, now on through perils I may steer, because the lighthouse brought me here. All through the night, in raging seas, my father stood there, guiding me.
Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism.
When you feel like laying low and the mountain seems no closer than before, and you wonder why, you know in your mind it does no good to hide, and the only way is living to survive. Makes you feel alive. See all the doors swing open, your life's unfolding before your very eyes. Such a strange affair. Walking around, coming to the sound, forget you're down, feel the air. Beautiful affair.
A time when you look around, you see the ocean rise before your eyes, showing no surprise. You make your way down to that shore, you climb aboard, you give yourself a smile, it makes you feel alive. See all the doors swing open, your life's unfolding before your very eyes. Such a strange
Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now, we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism. Tourism is at the heart of this county. Memories are made here for people from near and from far. To make sure Clare remains at the pinnacle of visitors' wish lists, we've been busy planning. And now we want you to join us on our journey to a vibrant, new future in tourism. Tourism is a very valuable and key player in our development and growth. Clare County Council has a vision for Clare. For this decade, the county will build its reputation as a globally renowned, sustainable and vibrant destination. In a land that pulsates with the heartbeat of ancient stones, that has heritage, culture and adventure in its DNA. We promise to deliver experiences that leave our guests feeling vibrant. We want visitors to experience our holistic landscapes, to explore our high towers and high powers, to pursue our adventure and family fun, and to celebrate our creative vitality. Businesses, agencies and communities will work side by side, pooling resources and efforts. Our aspirations driving our plans and ambitions. Together, we can achieve a vibrant new future. Together, we can deliver this promise. Clare Tourism Strategy 2030, guiding our journey to a new future in tourism.
Through howling winds and raging seas, the lighthouse stood there, guiding me. While some ships foundered in the shoals, and there did die so many souls. The light did lead me through the night, and kept me back from others' plight. Sometimes I saw no danger there, but still its light cried out, "Beware." Yet now at last, the morn is here. And now the storm clouds finally clear, while I sail through waters blue. I see the rocks I passed on through. The way through peril was so small, but yet I made it through the squall. The lighthouse showed to me the way, that I could face the light of day. For while my dangers are not o'er, until I finally reach the shore, now on through perils I may steer, because the lighthouse brought me here. All through the night, in raging seas, my father stood there, guiding me.
5 seconds flashing the usual.
The following is the result of the 8th count of Shannon local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Keith McNamara's 671 votes. Michael Beglin on party plus 61. Total 991. John Crow, Fine Gael plus 19. Total 1337. 1337. Val Galan, Fine Gael plus 6. Total 879. 879. Rachel Hartigan, Fianna Fáil plus 34. Total 1405. 1405. Donna McGettigan, Sinn Féin plus 144. 144. Total 1587. 1587. Tony Mulcahy, Fine Gael plus 130. 130. Total 1197. 1197. Pat O'Gorman, Fianna Fáil plus 35. 35. Total 1301. 1301. PJ Ryan, non-party plus 118. 118. Total 1197. 1197. As the votes of Donna McGettigan exceed the quota, I deem her to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Donna McGettigan's surplus of 131 votes, as it is the only available surplus. Thank you.
And thanks indeed to Pat Dowling for that. So Donna McGettigan just elected in Shannon, and joined here by Sally-Ann Barrett again. And Sally-Ann, Donna McGettigan, I suppose, was expected to get elected. Maybe we didn't think it would take until the 8th count prior to the election, but she's obviously very happy to get over the line.
Yeah, and I think we were speaking to her here on the live feed yesterday, and you know they were quietly confident, I suppose, despite what we've seen nationally with the slump and the collapse, really, in what was thought was a rising tide of support for Sinn Féin. I mean, I was just getting a look at what was happening on X and stuff, and some of the interviews that had happened. You know, Mary Lou McDonald, etc. I mean, if all comes to pass, it looks like Sinn Féin have taken a sensational tumble compared to where they were polled, like up around the mid-20s to down to possibly 13%. I mean, that is an implosion, really, when we think about it, if that comes to pass. So here in Clare, of course, it's against that national trend, because we saw last night that local postman in Ennis there, Tommy Guilfoyle, won a new additional seat for the party. And Donna, as you said, had been co-opted previously, but was out there in her own right now this time. And, you know, has the right now to say she has gained a mandate. But I mean, it is a win for them here in Clare. They've bucked the national trend. But I suppose they may be a bit disappointed with their showing across the rest of this constituency, because As we know, it was very much flagged by them nationally. This was the first election ever where Sinn Féin as a party were able to field a candidate in every single local electoral area. Now, there was questions being asked in terms of some of our punditry yesterday about, well, were they concentrating on the quality and I suppose, the potential success of some of those candidates, or were they running names on tickets to be able to have that national headline? So, I mean, it's good news for Donna and good news for Tommy, but the question, I suppose, a lot of questions posed for the party itself.
And it's going to be still a bit to play out in Shannon. Shannon, of course, has 7 seats in its electoral area. Rachel Hartigan in a very good position. She's on 1405, and she's ahead of John Crow, who's next of Fine Gael on 1337. So they look fairly home and hosed, not formally yet. Tony Mulcahy as well, I think, will be getting a bit more confident. He's going to be battling it out with the likes of PJ Ryan, possibly for the last seat, Pat O'Gorman on 1301 in there as well, Michael Begley on 991. So there's still a bit of a battle there for the last couple of seats.
Yeah, and I would imagine possibly that Tony Mulcahy was a bit more confident in some of the earlier accounts, but really he hasn't proved possibly as transfer friendly as he might have thought, as somebody who was coming into this of 8 years of an absence from political life. While he had the profile, etc., was the appetite there to bring him back? So that transfer pattern that we were seeing with him, I was talking to one of our panelists earlier, he might be a bit disappointed with that, and the confidence may have waned slightly. So, I mean, as always, Shannon is a very interesting prospect. We remember when we were here 5 years ago, it went right down to the line with a recount. One of the candidates who was in for a shout thought it was a full recount, but it ended up that it was a recheck, and then we had the recount, etc., and it went on late enough at the time. So Shannon always brings its own particular drama, but in this case, at least now we have 2 of those seats elected. So, I mean, the story of earlier today in this particular local electoral area was David Griffin of Fianna Fáil. First-time candidate. He's a parliamentary assistant for a senator based in Leinster House in Dublin. So very much, I suppose, the feeling on the floor is this is the first rung on his political career. He has studied politics. He's working in politics. He's young. He's hungry. He knows how to do it now. So this has given him great momentum for his first term in the council.
Clare Gallagher is going to be speaking to Donna McGettigan in a second. We better remind viewers as well, Tanya, of what's happening in Kilrush, that we're at the start of a full recount.
Yeah, the words I suppose every journalist in this room was dreading, but I suppose as it unfolded, we had a feeling it was coming, because sitting Fianna Fáil councillor there in that electoral area, Killian Murphy, was about to be eliminated when he called for a recount. And I suppose it's based on the fact that there's only 6 votes between him and Alan Troy, his Fianna Fáil running mate. We'll hear a little bit about that later on as it unfolds, because that recount now is underway. But for the moment, let's cross to our colleague Clare Gallagher. She is with the now re-elected councillor Donna McGettigan.
Thank you indeed, Sally Ann, and congratulations, Donna. Relief, happiness, what's the emotions at the moment?
Can't describe them. It's an unbelievable joy, pride in the team. I'm also a bit emotional over Mike McKee, because it was his seat that I was on, and I'm thinking of his family at the minute. I know who were 100% behind me. We also lost a member recently in the common area, so she would have been out with me all the time. And emotional, pride, everything, butterflies, everything. Everything.
We've heard that with a lot of elected members this weekend. They kind of reflect back on those that helped them to get to where they are today. As you said, you are an incumbent councillor, but when you referenced the late Mike McKee there, this is the first time you've been tested in this constituency. You ran the last time in Ennis, but in this particular Shannon electoral area in this constituency, was there an extra added pressure to see, I've served my 5 years now, can I get it over the line?
The pressure was that it was about Mike's seat the whole time, and 4 years ago when I took it over, I always felt I was minding Mike's seat, and even though people would say, well, it's your seat now, I always felt that it was Mike's seat, and the thoughts of losing Mike's seat was just unbearable pressure. To me, nobody else was putting the pressure but myself, and he's here behind me. He's very proud, and he helped me along the way. Yeah.
And today now it is your seat. You have elected and you've come through. We've seen your colleague as well, Tommy Guilfoyle in Ennis. So that's a doubling of the Sinn Féin representative on Clare County Council. That's quite different to what we're seeing across the county. It's kind of bucking the trends a little bit. Is that a surprise to you?
It is a surprise to me, but it is something that we'll look back on to see where we could have went better. Did we run too many candidates when people were saying we weren't running enough? And you're going to ask 1,000,000,000 questions. Whether you win or lose, you're always going to ask 1,000,000,000 questions on the next election. And we will just get up and hit the ground running. It's great here in Clare. We've doubled the representation. And I had a great rapport, I think, with most of the councillors in there, or all of them, I would say, in there. But now, I'll have that added extra with having a colleague, Tommy Guilfoyle, and two big, strong voices, I think, on the council now. But yeah, we'll just dust ourselves off, get up and hit the ground running.
As we were hearing just in the radios earlier, that Mary Lou McDonald said that there was a certain disappointment in the Sinn Féin's showing in this election. But as we're finding out here, there's a great difference between local authority elections and general elections, and we saw that the last time around. Would you be hopeful now going in of Clare's standing again of Sinn Féin in the constituency on back of this?
Absolutely, because the last time there was only Mike, and Mike didn't meet the quota the last time. So yeah, we've doubled our representation all across the board. All of our candidates have put themselves forward. We're very proud of them all. They've had a great showing. We've had great numbers all across the board. Whether we got them elected or not, they all polled very well and then came back with good figures. So we're happy enough, yeah.
So you'd be comfortable enough with the general election campaign at this stage. Of course, there was a Sinn Féin seat, one in the constituency the last time round. That is, Violet Ann has since declared to be independent. So this will be a very, very interesting general election coming up to you. And I know I'm probably jumping on a little bit, but it's just, on what has been built in here at the grassroots in Clare today and what we're seeing.
Yeah, I think too, they see the work that we were willing to put in on the ground. This isn't, it isn't just that we're sitting back, not doing anything, or we're just going to meetings. We're actually out working physically on the ground, and people see that and they recognise that with us, and they're willing to and want to thank them all for putting their trust in us, which they did. And and we want to do them proud as well as everything. So we will be out working that bit harder on our campaign for the general, because we know the votes are out there now. So
when you were going to the door to door in this canvass, what kind of issues, what kind of reception were you getting? Were you being receptive as Donna, the local, or were you representative, or as the Sinn Féin representative? Because what we're hearing from a lot, or what we're seeing across the board, local elections are very local and they're very personal, and it's a very personal vote. Do you feel the vote for yourself and for maybe even Tommy was personal and community work, or was there a strong Sinn Féin element there?
to me, there was a strong Sinn Féin element there, and it was James Ryan's votes that actually got me across the line. So that just showed you that his vote was strong, and that was the Sinn Féin vote that transferred back to me and got me up from 5th place right up in the 2nd place, really. So there is that strong element there. So yeah, I do believe that it is there. We just need to work on it. We need to work on our campaign and how we do it right and how we get the vote out. I think it is a good strong Sinn Féin vote there.
So another 5 years ahead of you in local authority. What are your key concentration points for the next 5 years?
Well, at the minute, I'm concentrating in Shannon on safety on the road measures. There's a lot of safety measures going on there. Health, of course, like I've brought up national stuff locally through dentists and doctors, GPs. There are huge issues for people, and they don't have anywhere to go, and I'm fighting with them. The one hub in Shannon will be another big key priority for me, and just making Shannon and getting out into the other areas, getting out into Newmarket, 6 Mile Bridge and Shannon Banks Westbury, and getting into groups there. And I'm just a worker. I prefer to be proactive rather than reactive. So I like to get out and hear what the issues are and then work on them before they become a bigger issue. So that's what my plan is.
At the risk of sounding like I'm just playing a gender card here, it's very, very obvious in local authority that the gender balance is let's say, tipped a little bit towards one particular gender. We've seen with Anne Norton, of course, retired this time or stepped down from local politics. So that, there was that concern. We've seen a couple of more women coming in, some new women in your own constituency. It's very likely that Rachel will make it. Antoinette again in Ennis. What is it like, for a woman going out in these kind of elections? And would you encourage more females to take part in the process?
I would encourage anyone, no matter your gender or where you come from or anything, just to go out and put yourself forward. It is hard. I'm not going to say it is easy, but the rewards when you get a thank you from someone that you helped, you can't put a price on them rewards. And when you have groups of people coming to you and saying thank you so much, you helped us or you helped this, you can't put a price on it. And I think us women look at things differently. We tend to, we can look at things in a different manner than other people. And I think we do bring that nice extra bit of specialness into the chamber.
There's that little bit of extra diversity. Well, I won't hold you anymore. We won't mention the match that just went beforehand. There wasn't much celebrations there, but I'm sure you're off for some of your own celebrations this evening. Congratulations once again, Donna McGettigan. Peter, there's Donna McGettigan, since the break, our first councillor elected. So we have two now to the Shannon local electoral area, and I'm sure you're joined by a political panel there that's more than willing to dissect these numbers and details. Peter.
Definitely, Claire. Thanks a lot for that, and well done again to Donna McGettigan. We're joined here by a mixture of a media and political panel. Dan Danner from the Clare Champion, Patricia McCarthy is back, Pat Breen is back, and Pádraig McMahon from the Clare Echo as well. Pádraig, your take on what we've just seen from Shannon.
I think it's going to get very interesting, Peter, with regards to the Shannon Municipal District. Dan obviously taking the second seat following David Griffin. Val Gillan's transfers are, from what I've seen, there's a bit of a trend that's going to develop between Rachel Hartigan, Michael Begley, Val Gillan. There was a lot of looking at boxes in Party in Northern Prussia, a lot of people just voting 1, 2, 3, and that was it. So we're going to see Val Gillan's vote benefit Michael Begley and Rachel Hartigan. So potential trends that might see is just put a bit more pressure on Tony Mulcahy. I think it's going to become a bit more nervous for him over the next hour or two. Rachel Hartigan, if she gets in early, is going to help Pat O'Gorman. Pat O'Gorman then would help PJ Ryan. So it's a lot to play for and very interesting.
Patricia, you've been perusing the numbers.
I have, and the ones that jumped out at me naturally enough for Tony Mulcahy and PJ Ryan on level 1197 each, so from here on in the transfers really become important. I think that Michael Begley will definitely benefit from Gillan's vote, but again, it's just those two that are now interesting. And I think he probably will, Michael Begley will get enough to pull him level anyway, at least, and then see what happens. We didn't think we'd be here.
Yeah, because earlier on, he looked gone, didn't he? I think he thought himself he was gone.
Yeah, but you see, the thing, as I said earlier, he's transfer friendly because he has been working in the area for a long time. Okay, he moved in from what was the Killaloe electoral area and came into the Shannon electoral area. But once he came in, he adopted and he made himself available. And he also had the Shannon connections from the time he worked in Shannon. So he never lost that, and he kept in contact with people. So that is obviously standing to him, as is obvious from the vote that he's getting. He's picking up the votes in the same way as PJ Ryan is picking up votes. So you would imagine that both of those will pick up votes, and then Gillan, I would imagine, Gillan would benefit PJ Ryan as well, because that rural part of the constituency down there, I'd say PJ would have a leg in there as well. PJ has spread himself all over, and again, he came from a low base to where he is now to be really in contention. But as I say, if Packy Gorman gets over and he has surplus, that'll come most likely to either, and I don't think John Crowe may or may not need it, but either. So,
Pat, you've had a couple of minutes there to look at the figures.
Yeah, I'm looking at it there. I know that area down there well. I actually went down there with Valganen one evening, and Valganen was getting a lot of number ones in Trunlara. And so definitely I'd agree with Pádraig and Patricia's analysis that Michael Begley will benefit a lot from Valganen's vote. we've seen that throughout the whole election, actually, with North Clare and East Clare, how party transfers don't go to the political party of the candidate that lost out. And you look at that area down there, and I've said it before, that end of the constituency is like a different municipal area from the over the Shannon area. So I certainly believe that those 879 votes, the majority of them will stay in that area, and that Rachel Hartigan and Michael Begley will benefit from that. So that'll pull Michael. It could pull Michael Begley within the same vote of Tony Mulcahy. So it's very hard to go after that then to see whoever's going to go out and what surfaces are there and stuff like that. So it's very hard to predict what can happen. But I think every vote will count from now on, very much indeed, for all the candidates. Up to now, you give or take 5 or 6 votes you didn't mind, but now I think the 1s, 2s, and 3s, 3 votes, 5 votes, 10 votes. But of course, the votes are getting bigger now, the transfers, as candidates become eliminated. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what will happen. Will Packy Gorman be elected? Will John Crow be elected? And so yeah, it's all to play for. And you'd want to be, have AI technology ahead you to predict how this will go in the end.
Dan, Donna McGettigan eventually getting the seat on the 8th count. Would Sinn Féin have expected a bit more?
I think they would have. I think they would have expected her to be elected a lot earlier, and there was some speculation. I know Patricia might never agree with it, but there was speculation in some quarters that she might be finishing in the top 3. That she certainly would be getting elected a lot earlier than count 8. And I suppose the worry would be, even though it's a very competitive field in Shannon, the concern would be that she is a general election candidate. And if you look at, we'll say, what Cathal Crowe did, he got well over 2,000 votes. He went on to get a position in the Dáil, but he topped the poll. I'm not saying that you have to top the poll just to get elected in Dáil, because there is a big difference in it. But it is a little bit worrying that she had to wait this long to get elected.
And overall, Patricia, it hasn't been a great election for Sinn Féin, even if we were to look at it nationally. I mean, there's a bit of a slide there, isn't there?
There seems to be, but we can't lose sight of the fact that we're in Clare and they have gained a seat in Clare.
Absolutely.
And an important seat, one in Ennis, the capital of the county. Now, I would share Dan's concern that in relation to a general election candidate, and she has been clearly identified as the general selected.
She's chosen.
She's chosen as the general election candidate. They would have to be looking at what's happening and maybe review it in the light of, because you wouldn't want to be struggling like that. Now she's coming in, it's the second seat, isn't it? That she's after getting. Yeah, sure, David is
second seat, David Griffin.
Seat. So that's a very good performance for her. But it would have to be, in that sense, for the party, would have to be disappointing. It's all right to say, you don't need to top the poll, but you need a momentum. And if you don't have that momentum, well, then there's something wrong. And in this instance, the momentum is with David Griffin and Rachel Hartigan. And you can't get away from it. But both of those are in the wrong place for their nominations, and that's it. So, and don't forget as well, there's a bit of Ishkafe Holiv going on with Sinn Féin anyway, because and their objections to the way that the candidate was selected. So that might give cause to review the whole situation. It might give them an excuse to review the whole situation and see what's going to happen. So, because if you have that unease, and it's not a good way to start a general election campaign.
Well, you certainly need the party to be pulling all into one direction if you want to get a Dáil seat. We don't know what the lineup yet is going to be, but certainly given the slide, if something starts to go away from it, and if voters see that, it reduces the chances. Like if you look at one stage, they were riding high there a few years ago. They were on 34%. Look at what Violet Ann got in the last general election, but it has come down a lot since then. And I don't want to be mealy-mouthed in terms of Sinn Féin, but you would have to point out too that Tommy Gilfoyle, while I'm sure he'll be a good councillor, he did get elected on some gravely mistaken without reaching the quota. So again, even that he was the only candidate in Ennis, and given the fact that Fine Gael didn't have a third candidate, there was an opening there. In my view. So yes, it's a gain for Sinn Féin, but some people certainly, rightly or wrongly, predicted that he would get elected a lot sooner.
Paddy?
Just Patricia says they're unease in Sinn Féin. Sure, that's not new.
Well, I think they try to give the impression that everything is calm in the camp and it's just onwards and upwards. But I do think, okay, Tommy Gilfile might have got elected without reaching the quota, but I'm getting a little bit forgetful. What was the quota in Ennis?
We'll have
And
to
he
check
wasn't,
that.
you know, but anyway, it doesn't.
Off the top
I
of my
think
head,
Tommy could rightly say now that he has reason and should be in the contention and be considered going forward as a candidate, as a possible candidate, or as a running mate. You just don't know what people think.
Yeah, well, I mean, given that there's just two Sinn Féin councillors, surely, obviously Donna is already on the ticket. Um, like, Pat, what kind of a mandate do you feel, what kind of an ideal mandate do you think a councillor would like to have from a local election to give themselves, a good platform for a general election?
Yeah, well, Sinn Féin in particular would love to have topped the poll both in Shannon and Innes, and these were the predictions a lot of pundits were making before the election, and there's they have difficulty getting over the line. It's taken a lot of time for them to get over the line. So you can see yourself the wind isn't blowing in their favour at the moment. And that's kind of reflected around the country as well when you see Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil and the independents ahead of Sinn Féin in the total number of councils elected so far. And, Mary Lou today also reflected on that and said they had a good day and they'd have to regroup and think about the strategy for the future. So they are in a bit of turmoil, despite the fact that they've doubled their representation here in Clare, but doubling from 1 to 2 sounds good, 50% increase, but still only got one extra councillor, for a party that was one of the leading parties in the opinion polls over the last 3 to 4 years since the last general election. So, no, it's not a good result for them. I mean, you can see in the other municipal districts in County Clare, their candidates didn't perform very well.
Pat Dowling has taken to the stage, so we're going to hand over to the returning officer here in Clare for an
Following
update.
is the result of the 9th count of Shannon local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Donna McGettigan's 131 votes. Michael Begley non-party plus 14, total 1005, 1005. John Crowe Fine Gael plus 6, now totaling 1343, 1343. Val Gillan Fine Gael, no change, remaining at 879, 879. Rachel Hartigan Fianna Fáil plus 8, total 1413, 1413. Tony Mulcahy Fine Gael plus 51, total 1248, 1248. Pat O'Gorman Fianna Fáil plus 6, total 1307, 1307. PJ Ryan non-party plus 23, total 1220, 1220. No candidate has reached a quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Val Gillan, 879, 879.
And thanks indeed to Pat Dowling for that. So, Dan, a quick reaction?
Yeah, well, there wasn't enough there to push Rachel Hartigan over the line, but she's still very close. But she's on 1413. The quota is 1456. So look, she is going to be elected. Not a huge. Michael Begley's continuing to increase. He's now gone over the 1,000 mark. Just 1,005. And you have Tony Mulcahy on 1248. Pat O'Gorman 1307 and PJ Ryan on 1220. So still very much all to play for. As I said, apart from Rachel, it looks all was, she will get elected, and you'd expect that John Crow would as well.
Patricia, Valgalan, I mean, obviously, very clearly, Michael Begley is going to really need a good percentage of what he has to offer.
He needs a minimum of 400, I'd say,
Is
or
it,
he needs nobody else to get too many.
is it too much? Is that too much, do you think?
I don't know.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
I think Tony Mulcahy got a good vote there off Don, but you'd expect that down in Shannon anyway. But then you have to look at if Rachel goes in after Val goes out, she's going to have a surface which is probably going to have to be distributed, and you'd expect most of that would stay in the Clonlara area with Michael Begley, so that could even things off again with Tony Mulcahy and Michael Begley, and then you have you also have PJ Ryan to play with. He's certainly in the contention at 1,220 votes. So again, it's almost impossible to predict where that last seat is going to go.
The gap has widened between Tony Mulcahy and PJ Ryan. There's a difference now of 28 votes.
Yeah, but you'd expect that when Rachel Harticle goes out, that would change again a little bit, maybe,
So it's going to be really interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised if we have a recount here as well.
And we're probably looking at Rachel Hartigan getting in here on the 10th count, and Michael Begley's going to benefit. But this is the count that Michael Begley needs if he's going to stay as a councillor. If he doesn't get the vote here, I think he had estimated that he lost about 200 votes in Clonlara from Valgalan, so he needs to get a big bounce here, and then hope Rachel Hartigan gets in, and then he'll get a bounce off her as well, as we predicted. So it's do or die for Michael Begley now.
So the figure that she put on it is in or around 400. That's what Michael Begley needs to kind of get back in the game. To get back in the game, Pat, or to give himself a really good, if he gets to 400, is he
home and
hose?
Yeah, look at it. 400 would be a massive vote to get, and I
seems a bit big.
I would say unlikely that he'd get 400 votes, but he could get anything between 200 and 300 votes.
And would that make him competitive?
You looked at Gabriel Keating today when he went out from when Trace Doon went out. She had around the same thing, 900 votes, and Gabriel got 243 of those votes. You'd expect he'd get more. So now, so did Michael Shannon, because he's from the same area as Trace Doon. So Michael Begley will benefit hugely from Valganan's vote. There's no doubt about that. How much he'll get, I think that's hard to know, but it could make the difference between as Pádraig has said, make the difference from of Michael Begley winning a seat and not winning a seat. And I'd be optimistic that he'll get a good substantial vote. What about you, Patricia?
I think he should get a good vote, but then you will have the interesting thing is going to be between Mulcahy and PJ Ryan to see which of those will PJ Ryan get more than Tony Mulcahy of those votes and bring him up.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely. You'd imagine that there'd be some good transfer, not good, but there'd be a better transfer to the party candidate. You'd imagine that, but they're so far away from each other, and I'd say Valganan got votes from various different political groups down there. There weren't all Fine Gael votes. There were Michael Begley votes. There were personal votes that he had got himself and stuff. So they may not necessarily transform that way. But at the same time, I think any Fine Gael person down there in that area probably voted Valganan and Tony Mulcahy, or probably would have voted John Crow. He's nearer again. So John Crow could probably benefit more on that transfer, and it could put him over the line. And then what happens that John Crow and PJ Ryan in the one area almost, but then Tony Mulcahy, a party colleague. So I think you'd want to be very smart to predict this one.
But equally, we've been saying throughout that the party vote isn't holding up any place for anybody. There's a few that are doing the 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's it.
Yeah, but as I said to you there earlier, the 3 votes are going to be important when it gets down to that. 5 votes are going to be important.
You could say once upon a time that it would be the 3 Fine Gael candidates would get the 1, 2, 3, and anybody else will get a bit after that.
Yeah, that's the case now.
The transfer is only about 30% now. They're saying throughout this campaign or this election, that's transferring from party to party, and in some cases it transfers higher if there's a geography factor involved to the opposition.
Now I'm just going to hand over to Sally-Ann Barrett in a second. Ian Lynch and Killian Murphy are waiting patiently. We've managed to avoid the elephant in the room of the Munster final, but I suppose we better congratulate Dan, 6 in a row. Dan, going for a 5th All-Ireland in a row. I suppose we better be graceful.
we have no choice.
Well, look,
Sorry, Dan.
look, I think
Congratulations.
Look, the turning point. I think, in fairness, Mark Rogers was unlucky for a goal there. I think that kind of they made that turn in the game. Clare had a few wides today, didn't go with him. But look, there's been very little between Clare and Limerick over the last few years. To be fair about it,
Except
very
that
little.
you seem to win the big ones, like Munster finals and things like that. But anyway.
Well, there's been a point or two now some years, to be fair about it. It's been very, very close. You know?
Okay.
Very political answer from Dan. He's obviously used to sitting here beside Patricia and Sabrina. It's rubbing off well on him.
Well said, Paddy. Well said, Dan. Congrats to Limerick.
But it must be really disheartening for some of the lads that lose three Munster
3 in a row
finals in a
is
row.
hard to take.
Really, it has to be,
That's
and your
very hard.
heart goes out to them. Really, to be honest about it,
Without a doubt.
and that's not good going forward. Even if you qualify into a quarter final, or whatever.
But both teams, in fairness, are putting in a phenomenal effort, and I think it's only those close to the teams realize you put your life on the line for months of the year, in terms of training, in terms of diet, in terms of the whole lot. And it is very hard when you lose a match narrowly. To be fair about it.
Of course, the puck of the ball, Dan, you're right. If the goal had gone in that time, Mark Rogers could have turned the game again.
Could have turned it. Absolutely.
Okay, we'll leave it at that for now. Hand over to Sally Ann, and she's with Councillor Ian Lynch and Councillor Kelly Murphy. Sally Ann.
Thanks, Peter. And sure, everyone knows it's going to be Galway's year next year anyway. But thanks for that recap of the Munster hurling final. All right, let's return our focus now to what's happening in Kilrush, because we heard that count from the Shannon area there just before Peter was talking to the panel. Let's focus on Kilrush now for a few minutes, where 5 seats are up for grabs, and we have, I suppose, the word that everyone was dredging really to hear. A recount is underway there, and that was called by yourself, looked for by yourself, Councillor Killian Murphy. So can you talk us through a little bit of what was going on in the camp there throughout the morning as the votes started coming in and the counts were coming?
I suppose, look, we it's kind of obvious to us that the transfers weren't really coming my way. And I think, when we look at coming down to the pointy end of the game, Alan is only six in front of me, and I think it would have been a disservice to myself, to people who have supported me, and the people of West Clare who voted for me, not to check everything to make sure that we're right. There's a big ask to get over that in the first instance, and then the next step will be an even bigger ask. But I don't want to wake up tomorrow morning thinking I should have. I think it's important, and I have to give credit here to my colleague beside me, because I did ask him straight out. I said, Ian, what would you do? It's my first time being in that position, and I mean, Ian just said, if it was me, I'd be asking for recount, and that sold it for me.
Yeah, and this is a big change for you, Killian, because we remember 5 years ago, first time elected, jubilation, celebration here. It just turns on a sixpence, really, doesn't it?
Look, it has been the pleasure of my life, to be councillor. It's been a great honour. I think I've done my job well. I think I've done my job very well. Maybe in a way that it probably didn't appeal to an awful lot of people, because it's the sort of person I am, is strategic and policy driven, and there are guys out there who want to get a few quid for a pothole, and I want the roads budget fixed, and that's it's definitely not as sexy as getting the pothole fixed, but in the long term, it's what's needed in West Clare. If we're going to rebalance the books in terms of investment, the commitment and focus from the local authority into the periphery of the county, that is the type of councillor that is needed, because it's very easy, look for a shovel of tarmac to fix a pothole, but it's much harder to go into the detail of where's the road budget, how is it allocated, how much money are we getting, where does it stop and start, and are we getting a fair shake of it? And the answer, obviously, at the start of the year, is no, we weren't. And as a group, and I think that is one of the things that has really made my 5 years, is the core group of 9 of us took a decision very early that if we don't work together, the West Clare Municipal District as a whole was not going to get what it needed. And I think we did that very successfully. I'm here at the losing end, albeit there's a recount going on, but I'm at the other end of the scale now, and I'm going Okay, would I change anything? No, not for a minute. I probably could have canvassed a bit harder, but there are personal circumstances, and those things happen, and you just
Life.
get on with them.
Yeah.
Life, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But really, there's been a very good. I've loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, so on that, Killian, can I ask you what happened? Because in terms of, having been involved in local media here, I know you have, a very good presence media-wise. You have a good profile within the county. I've heard you on the likes of News Talk and national media talking about your area and what's going on there. What has happened here? I mean, have you done all you can on your end? Has your party let you down with their strategy there in that local electoral area? Running 4 candidates, which could now cost you your seat.
Look, I don't, and I'm publicly said this before, I don't have a multi-generational Fianna Fáil party background. And when you run into things like convention, that's the stuff that comes against you. I was asked before our convention what was my preferred, given that there were potentially 4 people. And my view was, we can't have a fight with ourselves before we go out and have a fight with everyone else and try and gather votes for ourselves. We need to come out and say it is a group decision that all 4 of us run, and I was happy with that.
Did you feel you had to do that though?
Yeah, I did in a way. But the other thing I would say is that I think, political parties in general, I think, struggle with succession. Okay, and that's not just any particular party, but I think across the board, we have guys or women who have been there for 20 years, or 30 years, or maybe more. And it's how do we transition a new candidates through the system so that we can, whatever party, can be assured that there's going to be high quality, good candidates that are, I suppose, up to speed with current issues. I mean, the council of 30 years ago is fundamentally different to the council of today, and hence the need for strategy-driven and policy-driven councillors. That's a very different skill set than was required 20 years ago or 30 years ago. And all parties need, in my view, to change that. And I think one of the things that I've really relished is the opportunity to highlight the issues around coastal communities on a national level.
Mhm.
We struggle with a number of issues, and they're unique to coastal communities. And I think, that's a platform that I probably took on personally, and I really do think that it was getting a bit of traction.
Yeah.
And
And your tourism background lent
of course,
credentials to that as well. But I do have to ask you straight out. I mean, the sentiment that I was picking up on the floor before we broke for the Munster hurling final was there was a sense, was there too much of the party's organisational support given to Rita McInerney because she's been flagged as a general election candidate to your detriment? I'll ask you straight out here, what's your response to that?
well, okay, to be very straight with you, I would have received very little support. Okay, I can't say how much support other candidates got, but I received very little. Now I'm fine in one way, because I'm a bit, let's just roll up our sleeves, small team, we'll work with what we have. Cathal Crowe was exceptional, and his family, really did put the board out for me. But it was local and it was small, and we covered as much ground as we could. And the reality is, I suppose, trying to get transfers from a place that is very far away from me, and the likes of Labashida and Coolmeen and Cranny, they're a long way from me. And would I do it differently today from a canvassing strategy? Probably would have. I probably would have started earlier my home patch and then moved outwards. But yeah, I would say that I didn't get a whole lot of support from the party. But I got an awful lot of support when it was my first time, and that, I accept that there is this sort of, you have to do that, but there's no getting away from it in my mind.
But you didn't have the benefit of having been co-opted either when you first came in.
Well, no, and I would argue though that there is a struggle there from co-option. You're 6 months out, you're trying to learn the ropes, you're trying to get a bit of profile, you're trying to do the job and learn the job. I had 5 years to prepare, so I did have a couple of years where, I was making mistakes, and you learn as you go along, and you find your feet and you get confidence. And I think, again, I come back to the fact that, the man beside me was great. I could pick up the phone. PJ Kelly, again, I could pick up the phone. And different perspectives, certainly, on the job and its functions and how it was done. But, look, I'm not one for, I don't really want to come out with a knife and do that. And it's not my way of doing business. I think that there's probably an underlying issue that could have been addressed 4 or 5 years ago with regards to a succession planning and a transitioning of quality candidates through the system. But it doesn't, and that's just the way it is. And I play the pitch in front of me rather than trying to play the pitch the other side of the road.
Yeah, and I'm going to move to you now, Ian, in just 1 second. But finally, Killian, I just want to ask you said you had a small team, so I presume that's a lot of family and friends. I mean, they're all feeling the upset of this now while this recount is going on.
Yeah, and look, without a shadow of a doubt, there's a great. I had a very small core. Okay, my wife, God bless her, but I think that the overwhelming messages that I've been getting from people are, we cannot believe it. We know how much work you've done, and if you're not good enough, what is? And that, I suppose, is the question.
And that's the really difficult thing about this. The fact that you were so good at your job, the narrative goes out there that Killian's sound, Killian's a shoe-in, Killian's going to top the pole. And then when you get cameras coming around saying, look, don't worry about Killian, you give me the number one, keep Killian the two, we're okay. And all of a sudden it gets taken from you because, Killian's a shoe-in, because you did your job so well, and you were, like, you spread yourself across so many different communities and put in such a level of work that there was boxes today that I thought you should have shouldn't. You had a lot done from, but you didn't there. Because the narrative was you were okay, and it's so ironic that because you do your job good and correctly, you lose your job. It's difficult to follow. Like, so there's a huge level of work, and Killian's right. People see the pothole fixed. They want to see bricks and mortar. The general public, what have you done? Well, I didn't see anything built. I didn't see anything. But they don't see the hours of work to make sure that the foundations that are laid for the next 5 years. They don't see those foundations, and there's a huge amount of work to come, which I'm not even sure will get finished now, Killian, if you're gone. And like the work you did in Waterworld, that's just starting now. And that's at its infancy to get finished. Like, I don't know who's going to go to mental to do that. And that's there's a lot of work, and that's why we worked well together, because Killian, had right, okay, this is what we're doing, key. Will you back me? Yeah, back it. I'll run with it. I'll give you the backing you need. I can do some jobs in Kilrush, and now it's going to turn to me. But like, I've other projects I want to do. This project in Key, it's a big area now, and it's the foundation. People don't see the foundations. They don't see the work behind it. And if you've been given the 5 years, especially with your first 5 years, it takes so long to settle in, to figure out how the system works, who the key players are. And it's making relationships. A lot of the work we do is making relationships with staff, so we can have a conversation and to make sure that, look, we're on one-to-one, we understand what you're doing, and you'd achieve that. But people don't see that. They want bricks and mortar. And I think if they've been given the chance to 5 years, I think what we would have achieved collectively in the next 5 years would have been substantial, and they would have seen lots of bricks and mortar, would have seen lots of stuff delivered. Now it's going to be an awful lot to deliver. We have potentially, look, and the count might go the right way. We'll have 2 new candidates, that will take time now to learn it. So those projects are going to sit there for a while because we just won't get to them, and that's the.
But Ian, party politics take it all out of it or whatever. Like, I mean, I definitely get the sense that you're genuinely upset on a personal level for Killian, because people are people at the end of the day.
Absolutely, he had done such a good job. He really had, and even for me, it's because he's there doing such a good job, you have to make sure you up your game too, So he made sure that I did a good job too, But it was we 3 or 4 times a day we call each other, to hear about this, that's going on. What are we going to do about this? Or there's money coming down the track. How are we going to secure it? And the one thing the two of us never like to do was leave money behind. If there's a pot of money there, we're trying to put our hands in there. And that's not as simple as just saying, oh, we want this. It's right. This is the plan. This is the application. This is the strategy. This is the support we need to go out and build it.
And this is the community that can make that application. I suppose the one thing I keep coming back to is it's rarely good enough to just say, well, here's the money, but the work that goes on in the background, capacity build, to support, to guide, a community with regards to there is a substantial fund of money coming down the track. You're absolutely nailed on for it, but we need to do A, B, C, D, E, and A, and they're going to take 18 months to get there. But in 18 months' time, you guys will be at the top of the table for €250,000 worth of application funding for town and village renewal. And that's the work actually that I'm going to miss as a councillor. You know, and I think that's
Potentially miss now.
yeah. Look, it sounds a bit like an obituary, but yeah. Look,
Well, I suppose in fairness to you, you're trying to scaffold yourself there and prepare for a decision that might not go your way.
look, I had to leave all the boxes ticked. Um, it's a we have a hill to climb. There's an even bigger hill if we get this past this hill. You know, I'm a realist and a pragmatist at the same time. And I think what I would be looking at is saying, okay, I've built a skill set, I've built a network of people, I've built a knowledge base over my 5 years as a councillor, and it's not going to go to waste.
Ian, you know, when you hear, I suppose, what Killian has alluded to in terms of party organisational support or maybe lack of support and what goes on with canvases, etc., strategically, does it make you think, thanks be to God, I'm an independent and I don't have to be worrying about, I know you have a smaller team and you have to garner troops, it's a bit more difficult, but you don't have to deal with any of the party politics.
And look, I've been through it. You know, I saw the other side of the party and how if it works for you, it works for you. If it doesn't completely. You know, and I've been very lucky with the team. The team is very small. You know, like it's just us. We see this election, like we decided we weren't going with posters, and we had no choice but to put up posters for finish because they were everywhere. You know, and to fund that as an independent is extremely difficult. To try and get canvassers to go out, there was one of the candidates there, 27 people on a WhatsApp, and they were deciding who was going last night. Like, you know, we had 4 of us, we had 5 of us. You know, and we're going like we're wrecked. Like,
really?
you know,
So you had as little as 4 or 5 people as
4 or
well?
5 people,
Yeah.
you know.
So it sounds like you're nearly halfway there to the independent route already.
Isn't there a historical thing called an independent Fianna Fáil councillor or a TD?
That's it. And take it from this, you know, the Clare bromance we didn't know that we needed in our lives. What's going on here with Ian and Killian? Look, at you know, you never know. 5 years time, but it's not all over yet. I mean, we've a long evening to go ahead here. Do you have any indication, Killian, at this point when we might have an idea of what's happening with that recount?
We're talking 8:30, I think, by the time they get through all the bits and pieces, and then you know we'll deal with the count, the proper count after that. You know, it's you know what I find really hard, the staff. The relationships I've got with the staff inside the council, of all grades, that to me would be a huge loss in my life because you work with them. You know what I mean? They're not this kind of analogous thing that happens over there. There are people, and you have relationships with them. You know, they know you, you know them, and you know how to get things through the system. And then if you're dealing with them respectfully, and they understand that your process is positive, you get a lot done. And I think that, you know, I see guys coming in wanting to bang the table and they're going to COSRAC and change the world. And I learned very quickly the world doesn't work that way. And it's going to be a struggle.
And they become your friends. Like, you know, you come into a routine of, you know, Friday evening for me is always great with phone calls. And I might not ring someone in 2 weeks and I get a phone call. You haven't rang me in the last 2 weeks. Is everything okay? You know, it's that close. Like, you know, you become friends. Like, and you get to know how they think and how you know, they know how you think and it works. Like, you know, but like you have a great skill set for it. I think we'll have a conversation after this. I think that you shouldn't move too much away from the community side of things. I think there's an opportunity there for you if it doesn't go your way. So, we might work in a joint venture project or something on it. But look,
Absolutely. I feel like these two are going to be having a lot of conversations after this evening. But as we said,
I've ever been accused of a bromance.
Well, look, it's not a bad thing, is it? And because you have to have moments of humour in the midst of all of this tension as well. Killian Murphy and Ian Lynch, thank you very much for taking a look at what's going on there in Kilrush. Okay, it's not over yet anyway because that recount is underway. But in the meantime, let's hand back to my colleague Clare Gallagher on our main stage.
We're now, as you're The recount is going on for Kilrush, but currently also concurrently with that is the count for the Shannon electoral area. Now, this has been a roller coaster of a count as well, and some people are white knuckling it and hanging in there at these early stages. Already elected in Shannon, we know we have David Griffin, Fianna Fáil, and Donna McGettigan from Sinn Féin. It's looking likely for Rachel Hartigan and John Crow from Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, respectively. And then it's very, very much looking like a four-person fight for our battle for the last three seats. Pat O'Gorman, Fianna Fáil, Tony Mulcahy, Fine Gael, PJ Ryan, Independent, and Michael Begley, Independent. And two of those involved in this very nail-biting count are join me now, Councillor Pat O'Gorman and Councillor John Crow. Two very different stories at the moment. John, we might start with you. It's looking, without putting the hex on you, quite comfortable for you at the moment.
It is. I think I should be elected in the next when Valganan is distributed his votes. I think I should have enough to get me over the line.
To get you over the line and bring you in as possibly the second,
That's
or
right.
the third, no, third. Shannon, we're losing track here at this time of the evening. Third councillor for the Shannon region. Pat, it's a different story for you at the moment. We're kind of looking at 4 for 3 seats, but of that 4, you've pulled ahead by about 59 votes or so from your next from the next contender, who is Tony Mulcahy at the moment. How are you feeling now?
Yeah. It is very hard to know at this stage, to be honest about it. I'm at 1,307 votes. Michael Begley is polling there at 1,005, and PJ Ryan has 1,220. And as you said, Tony Mulcahy with 1,248. So it is very, very tight, and I'm hopeful to hold on, but it is only hopeful. And in 2024, I was in a very similar position. Sorry, in 2004, I should say, and I got beat by 6 votes in the very last count and got knocked out. So I'm hoping that won't happen this time.
That is a tough place to be in, like and that's what we're seeing about both of these counts in Kilrush and in Shannon. The difference is marginal. It is really down to almost one hand. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 votes. Pat, you this time round, of course, you were seconded to the council. You were one of 5, and we've seen that across the council. There was 5 incumbent councillors running today who were probably was co-opted for different reasons onto the council over the course of the last 5 years. Of course, when Cathal Crowe was elected to the Dáil, you were then co-opted onto the council. Does that put you in a different position or a different kind of pressure, or coming back into the race, having to be retested again?
Well, I suppose when I did get co-opted in 4 years ago, I kind of set my stall out to help out the people that elected Cathal Crowe, which would be from Cratloe 6 Mile Bridge all the way down as far as the Limerick border, Shannon Banks and Westbury. And I did my level best to help out all the different communities down along the whole way back and into Shannon. And I think, like, when you look at where my base is in Cratloe, I'm getting roughly 300, maybe 320 or 30 votes from my base in Cratloe. I went and got 800 more votes away from home, which is not an easy thing to do. When you look at other councillors and you see the first count, they could have 7, 8, 900 in their own parish. I'd have around 300, maybe 310 or 20. So I have to go outside of my own parish and work in the whole of the constituency to get that extra 800 or 900 votes of a bounce.
So, but it's obviously an endorsement of your work then when you spread it across, of all of the area and not just the home patch.
And even with the transfer there, you can see that I'm getting transfer from every candidate, whether it is a Sinn Féin candidate or an independent candidate. I'm getting some few transfers from everybody. So I suppose I did work very close in Shannon with Donna McGettigan and Jerry Flynn. I worked with John and PJ, my 2 next door neighbours. So PJ and myself are in the same parish, and John is only over the road in 6 Mile Bridge. So it's a very tight knit area, and the 3 of us are still in the race, and it looks like John might get over the line this time, but I'd be hoping to hold the seat, and hopefully PJ, it will be between myself, PJ, I think, there, and Michael Begley coming towards the end with Tony Mulcahy as well. So it's very tight.
It seems to be a 4-horse race, as we were saying, for those 2 seats. John, how are you reading it now? You're probably in a
Well, I'd say
a removed position
yeah,
from
it is
this.
exactly what you're after saying there now. It is down to four for three seats. They're very, very close together.
Mm.
It is very hard to call it at this stage, but I think once Van Galen's transfers are distributed, we get a clearer picture at that stage.
And while we are expecting a transfer to you, John, what we've seen with local elections is transfers can go absolutely anywhere. Geography plays a huge part, personality plays a huge part, and sometimes even the positioning maybe of the names on the paper can have an impact on where 3, 4, 5 go in preferences. John, from earlier today, we were fairly confident that you were going to be returned to the council. You've had a long history with the council, so it must be a huge endorsement for yourself to be returning again.
This is my sixth election,
Yes.
and I was very fortunate to come in with over 1,200 votes this morning as first count. But I suppose when you're in an area for 25 years now, in fact, I have a great rapport picked up with communities, organisations, and people, and I work very, very closely with those. And I suppose where I'm living, I'm right in the centre of the town, and very, very accessible to everyone. And I suppose having ran a business in Six Mile Bridge for over 40 years, I probably knew everyone by their first name, and that helped as well. And I suppose when you look at between the business and the 25 years in the council, there's no doubt about it. It has helped me, and I enjoy working for the communities and for the people. You know what I mean? We are the link between the people and the council, and I've always said that since the first time I went in. And if someone has a problem with council or with whatever else, they'll come to the likes of me or Pat there to bridge that link, and that's really what we're there for.
What I'm hearing from probably both of you is the importance of the councillor within the community representative, and that's probably what your greatest role, to bring the local to the attention of the local authority and their national and from there on.
It is so important for a community to have a councillor. There's no doubt about it. That I know that there's some areas and they haven't a councillor, and they're struggling. But when you're in a position as a councillor, you know exactly where to go and how to get things done. And especially when you're living in a community, you can see what the problems are, and you will try and get them sorted. You won't sort them out all together, but over a period of time, that you will certainly get them sorted.
Given the way we see people vote, I think people are aware of that as well. They vote quite geographically in these local elections. It's I know all elections they say are local, but local is particularly local. John, we're seeing for the Shannon area this time a lot of new young blood coming in, into the Shannon electoral area, with David Griffin coming in new. Rachel Hartigan is likely to either follow you in or just be, ahead of you depending on the next transfers. That must be heartening for you. I know you're saying you're there 25 years, so you're bringing the youth with the wisdom into the area.
And you certainly need that balance.
Yeah.
We had two great councillors that went out in Councillor Pat McMahon and Councillor Jerry Flynn. They were outstanding workers. I mean, Pat was there 48 years. Jerry was there over 25 years as well. So, they had to put so much into it. But look, we won't be there forever. So it is great to see younger people coming in, that we can show them the rope, show them the ropes and whatever else. And, down the road, there will be the senior people within the Shannon India, or any India, in fact, for that matter.
What kind of advice will you be giving them? Because you are probably one of the more senior people. They're one of the more experienced councillors there, to these new younger councillors coming in.
Well, what you're probably going to get at the first couple of meetings is all these brilliant ideas, etc., etc. But that's not the way that the county council works. The best thing that they can do is, for the first 6 to 12 months, is to sit back, look at what the system is, how the system works, and pick up from the councils that have been there for a number of years. That's the best thing. You can't just arrive in, get everything done in the first couple of months. You have to take your time. You know, you're treading this way and that way, but what you should do is sit back. I had to do it when I went in. I had to
Learn the ropes.
learn your apprenticeship, is that what they call it?
Pat, is that good advice? Sit back and learn the apprenticeship, or you know, for younger people, sometimes you maybe just have to rattle the cage a little bit and see how far you
Yeah.
can
Well, I
push the
think
system.
when you go in first, and I found it myself when I was co-opted there 4 years ago, just to get to know the people, to get to know the offices, the council offices are so big, even to find your way around the offices and to know where the people are that you have to talk to, whether it is in planning or roads or whatever that you're going into, and that you have to get I suppose what I done was I got all the mobile numbers, and I could contact them then through the mobile rather than ringing an office and maybe just hitting me someone answer the phone. And when you get talking to some person then that you can have kind of a relationship with, a working relationship with, and that person will answer the phone to you, you know, they have their mobile number. And I find it very good. And I suppose the chief executive, Pat Dowling, there during COVID, they done up a book of all the mobile numbers of every member of staff, from the seniors the whole way down along staff office. And
That book sounds like it could be gold now, if anybody. I'd say you could trade that book now, gentlemen,
No doubt
before we
about
leave
it.
here this
But
evening.
another thing is that the staff are so good, they're so helpful, and they give such good advice to councillors as well. It is a kind of a little team. We all work together.
Yeah, and that's what when we were listening to Killian Murphy there earlier with Sally Ann, and one of the things he said, if the recount doesn't go, you know, as he would hope, and that ultimately that he loses his seat today, that's one of the things that he's going to miss the most is the relationships that he has built up with the officers, the staff, the people that work day in day out within the local authority. You know, and so often we hear, you know, maybe negative stories about the council or people making presumptions about the council. But what you're saying is that relationship works really well, and it's a very personal relationship.
Yeah, I would go as far as to say that the staff in Clare County Council go over and above for people. I see there in the housing section there where people are coming in and out every day. And there is a lot of we'll say tough stories out there, you know, and the council staff, they listen to them and they take everything on board and do their best. And I find that they are very good to maybe go out a bit of a limb for people to help them out as well, you know. It's just not listening and going away and doing nothing about it. They take everything on board, and in fairness, anytime we would go in with an inquiry or a query, we'd always get a proper email back or whatever back to present to that person when they have an issue.
So it's very much kind of the personal touch, and that's what I'm hearing about across all of this. Talking about just generally about both of your parties in this local election, in general terms, looking at the collective vote of both parties, Fianna Fáil did very well pass, and particularly in areas, obviously, say like Ennis. Look at your own area of Shannon, you know, the new are with David and with Rachel, and of course your own vote was substantial. It's just, you know, we'll say there's so much competition in the ring. Is that giving the party a little bit more confidence going forward?
Yeah, I would think so. Rachel, David, and myself, in fairness, we were geographically spread. I was in the middle. Rachel was down at the Limerick side of it, we'll say, and David was up at the Newmarket, Latune Bridge side of it. So we were spread out. But we did get a very, very good first preference vote. It's great if I can hold on to be able to get the 3 seats at Fianna Fáil, and we gained another one in Innis. So we'd have been going out with 13 seats and coming back in with 15 if I can hold on.
Yeah.
So it should be remarkable actually for the party.
It will be the first time I know when I started working and covering the Clare local election areas, probably about 25 years ago, John, it probably was one of your first guys. Back then, that Fianna Fáil would have had an overall majority, and there was since then things changed, and there was the power sharing arrangement in place. Could we be looking at an overall majority for Fianna Fáil, John? And are we back then to
I don't
is the
think
power
so.
sharing gone?
I don't think so, because the power sharing has worked so well has worked so well within the council, even meetings, etc. And I think that the councillors themselves, we work very, very closely together. We work and there has been great bonding there. You know, you haven't all these big arguments that you used to have before. To be honest about it, once you go in the door, the council does no such thing as politics. You work for the community and for your people, and we work within our MD. We're very, very fortunate in our MD. We had a great team there, and we worked as a team for our MD. So I don't think that there will be any change like that. You have the three groups, and I think that's the way it should stay.
Pat, would you concur with that? Because we'll say Fianna Fáil, if that happens now, it's all hypotheticals and everything else, would end up with the majority, and probably would be have the decisions to make in that. Do you find that the power sharing worked better as a more cordial way of working and a better way for local politics?
I can tell you, back in 2003, I was the mayor in Clare from 2003 to 2004. I was Johnny's after touching, and there every meeting was a battle. Every meeting was a battle because Fianna Fáil had all the good jobs taken. There were the mayor, the deputy mayor, there was this, there was that.
Yeah.
And everybody then was taking a pot shot trying to knock you down a step.
Yeah.
I would agree with what Councillor Crowe has said there, that it is working. The independents was a turn of the mayor. Fianna Fáil would have it, Fine Gael would have it, there'd be deputy mayors, there'd be chairs of SPC spread out among the different parties. And I think it's a lot more harmony when it's that way, rather than bickering and fighting over things for the sake of fighting.
Yeah. Well, Sally Ann earlier was referring to Ian Lynch and Cillian Murphy as the greatest bromance on because they were talking so nicely about each other. But that kind of I won't accuse you of a bromance, but there does seem to be that cordiality between the councillors when trying to work on issues.
There is indeed, and I think that the structure within an MD certainly brings the councillors within that MD to work together. And when we go to the county council meetings, that MD sticks together as well. If there's some, and to be honest about it, if a particular MD brought up something, the rest of the MDs would back him as well, because they know that the research has been done within each MD before you would come and make a presentation to the council. And that trust is there within all the MDs and within the county councillors as well. So that's why I feel that everything is working, that people trust each other, you know what I mean? And it certainly has worked, and hopefully with the new council, the same thing will happen.
Perfect. And I know we were kind of saying everybody is very cordial in all of this, but for the sake of the election, there are party politics involved in this, and we've seen that the independents aren't faring as well in Shannon, where independent vote would have traditionally have been very, very strong in Shannon. It seems to have fallen a bit, to be replaced by the Fianna Fáils and the Fine Gaels of the world. But Sinn Féin did return their councillor. The second person in was, of course, Donna McGettigan, which again is also bucking the national trend at the moment. We heard earlier Mary Lou McDonald came out and admitted that they were disappointed across the country. But here in Clare, it's proved slightly different, Pat.
Well, I suppose I can only speak from my own point of view, and I know Rachel and David the same way. The three of us, we worked night and day for the last, I suppose, the two lads were working since Christmas, and I was working for the last 2 months. Every day I just took off 2 Clare matches, didn't even go to the Clare matches, watched them at home, because I was so exhausted I couldn't get myself into the car to go, so I watched them at home, I kind of to recharge the batteries again, for the next week. But it was over 10,000 leaflets given out by me and my team, and I know that David and Rachel was the same way. We really, really worked hard. We crossed into each other's areas. We looked for 2s and 3s where we weren't getting the 1s. When you'd be a good bit away from home, like I canvassed all Newmarket and Fergus last week, and David Griffin's name was coming up in every door, and I was asking for the number 1. I wasn't trying to take a vote off him. So what I was doing was asking for the number 2 that maybe get me over the line down the road
Yeah.
a bit further, you know.
Yeah, so they go as a strategy.
And vice versa. He came down to Prattle and Rachel came up and I went down and we crossed over and back. But it wasn't in a negative way, like I said, it was a positive way because we wanted to get the three of us in over the line. And Deputy Cathal Crowe said to me in Shannon last Sunday, now, I don't know what polling he was doing or what he was listening to, but he said to me at the time that we have a great chance of getting the three seats because of the work that she's put in, the three as individuals.
John, Pat there was referencing Fianna Fáil. Fine Gael, of course, Val Galan, your party colleague, has been eliminated in the last count and is now, his transfers are being divvied up there. You are likely to return, but your other Fine Gael colleague, Tony Mulcahy, is still in that infamous four for three seats. So how did the strategy among the Fine Gael members
It's still in the mix.
work?
Well, we divided our area up as well, really. So Val had his own section down there. I had the bit in the middle. So and Tony Mulcahy had his own kind of a corner, and we worked individually in our areas, but we worked as a team overall. And I think that Tony is in with a great shout to get a second seat for Fine Gael in the Shannon Municipal.
Just before we wrap up here, I suppose the one question where I can see everybody's we're all looking over our shoulders a little bit there because they're dividing out those votes that we were just mentioning, and we can see the boxes over our shoulder going and judging how many votes are going into each one. So we're expecting a result on that fairly soon, which of course you both have a lot of interest in. There is rumblings, and we're almost afraid to say it out loud and put the hex on it, but I'm going to do it anyway, that we could possibly be into a recount here as well with Shannon.
Yeah, it could be, but I was there this morning and the disputed votes, and there was at least 25 votes for me that was disputed, where whoever was the returning officer in whatever school it was never stamped the forms. There was 25 number one votes as clear as day for me on them cards, but the person never stamped them, so they were non-invalid. And they were all put to one side. There was at least 25 in it because a member of my team was watching it for me on my behalf, and he came out and he just said to me, you can take 25 off your tally straight away because they weren't stamped by the person inside the whatever, I don't know what school it was, but whatever school it was, the person ignored to stamp it.
And this just shows you how fickle and how detailed as well the process is. Something as simple as most people going to the ballot boxes would even overlook that stamp that comes in, is there actually nearly a need to go into the schools and teach people about the election process, whether it's about when you go to the ballot box, what you should do, what you should be looking for to make sure your vote is valid or otherwise, and even, God forbid, try and explain the PR system. It'd be like doing it could nearly be a leaving cert maths question this week.
When you see the votes so tight,
yeah,
if I was ahead by 500 votes, it wouldn't make any difference. But when it's so tight, 25 votes could be the difference between winning and losing.
But we're seeing in Kilrush 6 votes
Yes.
are the difference between, and we have seen previously here in local elections where we've all thought one vote became the difference between. So the importance of the education.
Well, in 2004, when I lost my seat by 6 votes, Councillor Michael Bigley lost his seat that day by 1 vote on the same day.
1 and 6.
Yeah.
Who would, and people, and it's not just the number 1 vote, the number 2 vote, the number 3 vote, and the number 4 vote carries. Well, as we know, all votes are very important, all votes are very personal, and we will be watching for those transfers because it's very much all to play for. And every little vote, as Pat was saying, even right down to the disputed votes, are going to come into play into this local election here in the Shannon local area. Thank you both very much for joining us. We will refrain the congratulations, but intended for now, and wish you the best of luck, Pat, as you head back down.
You're doing a great service for the people out there that can't come in to council do. Thank you very
Thank you
much for that.
very much,
It's
Pat.
very
Thank you
good.
very
It's
much.
outstanding
Appreciate it.
service. Outstanding now indeed.
Well, we're still hanging in there, like, no more than yourselves. It's been a very, very long 2 days for you both because the tallies were yesterday morning and we're still into a late count tonight. And likewise, we've been hanging out here with our colleagues. Of course, our colleagues in the sound and camera as well have been doing Trojan work, keeping us going. And one of those other people that has been staying the course with us is Peter O'Connell, and he's in Studio 2 now.
Thanks very much indeed, Claire, and great conversation there with Packy and John. Now I'm joined here by a refreshed panel. We have Councillor David Griffin. I was just asking David, is he getting used to being called Councillor?
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Geraldine Lambert is back, and we're also delighted to be joined by Senator Martin Conway. So, Senator Conway, thanks a lot for joining us.
Thanks, Peter.
David, just on that, bit of speculation that there might be a Shannon recount. It's incredibly tight.
It is incredibly tight, and I think, look, when we came in yesterday morning, I don't think you would have seen a three-way shootout like that. So it is incredibly tight. Look, I'm glad from our point of view, from a Fianna Fáil point of view, that we look destined to have 3 out of 7 seats. So that's a great win for us. But it's going to be stressful out there, I think, for the next couple of hours.
You're looking very relaxed, sitting back there, enjoying
Well,
life.
I'm in a privileged position, so I wouldn't like to be in their shoes right now. So. But it's going to be very tight. I think it's going to be a very interesting count, and I think that the real story is the Begley comeback. I think he's had a phenomenal day. We thought a pillar of East Clare had fallen yesterday, and it doesn't look like that now.
He thought it himself.
I know. So it just shows you how mad sometimes local election counts can be. It's all about geography and name recognition, and he's had a fantastic count.
We could be interrupted at any moment now from the returning officer Pat Dowling, and if he does take to the podium, well then we'll cut to him. Senator Conway, I suppose whatever somebody's political affiliations, it's always heartening to see actually Pat Dowling is taken to the stage. So I'll come back to you in a second, Senator Conway, and we'll hand over to the returning officer Pat Dowling. Pat.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. So, 2 matters concerning Kilrush LEA and also the 10th count of Shannon LEA. Concerning the matter of the result of the 8th count for Kilrush local electoral area, can I confirm that the recount has been completed and has not changed the outcome of count 8, which resulted in the elimination of Killian Murphy. I will now proceed to exclude the lowest candidate, Killian Murphy, and distribute his votes. The following is the result of the 10th count of Shannon local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Val Galan's 879 votes. So 879 in total. Michael Begley, non-party, plus 230. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1,235. John Crow, Fine Gael, plus 120. 120. Total 1,463. 1,463. Rachel Hartigan, Fianna Fáil, plus 347. 347. Total 1,760. 1,760. Tony Mulcahy, Fine Gael, plus 36. Total 1,284. 1,284. Pat O'Gorman, Fianna Fáil, plus 45. Total 1,352. 1,352. PJ Ryan, non-party, plus 15, 1,235. As the votes of John Crow, as the votes of Rachel Hartigan have exceeded a quota, I deem her to be elected. Apologies for there. I will proceed to distribute Rachel Hartigan's surplus of 304 votes, as it is the largest surplus, and together with other surplus not distributed, fulfills the conditions that it can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks indeed to Pat Dowling for that. So, Senator Conway, your immediate reaction to that?
Well, it's extremely tight. I wouldn't even dream of calling it. The first thing I want to do is obviously congratulate Rachel. It's great to see another young person elected to Clare County Council. And while I'm here and while he's sitting just beside me, I'd like to personally congratulate David. I've known him for the last couple of years when he was working as an assistant to one of the Fianna Fáil parliamentary party in Leinster House. And David has always been an absolute gentleman, and he's going to have a fantastic career in politics, and congratulations. And it is nice to be called councillor.
Hand over to Pat Dowling again.
The hours are ticking by, so it's beginning to tell. And can I apologise to the candidate? In reviewing the figures, I omitted to deem John Crow, who has exceeded the quota, to be hereby deemed to be elected.
So many congratulations to John Crow as well.
I'd like to take the opportunity to warmly congratulate John Crow. John was elected for the first time to Clare County Council in 1999. So he has completed 25 years. So he's heading into his 26th year now as a member of Clare County Council, diligently serving the people of 6 Mile Bridge in the Greater Shannon electoral area. So I think there's a remarkable achievement for John. I want to congratulate him and his family as well.
Geraldine, your reaction to what has happened? I suppose lots of news there, two elected in Shannon, and also the Kilrush electoral area news as well, that the recount, no change.
No change. And I suppose it's a tribute to the staff that they have been so thorough all day. You'd often expect 1 or 2. 6 in a local election can be a lot, but it has been known to happen. But I'm personally very sorry for Cillian Murphy. I think, I don't know him that personally, but I know he was a fine representative, but big loyal.
If I can jump in there as well, Peter, I've gotten to know Cillian Murphy since he became a member of Clare County Council. I have to say he was one of the most capable members of Clare County Council. He was on the Health Forum for the last number of years and really highlighted the difficulties and challenges with health services in the county. And I think he's going to be an incredible loss to West Clare and to Clare politics.
And hopefully he will stay involved and come back again. Absolutely. But certainly huge congrats. And I missed Donna McGettigan's election, so I would congratulate Donna. I think it was always on the cards that Donna would be elected. It takes a while. Again, congratulations to John Crow, another one that it was always on the cards. So, but it takes so long with a few with distribution of surpluses and distribution of transfers here and there. But I suppose that size of a transfer from Val Gillan to Rachel Hartigan was probably not completely expected. We did. I was watching earlier when votes were being counted, and I could see the local thing there where there was a huge on both papers that there was a lot of 1-2 and voting locally. So it'll be really interesting now to see where that goes and where it goes in relation to Michael Begley, who's from that area, or PJ Ryan. And then in the mix of that, you have Pat O'Gorman, so you'd expect a transfer. He should be expecting a reasonably good transfer there, which would bring him close to the line. He's not that far away from it right now. So that'll be an interesting one.
And we can see that Rachel Hartigan is going to speak to Clare Gallagher now in a second. So we're just going to hand over to delighted Rachel and pass on our congratulations, Clare. Great achievement by Rachel.
Indeed, it was, Peter. Rachel, and I feel patronising here, 22 years old, Fianna Fáil seat in Shannon, and you're joining your colleague David Griffin there. You must be delighted.
I don't have the words for it right now. I'm over the moon. It's been quite a long wait today. So I'm just really, 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 really happy to actually have the result, and so happy for my colleague and friend David Griffin as well. It's a great day for the party. It's a great day for young people as well, all across the Shannon Municipal District. It really shows that when young people are motivated to come out and vote, they do, and they do it in droves. So it's a great day.
You, of course, are just finishing up in UL now with your degree. What are the plans of going forward? Today will have an impact on those, I'm sure.
Today is absolutely going to have an impact. It's my absolute intention at some point to do a postgraduate degree at the University of Limerick and continue on with my studies there. But for the moment, my plans are to be a full-time representative for the Shannon Municipal District on Clare County Council. I really want to dedicate myself to the role and give myself enough time and enough space to really find my feet, learn everything there is to learn, and represent the people to the best of my ability.
It's very encouraging to see young people coming into politics, because there was that feeling that there was a complacency for a while and that, everybody was willing to stay with the status quo. What made you decide to take that very, very brave decision to put your name on the ballot paper?
Well, I think especially since Cathal Crow's election to Dáil Éireann in 2020, in my home area in particular, where we have a huge population, we're quite close to the Limerick border, so our demographic and our geography can be quite different to the rest of Clare. There was a real gap there for a strong local voice to come in, and that was my initial want to step forward. And after that, I learned throughout the campaigning that young people are really interested. When you come to the door and you don't immediately say, is your mom or dad home? And you ask, are you registered to vote? Are you old enough to vote? And people really, really respond to that. And I just thought it was a really important, special thing to be able to bring a bit of balance to our local politics. We need that balance everywhere, local, national, European, a mix between our good experienced councillors that have been at it for years and years and know the systems inside out, but also fresh voices, bit of fresh blood, bit of energy as well.
A bit of a mix of youth and wisdom to help the Shannon local electoral area on its way. What did you learn from going to the door-to-door? Because it is a daunting task. I know you said you went and you actually spoke to people and asked people. What kind of a campaign? Was it a mixture of social media and going door to door? As I know you interned for Cathal Crowe, and his thing was always he used to photograph his shoes after every campaign, and it was a shoe leather campaign. What kind of a campaign logistically was it for you?
It was a nice mix of a traditional burn the shoe leather campaign, knocking on as many doors as possible, but I also got to incorporate something that I've been using since I was now 11 or 12 years old, which is social media. It's a really, really powerful tool, and I think it's important in this day and age that candidates are familiar with social media and are using it to the best of their ability, but it doesn't win or lose you an election. I definitely learned that very early on. It really is about getting in front of as many people as possible, forming a connection with them, and really burning the shoe leather, as Cathal Crowe has taught me over the last few months. And what I've learned in general is, I think, just to if you work hard, the hard work really does pay off. It's not just a saying that your mom and dad will tell you. It's evident today. Myself and David Griffin, 2 first-time candidates. Not a lot of people thought that we had a shot of getting elected, and here we are. So I think hard work really does pay off, and I feel like a different person than when the campaign started a few months ago, definitely.
Do you feel like a different person since the tallies were done yesterday morning? Because we've all you've been here quite a while. It's been a very, very long count for you, all the way up to the tally and then finally making it over the line. You said you thought people, would write you off, and did you believe yourself? You must have had some kind of self-belief that you could get this over the line.
I really did. And I think it's important for young people, and especially in a lot of cases, young women too. We seem to suffer with imposter syndrome more than any other demographic. So I think it's really important to have that self confidence and that faith that what you're doing will come together. And if you work hard, you have the skills, you're well able. And that's really just the truth. But I suppose it's all ups and downs throughout the campaign. You'd go out and have really, really good nights where everyone was super positive and responsive. You'd go out the next night and no one would open the doors, or you'd get a really negative door and it would kind of throw you for a loop for the rest of the evening. It's up and down. I don't think any campaign has ever been smooth sailing the whole way through. I think it's like a roller coaster of emotions the whole way. Yeah, yeah.
And as you were saying, the campaign was a roller coaster, and this count has been a roller coaster, no so more than your party colleague Pat O'Gorman. So there are 4 candidates now for 3 seats. Would you be hopeful that your third colleague can make it over the line?
I would be not only hopeful, I would be confident that Pat will absolutely make it over the line. I know since he was co-opted into Cahill's seat in 2020, I know firsthand of the hard work that he's put in as a sitting councillor, and he's worked tirelessly throughout this entire campaign. I'm super confident that we will have 3 Fianna Fáil seats for the Shannon Municipal District by the end of the evening.
Huge congratulations again, Rachel, and thank you so much for joining us. Well, there you are, Peter. She's been doing social media since she was 11 years old, and that's now part of her campaign. How old do you feel?
Well, I'm not going to mention how old I was when Rachel was 11, or maybe how old you were when Rachel was 11. So let's just we'll try and park the age. But many congratulations to Rachel. Fantastic, great interview as well. And David, just I suppose the energy that the likes of Rachel and yourself bring to the equation, the energy, the youth, the vibrancy. It's great to see it, I have to say.
Look, it is brilliant, and I think it was a long time coming. We needed to see, I suppose, our generation standing up for ourselves and taking our own seat at the table, and I'm delighted we've taken 2 seats, not 1, which is brilliant, and I'm confident as Rachel is that Pat will get over the line. But look, Rachel ran a fantastic campaign. I suppose no more than myself, we were politically unknown 5-6 months ago. And the work really was put in, and social media did play a big part in it. I mean, it did for my campaign as well. You have to be utilizing all of the tools available to you, and I think what highlighted in this campaign is it is that mix between the traditional communication platforms, your radio, your newspaper, but also how you need to blend that with a traditional campaign with social media and with target advertising and all of that. I think she did a fantastic campaign, and I'm delighted to see her elected. And look, we're going to do a lot of work, I think, and we will bring that diversity to the table, which is a very, very important attribute. It's looking like we're going to have a very, very strong, I suppose, municipal district of councillors this time, and Rachel will play her part in that, no doubt.
And Martin, that's a very valid point, isn't it? That youth, vibrancy, it just brings that bit of energy, and maybe it might. Other parties are going to have to step it up as well,
absolutely.
Locally.
I mean, I was only saying it to Cahill Crowe earlier on today. It's this week, 20 years ago, when both Cahill and myself were elected on the same day to Clare County Council, and we were the Rachels and David of the time. I think we were 2 of the youngest members of Clare County Council. Now, that said, I have another 20 years to go, so we're going nowhere. But no, it's just fantastic to hear Rachel and David talking about, speaking about their energy, their new ideas. And, I think Clare County Council needed it, to be quite honest with you, because I think the last 2 or 3 elections, we didn't see people in their early 20s getting elected. And I think it's fantastic for the council, just in terms of, the contribution they'll make at meetings and so on. But it's also fantastic for politics, because when people see the likes of David, 28, Rachel, 22, actually putting a name on a ballot paper and getting elected, it will encourage them to think about politics and maybe to start their own conversation about perhaps having a future, either as an elected person or in the whole political sphere. Because, as I often say to people, there's 1,500 people working in Leinster House, for example. There's only 230 of them members of Parliament, whereas there's so many other careers in the whole area: research, communications, policy, press, so on. It's a very dynamic business. It certainly is not. It doesn't have job security. but it's a very fun business to be in, and you can actually achieve a lot, and you can have a huge impact. I mean, I was on Clare FM on Friday talking about digital exam papers for the blind and visually impaired. They were rolled out for the first time this year. There were technical glitches, but that happened because I've campaigned for it for 7 years. And after 7 years, when you see it actually being rolled out, you say to yourself, yes, I can have an impact in politics. And I've no doubt that both David and Rachel will have a huge impact in politics, not just locally, but nationally as well.
Can I
Geraldine?
just come in there on what both Rachel and David said, and you know what has been sort of a theme about the social media, the TikTok candidates and the ordinary knocking at the doors. Certainly, both David and Rachel took to the doors. They didn't just rely on social media. They were both out since last October, November. Soon after, as soon as they were selected at convention, they had their plans there. They have knocked at most doors twice that I know of, and done drops other than that leaflet or whatever drops. But certainly the doors have been knocked at, and I was getting that feedback in Shannon that David was the first one that had come to the door, and then we went the second time, and he was apologising for calling back the second time, and they were glad to see him, and they were basically saying no one else has called yet. So, mind you, he was standing at the door beside a white-haired little old lady, sort of talking about the need for youth and whatever, and I was sort of saying, I dig you, like, you know, it's over.
Yeah.
So, I remember my first election in 1999. I was 23, I think, at the time. And I landed at this door and I knocked on the door, and the lady came out and she said, can you wait just one moment? And she went in and brought out a pair of Wellingtons, and she said, them Wellingtons are older than you.
Well, it didn't put you off.
No.
It didn't, and good that it didn't, Martin, and well done on the digital exam paper. There's so much of that stuff that just needs to happen and should have happened long before now, but it needs campaigners. It needs people to take it.
Well, as I said to a couple of people over the weekend, imagine if you went into an exam and the script was blurred. You'd be very annoyed. So if you go into an exam with your laptop and the software that you're used to using to do all your essays and do your homework and so on, and that is the format that you should be doing your exam in, and suddenly you can't download the file for whatever reason. It's the same principle. What we're talking about is creating a level playing pitch, and technology is so amazing. And we talked about social media earlier on, but what's happened with iPhones and iPads and that, it has transformed my life. And it will further transform the lives of younger people coming up, to give them the opportunities that other generations and older generations didn't have. And, you know, the State Examination Commission and government departments in general need to embrace it in a way that creates the equilibrium and the equality that we want. But, like, I suppose when I was using that and talking about that, it's just to say to David, there will be projects and there'll be things that he will campaign on over the years, both locally and nationally. And you will impact. Just stick at it, and you will impact, and you will make a difference in people's lives.
In a second, we'll be handing over to Sally Ann Barrett. But just on a final point, David, just in terms of social media, and you know more about this than me. My approach to social media, I don't think I would vote for somebody that I didn't know on the basis of their social media presence.
Yeah.
But if I did know somebody and felt that, you know, they might have something to offer, a fairly consistent and proactive social media presence would probably reinforce why I should vote for him.
Well, what I found was my introduction was made on social media. When I was knocking on doors in the early days, obviously you're making your introductions there. As the campaign built and you started getting around the second time, you're meeting people you hadn't met, there was a lot of, oh yeah, I saw you on social media, or I saw you on TikTok, or you're the fella that I saw. They felt as though they knew you a little bit before you started. It made it easier to break the ice. It got the name and the face out there. And once you knocked on the door and you had a bit of personality and you had a good message and you were with someone like Geraldine who had all the experience to bring it to the right doors to begin with, it made a difference. It's not going it's not going to win you an election, but I think anybody that's running an election campaign in the future and doesn't utilize social media as a major part of their campaign will be leaving votes behind them, especially for transfers, for name recognition. As a first-time candidate, you have to do the traditional stuff. You have to knock on the thousands of doors. You have to do the leaflet drops. You have to do all of that stuff. But You cannot ignore the reach, the engagement, and the name recognition that's available online. You can reach tens and tens of thousands of people at a click of a button, and that is powerful. It's not going to top. It's not going to get you to top the poll on its own. You have to have a mixture of everything, but it is a core and crucial part. You wouldn't run in a campaign and ignore radio. You wouldn't run a campaign and ignore print media. You cannot run a campaign in 2024 and ignore social media.
And what I'd add to what David has said, and he's absolutely 100% correct. And I'll give you an example. Councillor Joe Gary had a serious problem with his hip, so he wasn't able to do the level of canvassing that he did in his first election back in 2019. So he, I suppose, delivered his message very much through social media with regular updates. And when his campaign team called then, and in the local election, they love to see yourself.
Yeah.
But when his campaign team called and explained what the situation was with Joe's hip, well, sure, we follow him on social media. We know the work he's doing, and we totally understand the challenge he has in his hip. And sure, he was the second elected yesterday.
Yeah.
So in Dennistown area. So it proves it's a massive tool, a very useful tool, but it complements, I suppose, the old traditional style of canvassing as well.
You only have something to put on social media if you're doing something to begin with.
Correct.
I mean, social media is essentially a means of transmitting information. You still need to put the work in to get something to put out. You have to have a message, you have to have a work ethic, and you have to have a track record. Unless you have something to say, it's not going to get traction.
Well, on that note, it's been a bit of a social media masterclass, I'm sure.
I don't know about that.
Well, not far off it. It's been really interesting, I have to say. Great stuff. Thanks indeed to Councillor David Griffin.
Thank you.
Thanks to Geraldine. We'll talk to you again later. And thanks to Senator Martin Conway as well. Really good conversation. Going to hand back to Sally Ann, and she's joined by Cathal Crowe TD. Sally Ann.
Yeah, absolutely. I am, Peter. And I suppose you were talking to David Griffin there, who topped the poll in the Shannon electoral area. Before that, we heard from Rachel Hartigan, who has just been elected there. And now I'm going to talk to Cathal Crowe, or should I call you Tony Soprano, because you've had a hand in all of those elections.
Yeah, David Griffin is a cousin of mine. We mentioned it on a lot of doors if it won support from, if it wasn't winning support. We didn't mention
Selective mention.
But he's a cousin of mine, and our family are incredibly proud of what he has done, not just in winning a seat, but in heading the poll. He was the youngest elected in Clare until about 10 minutes ago. And now Rachel Hartigan has been elected. Rachel works in my office. Rachel's a past pupil of mine. So I taught her in 6th class 10 years ago. She was an outstanding pupil. But last autumn, I got an email out of the blue. Now, I sometimes get these emails saying she was doing politics in college. She would love to intern in my office if possible. So I said, I'll meet you for coffee, and look, we'll see if we can slot you in here and there during the week. We were bowled over by her ability, her confidence, her savviness, I suppose. And one day at work, over a coffee break, we just got chatting. Are you ever interested in elected politics yourself? And she was. And we said, there's actually potentially an opening in down in our home parish. So she there, this is surprising, but there and then she said, I'd love to go for it. And I said, I think you need to sleep on this for a few weeks and think about it. She said, I would love to go for it. And we had multiple chats, and we've been out, my family, so much trying to help her. She got a huge vote in her own right, and I tried to bring over down in the home parish any vote I could. And then there's Patrick Gorman, who I believe will be elected very shortly as well. He was co-opted to my seat when I was elected to the Dáil in 2020. A good friend of mine. We've contested several elections as running mates. He has been an outstanding councillor, and he struggled in 2 elections to get elected. But today, his work rate has been outstanding. And if you look at an analysis of where he got his votes, he got them kind of from all over, which is a testament to his work. So what we're having here in Shannon is a fantastic result. I've had Micheál Martin phone me in the last few minutes, along with the party general secretary. This is a huge result for us in what can sometimes be a difficult field, to have gained seats and to have elected 2 of Ireland's youngest in that area. And Rachel is Ireland's very youngest.
PR boost now for Clare as a constituency, and how the party is managing the pot down here.
It is. It is.
In your area.
We've a very vibrant Fianna Fáil organisation down there. I know there was Tony Walsh and Geraldine interview there a short while ago. They're outstanding. They're lovely people. They're real hard grafters. But when David and Rachel come on the scene, I think David himself, and with great respect, they were unknown beyond their own immediate community, but they use social media very well done, David. Well, they use social media so well. And I'll tell you what they did. Instead of cold calling to a door, hi, I'm David, I'm your candidate, they used Facebook, Instagram, TikTok to soften up the electorate, introduce themselves, portray who they were. So I remember being on many doors of them and people saying, oh, I've seen you and I like what you do. So there was no cold calling. The first canvass was warm, cordial, familiar. They got a second canvass of most places. They held public meetings. They circulated newsletters. Two outstanding campaigns, and Pat O'Gorman's campaign was a more traditional hard graft one, backed up by his work in the council. The three of them are deservedly taking seats, and there's a bit of history being made. I reminded Rachel, she might be the youngest elected today, but I'm still younger than her overall. I'm the youngest ever, I think, elected here at 21. She was 22. So I have a tiny bragging right, but all the honours go to herself, David, and Pat O'Gorman down there to see, along with um, the other ones elected, John Crow, no relation of mine, Donna McGettigan, and I think of everyone. And there's a nail biter cliffhanger to happen here shortly.
Yeah, and actually we'll return to that in a moment. But can I quickly cross over to what was happening over there in Kilrush? Because while Fianna Fáil had got it right in so many electoral areas, it seems like there's been an implosion there over in Kilrush. Killian Murphy, you know, a very well regarded, very hard working county councillor, very affable kind of person, very well liked by his colleagues, independents, etc. You know, I saw so many people approaching him to give their condolences in terms of his elimination. He's absolutely gutted, speaking to him on a personal level. The tears were in his eyes when I interviewed him in our other studio there, and Ian Lynch was sitting beside him. And what I was picking up was a lack of party support for his campaign. Now, he did mention you specifically that you were very good to him and he appreciated the support he got from you, but he's really hurting in terms of Fianna Fáil as a political organisation.
Yeah, so every count has its dramatic casualty. I did not. He would have been the last person of all candidates in the field. I predicted him to probably take first or second seat back there. In fact, I predicted himself and Gabriel Keating to lead out the field. Neither materialised in that form, and those who I believe to be in the back of the field actually came to the front. So he's gutted, and many of his close friends have been tearful with him because he is outstanding. And for those that don't know him, he's more, how will I put it? I'm trying to find words here. He's a lot more than a guy who'll fix potholes and get the ditches cut in your area. He's visionary, he's strategic, he talks about West Clare in a way it's never been spoken about. He has identified opportunities, he's brought millions in terms of EU and nationally funded projects into his area. He is an outstanding public representative. The mandate, unfortunately, has been taken from him. There's a deep analysis required, but I think there was some people in the Fianna Fáil organisation, Clare, would maybe not have preferred. He wasn't a preferential candidate for some people, and I think that's what he was articulating, that he wasn't given help by some of them. And
Well, he said to me that he pretty much felt that he had to go along with that. He was happy for the four candidate strategy to go forward. And you know, also it was mentioned, not in fairness to Killian specifically by him, because he didn't want to be going down that route today. It's not a time for that. But you know, there was talks out that there was canvasses taking place where people were saying, "Don't worry about Killian, he's fine. Give your number one to this particular candidate. Give Killian your number two." And Killian obviously wasn't fine. There was a complacency maybe pushed among the electorate that Killian would be all right, and he clearly wasn't.
I have heard that. It has to be substantiated, and I think there will be an analysis of that. If true, I would be hurt by that. I'd be angered by that. I think it's very unfair. Someone said a while ago, "Is it illegal? Are you allowed?" It's absolutely legal, but is it morally right? No, it's not morally right. But look, we've to see if that was the case or not. I'm gutted for him, absolutely gutted for him, and yeah, it has put a dampener on what has overall been a good day for Fianna Fáil. Now, back in West Clare, we did run four. They were four excellent candidates, and geographically, Rita McInerney was probably the most cornered in that she had Killian down the road, gave Ian Lynch in Kilrush. She had the parish of Mullock and Camerga Bricken with three candidates. She was kind of surrounded by candidates, and I think what really benefited her was she has gone for the general election. She had a high-profile name coming into this, and you know, she has done well.
But Cathal, did that mean then that Rita was given priority in terms of the party support when it came to canvassing and the support of members there to get her elected here where she had been co-opted previously? Was there more focus given to Rita at Killian's expense?
Rita's deserving of her high vote. There'll be certain, the county chairman of Fianna Fáil, I think, would have preferred her candidacy over others, but that's his personal thing. As a party, we try our best to support all. That doesn't always happen. That should be the fairest way of doing things. I, as a TD, have tried where at all possible to be out with nearly every candidate to give them to give them as much support as I can. And Rita is very deserving of her vote. I want to be clear on that. She will be a councillor elected today, which has more status than being a co-opted councillor, and she will make a very good representative for her community.
But it's more about what was happening behind the scenes, about how much help
I
was being
don't
given to
know. I
candidates.
don't know. And Killian has made a commentary on that I've maybe heard secondhand. I don't know. And there'll be another day for analysing that. So I want to congratulate Rita for what's about to happen. But also then you have to look at the others in the field, Michael Shannon and Alan Troy. Alan Troy is coming in brand new as a candidate. He was very much backed by PJ Kelly, who's if Joe Cooney's the Dyson of East Clare, he's the Dyson of West Clare.
He's a phenomenon.
And he's got an incredible vote for a brand new candidate, and he's got to reach into different pockets of West Clare. And Michael Shannon, his community know him very well, but listeners across the other side of Clare may not know entirely, but he was on the ballot paper in 2004, didn't succeed, but he's come back with a bang this time with a huge vote. So Killian, unfortunately, and I haven't, between all the hullabaloo in the last half hour, I haven't gotten over to him yet. It's devastating for Killian. It's a great day for Rita McInerney, and I want to congratulate her on what we believe will come shortly. And then Alan and Michael Shannon, it looks, will slog it out. I don't think the two of them will get seats. Realistically, I don't think it's going to happen. But certainly there is a seat. I'm just trying to see that it's extremely tight numerically between them. But I would expect that one of them will take a seat, and it's a toss-up. And it depends really here, Sally Ann, on who's eliminated before them, who's elected before them. The geographical bias is huge. As the geographical bias has been in the Shannon County, as we've just seen, it moves across the other side of the parish as opposed to 20 miles over the road to the party running mate. It doesn't happen like that, unfortunately.
Let's fast forward 5 years' time, say, for instance, and we see Killian Murphy's name on the ballot paper, but instead of Fianna Fáil, he's running as an independent. I mean, would you be surprised if Killian decided, given his involvement in his local community, you know, the work that he's had out there already and the obvious passion that he had for that civic position that he held, would you be overly surprised if that's something he might turn over in his mind?
I would fully expect and hope that Killian Murphy will return to public life in the future, and that could be 5 years' time. It's a long way off.
Will he
and
do
if
it
he
for
does,
Fianna Fáil?
if he does, I would be. We're personal friends. We would talk probably 4 or 5 evenings a week. Sometimes it's how's your dad doing, Killian, or
Are you part of this bromance he has with Ian Lynch as well? Because himself and Ian seem to be great friends as
yeah,
well.
we are great friends, and we really hit it off a few years ago. He's fun. He's insightful. He's a good person. So even stripping back the politics, he's someone that I genuinely have great affection for. He's a friend. I hope he'll be back in 5 years' time. I hope he'll be back for Fianna Fáil. Can't guarantee that. He would feel let down to some degree. He has articulated that, and I think it's for him to articulate that today. I certainly didn't let him down, and I think he would know it. I think he said that in an interview earlier. But look, it remains to be seen what happens. I think tonight, you know, a stiff drink when he goes home. There'll be days for poring over numbers. Where did it go wrong? It did go wrong, and you cannot underestimate the voters. Even some of the transfers were coming very good to him, and others weren't. And his work, the amount of work he's done there, is incredible. Most councillors here over the last few years, nearly all councillors would have sent a certain volume of work through my office. The trickier issues, right? A passport, a medical card, or whatever. But Killian, I can divulge it now. Killian sends in probably twice as much as anyone else. So on that metric alone, he has been hoovering. Unfortunately, I've talked in the past tense. He has been hoovering up issues. He's been getting back to people like 24 turnaround on issues. His database is digital. He's not writing it down the back of a cornflakes box and things. He has been an incredible public representative, a modern age public representative, and it's hard to believe that with all he's done and all he succeeded in doing in his community, a part of the county who since the departure of Paquin 10 or 15 years ago didn't have anyone, and they will have good councillors today. Again, to pay tribute to my party colleague Rita, Michael Shannon and Rita's certain. Michael Shannon and Alan Troy, one of the latter two will take a seat. And then I expect, I think Gabriel Keating's taking a seat, isn't that nearly certain? And Denny Gould. And I'm personally kind of intrigued by Denny Gould. I met him for the first time today. I've been told by loads of people you'll enjoy him. He's a colourful character. He's well known in the community. So I think I personally look forward to getting to know who this Dinny Gould persona is, because he certainly captured the imagination of the public back there, and actually his candidacy, and congratulations to him, but his candidacy was the grenade on the West Clare ballot paper. It moved Gabriel Keating from a possible poll topper to having to really battle here.
Yeah.
It took out his Trace Doohan, who would be Fine Gael and would have been expected to do well, and it certainly threw a bit of a grenade around Rita, Michael Shannon, and maybe to a lesser extent Killian, Alan Troy, because they're further out. But it's a very impressive performance, and it did damage to a lot of people.
Okay, Cathal, I think we have to go straight to the podium now to Pat Dowling.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 11th count of Shannon local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Rachel Hartigan's 304 votes. Michael Begley non-party plus 135, 135, bringing a total of 1,370, 1,370. Tony Mulcahy Fine Gael plus 40, total 1,324, 1,324. Pat O'Gorman Fianna Fáil plus 55, total 1,407, 1,407. PJ Ryan non-party plus 7, total 1,242, 1,242. As there is one continuing candidate more than the number of seats left to be filled, I deem the following candidates to be elected without reaching the quota: Michael Begley, Pat O'Gorman, Tony Mulcahy. As all of the seats have now been filled for Shannon local electoral area, I propose to formally declare the results of the election in a few moments.
So there we heard the returning officer, Pat Dowling, giving us the 11th count there from the Shannon electoral area. Cathal, those candidates deemed elected. I mean, we had been hearing rumblings about a possible recount here.
Yes,
Oh,
sorry.
is Cahill's mic on? Oh, there we go. Yep.
That's
Yeah, we're up and running. We're up and running.
My apologies. That's my glitch, not yours. Yeah. So look, that's just gathering some thoughts here in this. So there was I have my figures here overleaf. Yes. So Rachel Hartigan had a surplus there of 304 votes, and I was expecting, on a geographical bias, Michael Begley would have been a major beneficiary, and he was.
Yeah.
He got 135, which is huge. The other person this was very relevant to was PJ Ryan, because just before this count, Michael Begley and PJ Ryan were both on an identical count of 1,235.
Neck and neck.
1,200, neck and neck, identical number of votes, 1,235, 1,235. So this proved seismic, because this transfer from Rachel over to Michael Begley of 135 votes was huge. In contrast, PJ Ryan got 7. So unbeatable at that point. also of significance was Pat O'Gorman, her running mate, got 55. Not massive, but again, I think this went with a geographic bias. And then Tony Mulcahy over in Shannon got 40. So we've ended up with this scenario, which sometimes happens. The candidates are very pleased with it. The political hacks may prefer it to go right down to the wire, but this often happens elections day. Three just got elected together there simultaneously. So that has actually concluded the Shannon count, which has gone on all day.
Kind of shocked because we had prepared ourselves that we'd be having the cocktail sausages and chips again tonight because it ran so late last night.
There was talks half an hour ago this could have gone to recount, but I don't think it can because Michael Begley and PJ Ryan neck and neck with this very same number of votes, but it's this transfer 135 to Begley, just 7 single-digit 7 transfer to PJ Ryan. That's massive. So it's 125 distance. It's
unsurmountable.
Yeah, unsurmountable. So
yeah,
that is it. And the councillors now, in order, are David Griffin, Donna McGettigan, Rachel Hartigan, John Crow, and I don't know what order we'll put at the last 3, but there's
announced as Michael Begley, Pat O'Gorman, and then Tony Mulcahy.
Tony Mulcahy. Yeah,
another comeback kid.
That's actually there's 2. Pat O'Gorman was first elected in 1999. And I've seen actually he's aged really well. He looks younger than ever
because he wasn't in politics.
He wasn't in politics. It has been remarked actually how well he looks. So Pat O'Gorman was there in 1999-2004. He lost his seat. He has tried on 2 occasions since and failed to get re-elected. But he has succeeded. This is a huge comeback.
That takes some stomach, though, doesn't it? Really. I mean, like the definition of madness is doing the same thing and getting the same result and expecting something different.
Very, very. Yeah, I heard that too. That's
and there he goes coming back after losing out on 2 occasions, and there he is.
I think a lifeline. So in 2019, I think it was, he ruled out entirely ever going again. But 2014, I should say. But in 2020, when I got elected to the Dáil, there was an internal co-option procedure in Fianna Fáil, and he won that vote. So I think that brought him back from political oblivion to centre field politics. And not only did he take up that co-option, he has done a stellar job. And just to look at a little local analysis, he was co-opted into my seat, but he went into a parish, Cratloe, where they already had PJ Ryan. So he to go in with PJ Ryan was close to being a poll topper last time, a really great vote getter, and he has prevailed. Now PJ is a friend of mine. Because this is local, PJ will be a Fianna Fáil DNA, but Pat O'Gorman has prevailed in a very localised battlefield. And I think if you look at the analysis of this in time, what Pat O'Gorman had was he was getting votes down in Shannon Banks, Westbury, Meelick, over as far as Shannon, Newmarket and Fergus. He got a core vote around home, but he was getting votes everywhere, which shows he's doing the work and deserving of it. Tony Mulcahy, another comeback kid, had gone off to the Shannon. He'd been a senator for years. He failed to get re-elected to Shannon, and now he's back in local politics. And and he may very well be a candidate in the next general election. Who knows? Which would be interesting in the Shannon area to potentially myself, Donna. Yeah. We know Donna's running, and potentially Tony as well. I don't know. So it's interesting. And I just want to commiserate with. I'm delighted for Michael Begley. He, I think, above anyone, has had to sweat it here all day. But the geography of Valgalan being eliminated, Rachel getting elected, put a huge amount of votes in his pot. But it is devastating for PJ Ryan and our families. We're actually related. And
I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked.
There's a little house in Clogh, Sixwell Bridge. I'm actually distantly related to Begley, PJ Ryan, David Griffin a lot closer, and I only found out last night Eddie Punch, the European candidate, were distantly related.
We'll just go back here briefly to the podium. We'll pick that up straight after.
The following is the result of the 9th count of Kilrush local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Killian Murphy's 1,162 votes. Total votes distributed 1,162. Gabriel Keating, Fine Gael, plus 245, 245, leaving a total of 1,763, 1,763. Ian Lynch, non-party, plus 317, 317, leaving a total of 1,950, 1,950. Rita McInerney, Fianna Fáil, plus 269, 269, making a total of 1967, 1967. Michael Shannon, Fianna Fáil, plus 71, making a total of 1528, 1528. Alan Troy, Fianna Fáil, plus 155, 155, making a total of 1323, 1323. As the votes of Ian Lynch and Rita McInerney exceed the quota, I deem them to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Rita McInerney's surplus of 150 votes, as it is the largest surplus and together with other surpluses not distributed, fulfills the conditions that it exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates and can elect a continuing candidate.
That's fine. Yeah, absolutely, Carl. So welcome back to us. We're just going to briefly delve into what we heard there, Carl. So it's really getting exciting there now.
Yeah, so we were, there was heartache a short while ago when Killian Murphy was eliminated. But with his elimination comes a transfer of his vote. So 1,162 votes just got dispersed. And so just where they went, Gabriel Keating got 245, Ian Lynch 317, Rita McInerney 269, Michael Shannon 71 votes, and his other party colleague, Alan Troy 155. So this distribution has put Ian Lynch firstly, and secondly Rita McInerney over the threshold. They've now reached quota, so it's now Councillor Ian Lynch again, and it's Councillor Rita McInerney. So a wonderful result for the both of them, and I want to congratulate the two of them because Ian's there a long time. We served together, and Rita and I were on the ballot paper for the general election last time around, but she got a co-option, it is a council seat, but the real icing on the cake is to win one in your own right, and she has won it very comprehensively today. She's done an awful lot of work in a very short period of time, and I want to congratulate Councillor Rita McInerney from my own party on her election here today.
Okay, absolutely. Well, we have to go back to the podium and we're going to hear from some of these winners as well. Thanks, Carl. Oh, so we'll hand over to Peter, I think. Peter has some of those elected candidates with him now. Peter O'Connell.
Sally Ann, yeah, it's getting very, very hectic. Clare Gallagher has Michael Begley, a smiling Michael Begley lined up as well. He looked a bit tense yesterday evening, but things have certainly turned around. Tony Mulcahy is sitting beside me. The comeback kid, Tony. Would you accept that?
I heard that description there a couple of weeks ago, but I was kind of never gone away, like, in the sense, I was still answering the phone and doing all the, doing whatever anybody asked me to do since 2016. The last time around was 15 years ago for the council.
My God, time flies.
Jesus, I started with it. I rang my mother this morning. I said, "Ma'am, I came up here 25 years ago to win a council seat, and 1994 I was elected to Shannon Town Council."
My God.
So the year just, rolled, and yeah, it's been a great journey. I have a fantastic team out there. I want to pay a tribute to Val, right? All my other colleagues up and down the county, all those of all parties, and none to put their name on the ballot paper and have the courage to do so. Because it's not everybody does it,
Absolutely. It takes a lot of bottle. Takes a lot of bottle because it's such a personal thing, isn't it?
100%. You're putting your before the people, you know what I mean? They judge at the end of the day. You have no guarantees. Obviously, it's an election. I've lost a few. I lost two generals and a Shannon, so I know the feeling and the pain. What I said to lads out there tonight is that, look, tomorrow morning you'll get up and get on with it as best as you can. That's all you can do. I mean, as I said, I've had it. Like, I've been in that situation. The worst thing of looking at I remember looking at the tally. We wouldn't want to. I felt in respect to yesterday's tally, we were out about 1,500, and there was votes. I had 100 extra, that had 100 extra, Michael had 200 extra. So maybe one little bit for lads that are running for elections. Don't ever Don't ever rely on the tally the day before. Wait till they're actually counted, and you might get a better look at things, And they fall out a little bit differently.
Um, actually, we're going to speak to Val Galan in a sec, but we're going to hand back to Pat Dowling on the podium, and I think Pat has got a further update. So I'm not sure is well, presumably from Kilrush. So hand over to Pat Dowling. Pat. Well, actually, it's just a declaration from Shannon.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Declaration of results. The following are the results of the poll taken on the 7th of June 2024 to fill the 7 seats in the local electoral area of Shannon, Clare County Council. I declare the candidates to be elected in the following order. David Griffin, Fianna Fáil. Donna McGettigan, Sinn Féin. John Crowe, Fine Gael. Rachel Hartigan, Fianna Fáil. Pat O'Gorman, Fianna Fáil. Michael Begley, non-party. And Tony Mulcahy, Fine Gael.
And thanks indeed to Pat Dowling for that. We'll be going to Clare in a couple of minutes. Val Galan is here beside me, and Val, how are you feeling?
Great.
Did you enjoy the experience?
Of course, fantastic. It was great. Been retired for the last 2 years after 36 years in the shop and stuff like that. It was great to get back out there and reconnect with everybody and meet everybody and have a chat with everybody, and it was fantastic. Yeah, absolutely enjoyed every minute of it.
You were thereabouts, Val. I mean, you must have, if we're to use a hurling parlance, if the ball had bounced your way, maybe it could have happened.
Maybe it could, but first of all, inexperience probably caught me a lot of the way, and the way the modern thing has changed. I predict in another 5 years there'll be no canvassing. It'll be all tech. It'll be all Facebook and Instagram and all that type of stuff. Like a lot of the places we went to, it's electric gates, it's on post boxes, it's the new doorbell. So you're not engaging. People don't have to face or come out to you or whatever. There seems to be I don't know, disconnect, I suppose, with a lot of people on it.
And when you did get to speak to people, Val, what did they have to say to you?
Well, it was positive. It's just that I think the biggest issue down our way is, we're 2 kilometres from Limerick City, and we're 40 from the council that represents us in Ennis. We have a lack of funding, a lack of services. Like, we need a regional office down there. We have the population, we have all that, and it's just not being done. Like, as I said earlier on, you take Shannon Banks, it's a 1966 housing estate when it was built. The lighting, the roads, the footpaths, all have to be upgraded. It's not been done. Westbury, no grass cut. Partine, same thing. Like Partine doesn't even have a bus stop. 2 kilometres from Limerick City, and it doesn't have a bus stop. So it's coming, I think, in fairness to the lads down there now. Like, there's a lot of community spirit beginning to build in these places, and I think that's going to make a difference going forward, and I hope it does.
I'm going to hand over to Clare Gallagher in 2 seconds. A very final point, Val. It mightn't have been a great day politically, but on the hurling field, things are a bit better for Limerick and the Gallans.
Yes. Proud.
Must be.
Very proud.
You saw it. Yeah, brilliant. Val, thanks a lot. Pleasure to talk to you, and well done. Hand over to Clare, and she's standing beside a beaming and an extremely patient Michael Begley. Clare.
To be fair, it is a very, very patient councillor, Michael Begley, that is beside me right now. It is a long, long time since that early tally yesterday morning to being elected this time this evening. Congratulations, Michael. That early tally must have made you a little bit nervous.
It did. It was devastating, really, at the start, and to complicate the thing, then the tally wasn't great, which left one of my own boxes mostly missing, and one other box in Shannon totally out of the tally altogether. So it was bad as it was, but like, we didn't know what the exact extent of it was at the time. but it's been a long, long road, and PR is a strange, a strange science,
And it has been an absolute roller coaster of accounts. It came back down to the last 4 for 3 type of thing.
It did. I suppose the only bit of hope there was along the line was that I picked up a little bit every chance there was. Some of them smaller than I had hoped for, but nonetheless they kept me ticking over, as it were, the scoreboard ticking over, as they say. They didn't have it ticking over too well in Thurles today, I'm afraid, but um, it got me, and we felt fairly confident from the observations we had in the actual count of the preferences from Val in particular, and then once it got to the stage where it was all Val's votes were going to decide it, we felt that the geography was probably going to do the trick, and it did.
Yeah, and like in the typical political style, you were afraid to say anything too early in case you hexed yourself. It was that tight. There was even talks at one point that there might have been a recount and that, but in the end, there was just that enough of a divide not to need one.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for when it did come down to it, because I hate to have to go through a recount at this stage.
It's been a long few days, and of course your independent colleague PJ Ryan. It's unfortunate. This is part of this process, but it's one that you've been familiar with yourself on even closer margins.
Absolutely. I went out on one vote, and I mean, I always got the slagging that my son and his wife were on holidays at the time, which was true, but weren't the cause of it. But I won't go into the science of or the mathematics of that one now. But that those things happen as well, and that was a bitter pill to swallow at that time. But I had made my opinion or my decision the minute the result was announced for what I was doing then. That wouldn't be the case now. I mean, this would be the end of the road one way or another. If I were to lose out. So
Well, it's not the end of the road now. There's another 5 years, Michael. So
there is indeed, and if the Lord Himself delivers the health that's required, we'll enjoy that 5 years.
And we'll be wishing you health for those 5 years and all the happiness that goes with it. What is, like, we've got a lot of new energy coming into the local electoral area. I was talking to John Crowe earlier. Yourself and John are probably the more senior members of the local area, and that, with the experience along with Pat O'Gorman. What kind of advice are you giving to these new young people that are going to be joining you in the Shannon area?
Well, it's difficult to give people of the age group that are coming in advice now, because you know the only thing I know about politics and elections is knocking at doors and talking to people, and the only thing I know about conducting the business of the council is using the shovel, as it were.
So I'm not going to see you with a TikTok account anytime soon.
Afraid I'm not. And that's the way it is going. And we were thinking about it there, this year's canvass in particular, where you have electric gates, you have those sealed letter boxes, you have guard dogs, you have the people who don't want to answer the door one way or another. The days of knocking at doors, I think, could very well be ended with this local elections, or would certainly take on some other kind of way of meeting people.
From talking to Rachel earlier and again to David Griffin, they seem to be suggesting a hybrid, because what they found is they learned a new lesson in electioneering, that it wasn't all social media, that they found getting to the door, going face to face was beneficial. So would that be kind of encouraging that people still have the personal touch?
Well, that's true, and I mean, I had one exam, for instance. I canvassed an area. I leaflet dropped an area, which where my results would be kind of, they'd be out the next circle out, if you know what I mean. And we got messages saying people were disappointed that we didn't knock at the door. So we went back and we actually knocked on the door, and it paid off.
So people just want to be asked.
They do like to meet people, and they do like to meet the candidates, and they do like to be asked. You can't be sure of the answer you get, like, at any time, but
A lot was made in 2019 about the new boundary and the loss of Truk, we'll say, which would be close to your area and you would have pulled a lot out of. Did you find the last two canvases that much different? Was it more difficult? Or, well, I suppose the results speak for themselves.
The results speak for themselves, but it was extremely difficult. In your mind, you see, 40% of my parish, which was about 400 votes before I left home, gone. They remained in the Killaloe area. And if you look at the constituency then, the constituency is a U, and I'm at the bottom of the U. I've nothing south of me, I've nothing north of me, and I've nothing east of me. So I had to go west, you know. And as you know, in a local election, you put down the compass and you draw the circle, like, and when you go outside the first one, it's getting thin, and by the time you get to the second and third one, it's getting very thin. So
I saw you there earlier, just congratulating Tony Mulcahy. Like, we have new people, we have incumbents, and we have some returning faces.
Yes, yeah.
Are you happy to see Tony back in the fold?
Yes, I've served with Tony already, so you know, we always had a good relationship. And in fairness, I wasn't in the Shannon constituency, of course, when Tony was there, but I found, and in Killaloe as well, we all have a very good relationship, and you know, we never, that I can recall anyhow, gotten into the shenanigans, as it were, that one other constituency, which shall be nameless, have been in for the last year or so. You know, it's uncomfortable, and it's not required in politics, in my opinion, you know.
Michael, we could be looking at, and very likely looking at, a Fianna Fáil majority in this county council, if not kind of a 50-50 split. I was talking earlier to both John Crowe and Pat O'Gorman about a time when, and you and I probably remember it, when there would have been a Fianna Fáil majority, a Fianna Fáil mayor and a Fianna Fáil control of the council. They both said that they would not like to see a return to that, that they both agree that the job share or the power share was the way to go for cohesive local elections. What's your feeling on it?
I fully agree with it. And I mean, you know, I wouldn't be telling tales out of school if I would consider myself having been a victim, if that's the right word, of some of the party shenanigans over the years, you know.
I remember some of those council meetings. They were interesting.
They were interesting, yes. And, you know, while it was never my wish, if you like, to become an independent, you know, things dictated, and I did. And I found it a relief in many ways, in that you're not looking over your shoulder. You don't have to find out what everybody else is doing before you make up your mind. You're your own person. And in fairness to the council, you know, operating with staff and that, you're on your own. You know, they work one-to-one. They don't care what party you are. So I would agree that it should remain the way it is. And we're going to have the whips, whoever they'll be, will have to sit down and work out the divvy, as it were, for the next 5 years. You know?
Well, congratulations, Michael. The relief is obvious on you, and the lightness, obviously, of the day. And congratulations. As you heard there, that was Councillor Michael Begley, a very relieved and a very happy Councillor Michael Begley. We've been here so long that my battery has died in my comms, and I'm trying to work out: are we going to Rita McInerney or Tony Mulcahy of our new elected councillors? It's Tony and it's Peter.
There with Michael Begley. Many congratulations as well to Rita. Rita is waiting patiently there with Sally Ann. We'll be going to Rita in a minute. In the meantime, back to Tony Mulcahy. And Tony, you had a fairly vital phone call to make there a few minutes ago.
I had to ring my mother. I rang her coming up this morning to say, ma'am, 25 years ago I had come up this road, you know, to win the first council seat. 446 first preferences, I won by 4. You know, and there was a 5-seater at the time. So we, you know, you fight the fight and get on. I had won a town council seat in 1994. And I suppose it's one regret that I would have. Young Keith McNamara was a candidate there in Shannon today with 500 votes. If we had a town council, Keith would be on the town council.
And we were talking about this earlier on with Patricia McCarthy,
yes,
who you would have served with for
100%,
on Shannon Town Council. And maybe it's nostalgia, I don't know, but like, when you look back, the town councils gave young politicians, a taste of it, and either sank
But
or
100%.
swam.
But at least, like you go back to Shannon that time, there was a time we had 13 public reps in Shannon. We had 9 on the town council, 3 on the county council, and I was in the Senate in that period as well. So, like, the town and surrounding area had massive representation, right? But I never agreed with Phil Hogan, and I put his name out. I have no qualms about the abolition of the town councils and the so-called savings that they were going to make. Like, there was no savings. The town council was getting about 180 quid a month. It was just nut stuff, like.
And like, I don't want to be going too far with this.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not tonight to be talking about it. But given what's been happening over the last 12 months, roughly, with lots of misinformation being spread and various issues as regards bypass centres, that kind of thing, it struck me that if you had more local town councillors, not county councillors, on the ground, that maybe the communication might be a bit better. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what you think.
No, I would agree 100%. But I mean, you come to my town. We're one of the most cosmopolitan towns in the country. Like there's only about 20 people that were originally born in that square kilometre. Pat O'Brien, the O'Brien family would have been one of them. That are there that length of time, and there are a few others only that were actually born in the town. The first people we had in there was a dictator in Chile, Pinochet. The Chileans came in.
Remember him?
And over that period of time, we know obviously have the Syrians and the Ukrainians. We have the Filipinos who come in to work on our aviation industry. We had the Indians, Pramjit Niyoti, he won't mind me mentioning his name, who set up Shannon Aircraft Motorworks, who's now, I don't know what name it trades under now, but they brought in another great community into our town. So like we've always been an open and cosmopolitan and welcoming town. And I'd like that to continue. I think there's a lot of said misinformation out there, and if we had the town councillors, you could represent that better maybe, or put that message out there better and clearer.
I'm going to have to hand over to Sally Ann and Rita in a second. Just finally, Tony, you look happy, you look content. You obviously have the energy, the motivation. You're looking forward to the next 5 years?
I wasn't the walking around the road and the up and down hill and dale nearly caught me a bit all right, because it had been a long time since I had done that. But I certainly have the energy at the back end of a Ford, make no mistake of that. And that will never change. It hasn't changed in the last 7 years, and it won't change for the next 5. Thank you, Peter.
Tony, great to talk to you again. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much, buddy.
Great stuff. And actually, very last question. Joe Arkins is asking me something about the social element tonight. He wants to know where it's happening.
Well, he's taking me for a pint now, someplace. Anyway, so, I don't. It'll be quiet enough. I believe it or not, that has changed a bit as well.
I believe you.
The ability to do that.
Brilliant.
Thanks, Peter.
Thanks very much indeed to Tony Mulcahy. I'm going to hand back over to Sally Ann, and Sally Ann, pass on my congratulations to a beaming Rita McInerney sitting beside you.
Yes, absolutely. And Peter, I suppose, elected now in her own right as a county councillor after being co-opted in the last term, Rita McInerney, I suppose, describe the emotions and the feelings for yourself right now.
It was very emotional, I suppose. Yesterday, when there was an indication that I had got the highest number of votes, that was a real shock and a very big surprise. The numbers were changed a little bit, but this morning, but we're still on top. But so then it ended up being a very long day. But then when it finally came, it was really emotional. Just I suppose you're in there co-opted, and you're there to do a job and to continue the work of Bill Chambers, and I'd like to pay tribute to former councillor Bill Chambers, who gave me that opportunity. But at the same time, it's very important to get your own mandate then to go back in and actually do the work for the people. And there are a lot of issues, there are a lot of concerns out there, particularly in the Kilrush electoral area, and the work starts now, because there's a the campaign has been a big period of work, but now the next 5 years is so very important. I think there's a lot of opportunities in West Clare. We have to harness them, we have to grab them with both hands and ensure that we have vibrant communities that have the services and facilities that we need to have vibrant rural communities in the west of Ireland. So that's what I'm looking forward to. That's my mandate. That's the message I went out with, was to be a strong voice in West Clare and to get things done for people, and to help with projects and pushing them over the line and ensure that people have a good quality of life in Kilrush.
So how did you find the experience of the co-option then? I mean, you really had to take the ball and run with it straight away.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, it was a steep learning curve because it was only 5 months. And I must say that the staff in the council were amazing, very open, very giving of their time, and really gave me the opportunity to try to learn the ropes in a short period of time, because then you were quickly out the door to start canvassing. So the council staff and executive and those on the ground were really welcoming and really patient with me. So I'd like to thank them sincerely for their time over the last 5 months, and as well as all the support I got from the other councillors, both in the Kilrush electoral area and the West Clare municipal district with the Ennis Diamond electoral area, and also then the wider council. Some of them I would have met over the years in my role with Ennis Chamber of Commerce, so I would have known a lot of them, and that was very helpful and useful from all of the electoral areas. So yeah, it was a great experience, and the councillors certainly made it a lot easier.
And look, we know you've had your days of disappointment at these counts previously as well. The fact that you were in there and in the role for 5 months, I mean, did that grow the desire in you to come with this election to hopefully get that seat? Did you want it even more now this time when you knew what was going to be on the end game?
Certainly, yeah. I didn't want to be the shortest sitting councillor in history, nearly, So, yeah, no, it definitely gave me a taste for it. It gave me the experience of it. I know what I'm getting myself in for now, and
you still went.
And I still went, still contested, yeah. So there's a lot of work. There's a lot that the council do, maybe that people don't see or witness, and it has huge scope. So you have to make it your own. You have to carve out your part of being a representative, and politics is the art of compromise, and it's the art of negotiation. So you have to work with everyone, both organisations outside the council and within the council in terms of the council staff, because at the end of the day they're the ones that
get things
done and move projects along. You're the voice there for the people, and that's a very important part of it, is bringing the issues to the table and getting things over the line. But you're working as a team. You are working as a team with the wider council and the community and other organisations. Yeah.
Can I ask you about your own campaign then when it came to getting out there with that end goal in sight? So what was the strategy from your perspective? The fact that there were 4 candidates running in that local electoral area there of Kilrush. So what was in your mind's eye and how did you strategize?
Well, I'd like to pay tribute obviously to my campaign manager, Pat Considine, who was with me in the general election campaign of 2020, and also Carmel Martin, who helped out hugely on the scheduling for the campaign. And I suppose I had a lot of contacts in various communities in the Kilrush electoral area, as did Pat. And I suppose the strategy was to work with people that we had connections with, either family connections or business connections or party connections or community connections, and work with them within, you go to them and say, look, this isn't me as a candidate, this is, and I hope you kind of align yourself with my view and my objectives, and I'd appreciate if you canvass with me, and I want to be that strong voice, and they came on board, and they are working for their communities, within their communities, and I suppose I'm there as a voice for them. So, they saw that, well, look, as issues arise, Rita will be there to bring them forward. So and that is actually my strategy going forward as well, for the next 5 years, is to work with all of those people in the various communities across the LEA that helped me and that were my canvassers. And they're now on the ground, and they can come to me with their issues, and I'll be reaching out to them to ensure that they're represented, because they got me the mandate, and I want to honour that.
Well, dare I say it, did Mr. Trump, who's looking to make his own return to the White House, was he another little X factor? Because, you've garnered a certain national profile as well in terms of that story with Doonbeg.
Certainly, I suppose. Look, I'm not...
Or can it be a curse at the same time?
It can be. Look, it was a project that was started by the community in the 1990s as a way to keep people working in the community, to utilise what is a fantastic resource of the sandhills in Duckmore, and to ensure that we have employment and vibrancy in our community. And I've never been afraid to speak out in relation to our relationship with those that own the resort, whoever they may be. So I've always stuck to my guns in terms of that. And as a community, it is, and it's not just Doonbeg, it's the wider West Clare community that has hugely benefited from the resort in Doonbeg. And we continue to work with whoever the owner is,
Rita, I'll just have to hold you there for a moment. We're going back to the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, for a brief few moments to complete our business at the local election count for 2024, I'd appreciate your cooperation. Following is the result of the 10th count of Kilrush local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Rita McInerney's 150 votes, total of 150. Gabriel Keating, Fine Gael, plus 6363, making a total of 1826. 1,826. Michael Shannon, Fianna Fáil, plus 4242, making a total of 1570. 1,570. Alan Troy, Fianna Fáil, plus 45, making a total of 1368. 1,368. As the votes of Gabriel Keating have exceeded the quota, I deem him to be elected. As there is one continuing candidate more than the number of seats left to be filled, I deem the following candidate to be elected without reaching the quota: Michael Shannon. The following are the results of the poll taken on the 7th of June 2024 to fill the 5 seats in the local electoral area of Kilrush, Clare County Council. I declare the candidates to be elected in the following order: Denny Gould, non-party; Ian Lynch, non-party; Rita McInerney, Fianna Fáil; Gabriel Keating, Fine Gael; Michael Shannon, Fianna Fáil. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention briefly, please. Candidates, your agents and supporters, thank you all for your engagement and cooperation throughout the various stages of this election process. Retiring councillors, I want to thank them for their support and cooperation during their term of office and the valuable contributions they have made to their county. I want to thank the hotel management and staff for facilitating the count at the West County and for responding to all our needs. To the media and press for their cooperation throughout the election process and the important role they play in keeping the public informed. This has been ably facilitated by our friend and colleague Mark Dunphy. Our live streaming of the election count, ladies and gentlemen, has proven very successful and popular, and this is due in no small part to the foresight of Mark Dunphy. To my colleagues, the deputy returning officers, the count teams, security staff, setup staff, and everybody involved who have worked diligently in advance of and during this weekend, I ask you all to show your appreciation to all my colleagues. Míle buíochas agus slán abhaile.
All right, so that, as they say, is that those last two seats wrapped up there in the Kilrush five-seater. Gabriel Keating and Michael Shannon taking those final seats. I suppose it was a duel there at the end between Michael Shannon and Alan Troy from your own party. Just before we came to those results, we'll analyse those a little bit later, I suppose. Rita, like disappointment though for Killian Murphy, like a very, very heavy blow. I suppose he was disappointed. Firstly, from the interview I did with him, what I picked up was that strategy to run four candidates, and also he felt from the organisation Fianna Fáil he didn't get the support in terms of his election campaign that he felt he deserved as a sitting councillor. I mean, what's your response to that? What's your take on what happened there?
I'm really disappointed that Killian didn't get elected. I've known Killian a long time, and I've worked as a business person, as a community person in Kilkee, you know, and through his campaign 5 years ago, and also I've worked with him for the last 5 months. He was an amazing councillor, amazing community person, really knows his stuff, and it's a huge blow and a huge loss for Kilkee and West Clare, to be honest. And look, campaigns are difficult. We had 15 candidates in the field. We all had to kind of get our teams together and get out there, and that is hard, and we all did that, and it is a really, really tough time, and I really am disappointed that he didn't get over the line. But there was a lot of surprises in this campaign, and the West Clare Municipal District, or sorry, the Kilrush electoral area was the most competitive in the whole county. So a really, really difficult constituency.
Bloodbath, it was being described as a
certainly
bloodbath.
was a bloodbath, yeah, and a lot of surprises. So, it's just very difficult. And I suppose in the days to come, you'll be looking at it and seeing, where we could have changed things around, I suppose, in terms of the number of candidates. But then again, there was so many people that came in late to the game that we had our team early on, and we knew who we were going to run, and we had the areas covered, and then people came in certain areas, so that was really difficult.
But was four a mistake, Rita, given that he was a sitting councillor, won very well the last time 5 years ago for his first time in his first term? Was four a mistake with the risk that you could unseat one of your sitting councillors? I mean, did he deserve better support, do you think?
Well, the four wasn't a mistake at the time, because when we decided on our team, there wasn't, you were wondering, well, who was going to go from Fine Gael, who was going to go independent, who was around, who was interested. So we kind of had worked out, and who had shown an interest from within the party, who'd been active and who'd been interested in running. So at the time it wasn't a mistake, but as time went on, people came into the race that upset things. So it's difficult, and I think every party can improve on how we strategize and how we build around campaign teams. But it's difficult in political life nowadays. The government parties normally do get a bit of a kicking, with the rise of independence as well. So it's difficult to get people on the ground. But we have a very healthy party in Fianna Fáil in Clare now as well, because it has shown in the results. We got a good result the last time, and we have a strong team now. But Killian's loss is a huge blow to the party, huge loss of experience and knowledge, and he's given it all for the last 5 years, and I'll be sorry not to be able to work with him in the next council, definitely.
And I suppose the fact that you're going to be looking to go ahead now as a general election candidate, do you feel maybe, well, that's what we're hearing all across the floor anyway, do you feel that there was a focus and maybe extra efforts put into your corner, looking ahead to the end game, really?
Not necessarily. I think I had to go out and prove my worth and prove myself. And I think whether we like it,
there must be a nervousness about that.
And whether we like it or not, there is. I mean, look, Fianna Fáil, female representation within political parties in this country isn't the highest. I won't know what the national picture is, but we're delighted to have 4 females in Fianna Fáil in the next council. And I think as a female, you do have to prove yourself. And I think, we worked really, really hard as a team. As I said, my campaign manager, Pat Considine, and, it was very much very much existed in a bubble for the last 12, 10 weeks. We were our team, we knew who we had, and we just got on with it. I mean, you get party support from different things in terms of your marketing material and things like that, and promotional material, but and that's what all of us get. But you have to, I suppose, you have to strategize yourself, because you're coming at it from a different perspective. Like, I was a female, I'm in business. I come from a strong community, so you have to play to your strengths as to where you pick up your support and pick up your votes and pick up your contacts. So, everybody's campaign is different, and you have to look at it. And often you can be just a victim of timing and who else is in the race, and what the national feeling is, as well as the local feeling, what the issues are on the door. And if your party has been seen to be responsive to those, the party nationally does play an impact in local politics. I mean, the politician themselves is very important, and the local is very important, but national issues are definitely mentioned, I think, particularly in relation to health. So when it's, from a national perspective, I think the health services, and particularly for the Midwest, was the big issue on the door. And then locally, it was more around roads and housing, and they're very important issues for people. But they are very important. I don't think people realise sometimes at a national level how important those issues are. Well, they might realise in relation to housing, but I think in relation to roads, because when you live in rural Ireland, the decision to live in rural Ireland, if you have very good infrastructure, if you have water and wastewater and roads that allow you to grow and develop as a community, and allow people to build and uh, operate within small communities, they enable communities to grow in turn. Because planning and development, and there's a planning and development bill going through the Dáil at the moment, and planning and development are where it's at, and having basic water services, and then people make decisions around, well, how long is it going to take me to get to work? Because if you don't have the job opportunities in West Clare, the reality is people are getting up and they're turning for Ennis, or they're turning for Shannon, or Limerick. So you have to ensure that your infrastructure, your network, and that applies to public transport as well, is there to ensure that people can live in rural Ireland and work elsewhere.
I'm going to ask you, obviously we're hearing from Ireland South, nothing official there yet, but it looks very much like Clare's independent TD, Michael McNamara, is going to take a seat, possibly the third seat, I think, from what we're hearing, which of course leaves a vacancy in Clare. I mean, what are your ambitions?
I don't know. I think I have to absorb tonight and absorb today and see where I'm at. I mean, I've been given a mandate by the people of the Kilrush electoral area to deliver for them and to represent them. So God, I'll have to have a serious think about that, and talk to my team and see where we're at, because this is the local elections. This is the mandate I've been given. So
but you could potentially have yourself and Cathal Crowe and Timmy in the mix for this.
Well, I suppose for Michael's seat, I suppose, if there probably won't be.
If we get to a by-election.
If we get to a by-election,
yeah,
consider
but
there
a
might
potential
be a
general election.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. But look, isn't that what makes politics interesting? And for us people who are of an interest and for political nerds, won't it be very interesting next year, I suppose, the way things are working out between any sign of a co-option and any sign of a general election. So it'll keep us on our toes, and it'll keep the focus, I suppose, on Clare as well, which is really, really important.
Okay. All right. We'll leave it there for the moment. Councillor elected in her own right, Rita McInerney.
Yeah, and I'd just like to thank, of course, the council staff. They've been amazing, and the media for all of your support. And this has been, I mean, I've so many comments of people who are watching online, and it's a great thing to have as part of democracy.
They like us. They really like us.
They do.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Rita. And we must say as well, this live stream is brought to you with thanks to Clare County Council, the only local authority in the entire country that's providing this service, Democracy in Action. All right, I'm going to hand straight over now, because I've been waiting patiently, to Peter O'Connell, who's with some more of the successful elected representatives. Peter.
Sally-Ann, thanks very much indeed. I'm here with two buoyant West Claremen, Gabriel Keating back in the council, Michael Shannon, first-time candidate. Now, Councillor Michael Shannon, how does that feel to be referred to as Councillor Shannon, Michael?
Oh, look at I know my head is big enough besides making it bigger, I think now. But I want to congratulate my colleague Gabriel here, and it is a great honour to be elected here in County Clare to serve as a member of the West Clare area. Um, I suppose I waited a while for this opportunity. I do want to thank my family. I want to thank the people within the party who brought me along, showed me the ropes, and told me to just stay engaged. And I suppose it's about staying engaged with the people. And when I was canvassing, I think one of the most important things that I learned was to listen to what they're saying to you on the doors, what people are saying to you, and you only build up a full picture of the issues in an area, and the issues, the predominant issues. If you listen to the people, and I think you have to give people time, and you have to listen to them, and I think that was my approach always. When I started this campaign, I had one objective, and the objective was to encourage and sell West Clare and get people back into West Clare. We have great traditions in our townlands, and I want to see and protect those traditions, whether it is football, whether it is hurling, whether it is set dancing, whatever, folklore. We have rich traditions, and we need to protect those, but we need to sell West Clare, I suppose, a little bit better to get the youth back into West Clare. And, that'll be my focus for this 5 years, to try and get good working jobs into West Clare, and, sell it to everyone to come and live and work and be active in their communities in West Clare.
Gabriel, you look quite calm, quite content.
Oh, yeah, I'm quite happy actually. And Michael has said everything that I would have said about West Clare, because when I went into the council 15 years ago, the first thing I wanted to do was to open the lighthouse. And then I moved on from there to the Vanderloo Wall Gardens and the Cliffs of Moher and Scattery Island. And then we had the digital hub and cross and the Little Ark Visitor Centre. And there were a number of things that I started. And recently we got planning permission for the lighthouse. We're going to have huge investment there. And we have spent 2.6 million on the Vanderloo Wall Gardens. There's a couple of million spent in Scattery and 500,000 in the Little Ark Visitor Centre and another 400,000 in the Hub and Cross. So I'm on the same lines as Michael, and I'd like to welcome Michael into the council. He's a lovely man. He was a man I never knew, and people were telling me there's a Shannon man going in Mullock.
You know him now?
And I know now, yeah. And I didn't, I said I don't know him, although he went before I went 15 years ago. He stood for the council, and I believe he got 1,000 votes, which was a great vote that time. But look, as for my own, I'm delighted, and I want to thank my supporters. I want to thank my canvassers, and I want to thank Pat Breen, who introduced me to politics 15 years ago. And he's still with me. And although he has moved on himself, he passed on the baton to me, and I'm doing my best in the area, and I'll continue to do that. I think there are many opportunities in West Clare. The media believe that rural Ireland is in decline, but I wouldn't agree with that. I think rural Ireland is fighting back and fighting back in a big way,
Yeah.
and I have no doubt that we'll continue to fight back. And we have our councillors now are strategically placed around West Clare, and I would hope that we'll all work together. I've no doubt, but we will.
Yeah.
West Clare and North Clare together.
Michael?
I just want to, I think I have to pay tribute to our colleague Killian Murphy.
Absolutely.
Who just fell short today, and it is, that's one of the I suppose not so nice things about politics. It's just a couple of votes either way, and it's just like, I suppose, he was a really dedicated full-time councillor, very involved, and I'm hoping that he'll be back again in a few years' time. And it's a lesson to everyone. We can't take anything for granted, and but Killian was a fantastic councillor. And I also want to pay tribute, to the outcome councillors who didn't stand, PJ Kelly and Bill Chambers, who retired before Christmas. They had 5 decades of service, sterling service. And, we want to continue on the mental and working with partnership, with all of us in West Clare together to sell West Clare. As Gabriel says, he's the wise man, I suppose, now for us. He'd take us, the new councillors, in under his clutch. But basically, we have the same, I think we have the same approach. We want to sell West Clare, we want to promote West Clare, we want to get inward investment into like the huge town of Kilrush. It can take a lot more investment. And Money Point does a lot of activity offshore in the near future, and we want to benefit those. That investment that's coming in, we want to make sure that we get the jobs, the good jobs out of it, based in West Clare. And we want to get industry that uses a lot of energy, and we can get more jobs created. That's what I'm about. Jobs, driving on the economy in West Clare. We need to drive it on.
Great stuff. Michael, Gabriel, many congratulations.
Thanks
Pleasure
very
to
much.
speak to you both again, and enjoy the next 5 years.
Yeah, we will
Thanks.
indeed, and I'd just like to endorse what Michael has said and to wish Killian well. I think he's still working in Kilkee. He's a good local man, and he's interested in all that's happening in West Clare.
Yeah.
And also to the others who stood and didn't get elected, but they're there for the future.
Yeah.
As was it Bill Slattery said, he was 70 years yesterday evening.
Yeah.
And I think myself that I'm a little bit over 70, but I'm enjoying it.
I wouldn't have thought that, Gabriel.
My two parishioners, Joey Wolf and Trace Doohan, I wouldn't be here today only for they got me here as well. And I just want to say that we had a great campaign, and fantastic canvas and different ideas, and all the candidates. West Clare had a great selection to pick from, and it was about, I suppose, finding a niche within it, and trying to sell yourself and get your message across. And sometimes it isn't easy.
Okay, well, you've both achieved it. You've both worked hard, and the very best luck in the council for the next 5 years.
Thanks very much.
Thanks to Gabriel. Thanks to Michael.
Thanks, Peter.
No problem whatsoever. I'll hand over now to Claire and Sally-Ann, who have been showing quite a bit of patience there over the last couple of minutes, as they're wondering, are the 3 West Clare lads ever going to stop talking?
Congratulations, of course, to Michael and to Gabriel there. It's one particular West Clare man that we thought would never stop
we've been
talking.
wondering that all weekend.
All weekend.
Not a new notion.
It's been a long, long 2 days here in Tracy's West County Hotel, but the business at hand is completed. We have 28 newly elected county councillors for Clare. 14, half of them are Fianna Fáil, 9 Fine Gael, 3 Independent and 2 Sinn Féin. In terms of the last council, what that means is Fianna Fáil have gained 1 to 14. Fine Gael also gained 1 to 8. The Independents have dropped 2, so they're down to 3. Sinn Féin was also a winner here, doubling their seats from 1 to 2. And the Green Party, at the end of the day, lost out with, unfortunately, Liam Grant losing out yesterday evening to his. It's a roller coaster of an event.
Yeah, a lot of ups and downs, and some areas that returned the same, councillors for 3 terms in a row now, which is kind of
Killaloo,
yeah, absolutely unbelievable. And then in other areas you had cosmic changes. You had the likes of Bill, who returned to top the poll after losing his seat 5 years ago.
And then we went to Shannon, where we had 2 very new and very young candidates joining, our councillors joining the Shannon electoral area there. So that'll definitely mix things up.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we have to think of, it's a tough business when you put your name on the ballot and you lose your seat after all of that time.
And I think
we
you
think
have
of
to
Killian
say
Murphy,
that.
PJ Ryan and Liam Grant. It is a bit
it's a political blood sport, and I mean, we love days like this as journalists. These are the moments that you live for, the cut and thrust of this. But at the end of the day, there's individuals behind all of these wins and all of these losses as well. So we've lost Peter. He's been taken off there.
Yeah, we were just about trying to say goodbye and good luck, and Peter we were all day complaining that he just doesn't stop talking. So I think we're going to have to wrap up without him.
Yeah, and when he was on the stage, we were only one short of an Abbott tribute, and now we're back down to the 2 girls again.
This is the way we get to say the final word. Sally Ann and Claire get the final word in over Peter, so we're delighted about that. Just to remind you, before we go, our 28 Clare County councillors are as follows.
Roll call, please.
Are you ready? Ennis, Pat Daly, Fianna Fáil, Mary Howard, Fine Gael, Paul Murphy, Fine Gael, Antoinette Baker Bashua, beg your pardon, Antoinette, Fianna Fáil, Claire Colleran Malloy, Fianna Fáil, Tommy Guilfoyle, Sinn Féin, and Tom O'Callaghan, Fianna Fáil. Innes Diamond, are you ready? Bill Slattery, Fine Gael, Joe Garrahy, Fine Gael, Shane Talty, Fianna Fáil, and Joe Killeen, Fianna Fáil. No change at all, as you were saying earlier, in Killaloo. The 5 seats there are Joe Cooney, Fine Gael, Pat Hayes, Fianna Fáil, Alan O'Callaghan, Fianna Fáil, Pat Burke, Fine Gael, and Tony O'Brien, Fianna Fáil. And this marathon of account we had here today, produced in Shannon. David Griffin, very early this morning, Fianna Fáil, Donna McGettigan, Sinn Féin, Rachel Hartigan, Fianna Fáil, John Crow, Fine Gael, Pat O'Gorman, Fianna Fáil, Michael Begley, Independent, and Tony Mulcahy, Fine Gael. And we're almost there.
Almost
Kilrush.
there. Last one.
5 elected there. Dinny Gould, in a very emotional Dinny Gould, topped the poll there, Independent. Rita McInerney, Fianna Fáil. Ian Lynch, Independent also. Gabriel Keating, Fine Gael, and Michael Shannon, Fianna Fáil. Sinead Salian, I think. And before we go, it has been, as we said, a long day here. We brought to you in association with Clare County Council, but there was 3 colleagues along the way who you didn't see in front of the camera who did, to quote one of our other colleagues, Trojan work.
Kept the show on the road. Absolutely.
Tracy Maloney Whelan, Alan Foodie, and Mike Corrie. There was times when, they just kept us in line, kept us on air, kept all the audio going and the filming going, and are the true heroes of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And so finally, just to wrap up, as Claire said, this whole operation from when we went on air live at 1 o'clock yesterday was brought to you with thanks of Clare County Council. And I have to say they're the only local authority in the entire country that had the foresight to see that there was a need for local democracy in action outside of maybe some of the other media outlets while we work with them. Some people like to see the visual as well. So it was a case of everybody working together. So really you got an extra bonus here in terms of a live stream in County Clare.
Thanks to Dan and to Porrick as well, for coming on, and they give us a lot
our
of
media
their
colleagues
time,
were
to
brilliant.
be fair, and across the board, and Nicholas Wren yesterday.
But we can't go tonight without mentioning one person, and that's Mark Dunphy, who is the person who put this entire operation together. So Mark, thanks so much, and thanks to Clare County Council. And that's it, Claire, knowing me, knowing you.
Sinead, Slán.